Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Rise of the Tau in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Part 211. Hate Primeval. Gathered in uneasy silence, the defenders of Terra observed the unfolding drama. Hordes of armored bodies poured into the spaces before the force barrier, advancing in immaculate lines. There was not a trace of fear to be seen in any of the unliving things, for who or whatever they had once been, now they were as cold and emotionless as machines. The Nihilum sons of Magog marched forth in support of their Primarch, the very potency of their combined presence already working to affect the efforts of the Psykers working to defend the Alliance. The air before Calgar and the others swam, ripples of force passing through it, as if it felt pain at the approach of so many of the soulless. Calgar did not need to look at Ka to know the primeval alien's mind, for he felt the surge of apprehension pass through his own soul. He knew enough of the workings of this existence to know of the pariah, the soulless being, and as he cast his gaze over the assembled enemy, his heart and his soul let slip the truth of their darkest attributes. Plus, can they break this fastness? Plus, he asked. Plus, there are so many of them. Plus, they can and they will, given time. And they are not alone in their efforts. The Nihilum sons are to form but the advance of the enemy. This is the time, War Master. This is the calm before the storm. History the likes of which civilization has never known is to be written of the hours and days to come. Ka ended his warning there. He closed his huge eyes and raised his head, as if listening to the wind. He stayed like this for several moments, and as Calgar watched him, he could feel the boundless mind of the ancient being as it unfolded, a curious warm heat at the center of his brain that sat at odds with the cold, empty hunger of the gathering enemy twisting in his gut. We are ready, he finally said, opening his eyes once more. The intentions of the enemy have been made known to all those who fight beneath the banner of life. Brace yourself for the war to come. Marnus Calgar. The trials it will bring shall be great. The warriors of your alliance are brave, but they fear what is to come. They will need your guidance. Calgar understood. He turned his vast body so as to look upon the faces gathered behind him. Plus, steel yourselves, all of you. The Tau are done with this war now. The true enemy come, and they plus. He paused, seeing the faces of the assembled Primarches slacken as one. As those behind and around them gasped and fought to prevent themselves from turning and fleeing the scene, the superhuman fathers of the Astaroths advanced, each taking a single step forward, their collective weapons ringing as they were brought to bear. He spun his body around to face the enemy at that moment, and he saw then exactly what had caused such consternation amongst the waiting defenders of the Alliance. The tortured air seemed to shake as they descended, a ghostly gale tearing at their shining forms. Time looked to slow as the two abominations floated towards the ground either side of the void dragon, opposing forces of light and darkness that together cast their differing glows across their brother star god's silvered form. One was death incarnate, a hideous specter swathed in moldering black robes. In one hand he held a massive scythe, or rather the weapon looked to be an extension of his own body. Like the void dragon, the thing wore a shell of shining metallic skin, though that shell looked to glow with a ghostly inner light. Its face remained partially hidden by the shadows cast by its hood, though what could be seen was skeletal and withered. Terrible yellowed eyes guttered in the shrunken sockets of that face, blazing with palpable hatred and death, and a dreadful thirst for the lives of all those before it. The other was equally as horrifying to gaze upon. Its form could barely be seen amid the haze of changing color that coruscated about it. Where the other's star gods took on a powerful and sculpted form, this one seemed to almost struggle with its own existence. Its metal body writhed and thrashed, its shape ever changing, as if some unseen inner power warred to be released. The air before it hazed and blistered like old paint beneath a flamer's kiss, bulging inwards away from the abomination. Magog himself gave of a low, throaty growl and backed away, the emerald jewel set into his forehead blazing with unnatural fire. His legions mirrored this obvious discomfort. As the Nihilum sons peeled away from the chaotic star god, shuddering and staggering at its presence. madness, death, and oblivion. That is all that awaits those who dare to defy us. The Void Dragon uttered, hovering slowly forward. As he did so he began to change. His features twisted, taking on the visage of some horrifying beast of nightmare. Spiny protrusions formed all across his body and along his back. His face became as a snarling predator, crowned with horns. He raised one clawed hand up to point at the waiting defenders of the Alliance. Peel this wall of warp filth open. We shall feast. As one, the 3 star gods tilted their heads back and rocketed up into the air, the winds tearing and howling about them. Their sudden departure left behind a space that allowed Calgar to see the battlefield sprawled out before them. He felt an uncontrollable lance of astonishment drive its way through his ravaged body. Already the scene had changed, almost beyond recognition. Whatever was left of the Chaos forces had long since departed, and in their place, ancient hell had already begun to take hold. Strange dark shapes now sat amongst the scattered ruins, their black-green, angular sides a stark contrast to the dull gray of the surrounding imperial architecture. There were scores of them, too many to count given the urgency of the circumstances. Calgar focused on one of them and cycled his visual processors to maximum. At first glance, the construct looked as if it could have been built where it stood, but now Calgar could see that it was in fact not fixed but hovering a few meters from the ground. He could see guns bristling from each corner of the thing, and set into its top was the largest crystal he had ever seen in his life, a softly pulsing emerald jewel as tall as he was. Something else caught his attention then, little more than a shifting speck on the skyline far beyond the construct. He shifted his gaze and looked on as another of the things drifted down towards the city tens of kilometers away. He cycled his vision back so as to get a better look of the entire scene before him. Just as he had feared, hundreds more of the tapered cubes were falling slowly from the gathering clouds. A flash of energy ricocheted off the sides of the tallest buildings before him, snatching his attention. He caught sight of it in time to see the green haze dissipate. The thing left behind by the escaping energy was, quite simply, huge. By the manner of its construction, Calgar could clearly see that it belonged to the enemy, fashioned as it was from the same dark green metal as the blocky constructs scattered throughout the city. It seemed to be some manner of crescent-shaped pylon, 4 or 5 stories tall, and sat at the center of the huge falcate arc of metal was another of the vast crystals, the thing shimmering with inner energies. The jewel glinted as the pylon slowly cycled to face the waiting defenders. Only then did he notice that Magog and his silent legions were falling back across the expanse of the square. Calgar took a step back, animated by the sudden escalation in potential danger. Plus brace for attack. The enemy make their move, plus. Less than a heartbeat later, the War Master's warning was justified. The pylon shook as it unleashed a blinding vertical column of light, the particle beam lancing across the space in an instant to strike at the barrier of psychic force directly before them. Men and asteroids fell in waves as the beam struck the barrier, arresting immediately on impact but nonetheless causing a bow wave of concussive force to roll its way through the assembled defenders. Every wall within 100-meter radius shook beneath the blow. The ground cracked and shivered, throwing chunks of rockcrete out amongst the reeling bodies. Ka cried out and stumbled, his dark form hazing for a moment. Calgar fought to keep his balance as he saw this. Just then another powerful strike hit the barrier, washing the reeling defenders in a sickly green glow. This was enough to fire the Primarchs into life. As one they charged forward, surging around the War Master in their thirst to counter the threat. "I must leave," Ka said then, his quiet but powerful voice snatching Calgar's attention. "There are many of the most powerful of our psychic allies fated to die within this next stage of the war. They will give their lives to keep the C'tan and their legions at bay for as long as they can. Scores of them burn themselves out as we speak, just to keep the rest of us alive. They must be guided into death by my hand, so as to ensure that the predators of the warp do not ensnare their souls." Calgar gestured his consent, though in truth he understood little of what the ancient being was trying to explain. His concerns lay firmly with the enemy to hand, for the threat of being overrun was immediate and corporeal before him, and this manner of warfare was as second nature to him. Plus get me Chivok and Orekil, plus he thundered, staggering as another glowing salvo lanced into the tortured force barrier. Plus I want all available support redeployed. Siege guns and artillery pieces make ready to repel. I demand the full coordination of all available alliance forces now, plus. As he waited, Calgar observed the Primarches before him. The 6 superhumans formed an indomitable line before the waiting enemy, confident and unafraid, as if filled with the belief that stood together, shoulder to shoulder, no enemy would pass them. If only that were true, he thought to himself. Though he had no doubt that the Primarches were indeed a force to be reckoned with, he also knew deep down that they alone would not be enough to stay the enemy. War Master. The closeness of the voice surprised him more than its unexpected presence. He turned to see Captain Disimulo. The towering warrior swept his crimson cloak aside and knelt before him, the weak sunlight glinting off his smooth scalp. Just as we had suspected, War Master, the C'tan now show themselves to be the true driving force behind the unity. I have just returned from an audience with the Cabal. The situation is tense. The weapons of the Necrontyr pose a real threat to the integrity of the protective might of the Cabal. Plus so I am told, plus Calgar answered. Plus Ka has just left to bolster them, plus Magnus works to that end too, my lord. Still, these next few hours and days shall test us all greatly. Calgar remained silent then, as Disimulo rose to stand tall and proud before him. He gestured about him, his eyes following his sweeping hand. The C'tan will first test the integrity of our defenses. Indeed, they do so even now. I have been informed that each gate currently faces a similar situation. We have yet to determine just how many of these Necrontyr war machines we are facing. Intelligence reports suggest that several more isolated sites along the walls have seen attempts by Necrontyr infantry to breach them. Unsuccessfully, of course. Plus you did not come here to give me a progress report, Captain, plus Calgar answered. This time it was Disimulo's turn to fall silent. His piercing eyes narrowed, followed a moment later by the corners of his mouth raising slightly. I need to leave, he said. There are matters I must be attend to. Plus Guilliman, plus. Disimulo blinked. You know, don't you? Plus I know, plus Calgar replied. Plus I have had my suspicions for a while now, Captain. You play an excellent part. Then again, such theatrics are your forte, or so legend leads me to believe. It was the others. You see. Your hesitance to show yourself to the Primarches. Do any of them yet suspect, plus? Except Magnus, no, and it must stay that way. My agents out in the city have informed me of the Chaplain Codian's success. We have a Primarch yet to save, War Master, and that is my main concern. To that end, I must leave your service. Plus I understand. May the Emperor lend his hand to your task, Ancient One, plus. He paused then, as if considering his next words. Plus and may he forgive that which has passed, plus. Disimulo had turned away at this point, his vast back to the War Master. As he heard this he slowed. He understands, War Master. Forgiveness or not, that is enough. Plus. The walls. Throne Guard Groger Kelth slowed as he neared the thick adamantium hatch. Even here, separated from the battlefield by almost 200 feet of solid reinforced rockcrete, he could hear the dull, resonating thumps of the enemy guns. Heads up. The warning came from his comrade, Lenson. The two soldiers stood back and pressed themselves against the cool walls as a squad jogged past, heading to reinforce another part of the wall. Kelth and Lenson watched the guardsmen pass them by in silence. Once the corridor was clear, the footsteps of the squad growing ever quieter, Kelth turned his attention back to the hatch. Damn liability. Lenson snorted at the comment. So you keep saying. You know, you're either brave or stupid, Kelth. Passing comments like that on the Emperor's own palace. At the mention of the Emperor, both men made a swift gesture before them, forming the Aquila. With both hands. Kelth lowered his arms and cast a scorn-filled glance at his companion. I don't mean any disrespect, but it's true. Walls as thick as these, it would take sustained bombardment from a titan to breach this place. It just doesn't make sense to me to destabilize the strength of this place by setting these hatches all along this section. Lenson moved over to the ancient hatch and banged his fist against the pitted metal. You know how ancient this palace is, Kelth. I've heard that these ports once housed cannons that could flash a baneblade to dust with a single shot. Erdo reckons he's read up on the history of this section. Erdo. Kelth replied, his eyebrows raising in skepticism. Lenson shrugged. So he claims. He says this entire section of the west wall was overrun by. Lenson's voice trailed away, for fear of even mentioning the name of the most infamous traitor in the Imperium's history. Both men merely hissed through their teeth. He says it was overrun when the heresy came to Terra. Lenson continued. The cannons were destroyed. He says there's a story. Kelth held up a hand to silence the man. Erdo talks out of his. In any case, I don't care why they're here. We have a job to do, so let's get it done. Open her up. Lenson opened his mouth to protest, only to be silenced before he could speak. I know how heavily these ports are reinforced, Lenson. It doesn't matter. We've had reports, we check them out, that's it. The power fluctuations detected here in this section warrant urgent attention. What do we know of power fluctuations? Nothing. Kelth replied. He signaled over the guardsman's shoulder with a nod. Mugos Herosha slid beneath the dim glow globes as he approached, the length of his sweeping robes and his perfectly balanced gait making it look for all the world as if he ran on tracks or wheels, rather than used the natural locomotion of limbs. The large glassy lenses that were his eyes glowed like miniature lamps beneath his hood, illuminating his path. The Mugos emitted a burst of frantic crackling machine code as he neared them, causing both soldiers to flinch. No matter how many times Kelth heard the sound, he knew that he would never grow used to it. Herosha hissed to a halt before the hatch, wisps of steam puffing from beneath his crimson garb. He raised an augmatic arm up before the cool metal and the steel-ringed fingers peeled back, making way for the writhing mechadendrites that occupied the limb to slither free. Plus begin the investigation plus. Herosha's voice was a tinny, grating bass thrum that seemed to originate from several locations, scattered throughout his body at once, giving it an almost dislocated presence of its own. Kelth nodded and raised his hellgun to his shoulder, moving back so as to give Lenson room to activate the hatch controls. Kelth looked on as the guardsman hesitated slightly, shot him a glance of displeasure and then pressed the hatch's activation stud. Lenson stood back as the ancient slab of metal groaned open, sliding into the recess above and shedding untold millennia of dust as it did so. The Mugos whispered a grating prayer to the Omnis Saya as the hatch opened. Lenson swept the area before him with his hellgun and then moved back. He met Kelth's gaze and scowled, displaying an obvious displeasure, but he did not speak. Though he would never have dared to voice such disrespect, Kelth shared his comrade's disdain. His life, he had never fully trusted the agents of the Omnis Saya, for the Mechanikus was a faction, ever divided by the betrayal that had torn them asunder. Now they were here on a mission of investigation, when all around him war continued to rage, a war that could well see Terra herself obliterated. He knew enough of the Mechanikus to understand that, to them, the pursuit of knowledge transcended all else, even safety. This situation was a testament to that. Herosha started forward past them, moving into the space beyond. Kelth glanced in after the Mugos to see that the chamber they had revealed was actually a tapered tunnel, shrinking in size to a reinforced portal some 10 meters across, no doubt designed this way to house the cannon that once occupied this space. Even as he studied this area, the thick slab of metal at the end of the chamber groaned open, sliding upwards into the gap above it, the ancient gears of its mechanism rattling and grating. Light poured into the space as Herosha lowered his hand away from the activation stud set into the damp wall. By his side, Lenson shot him a worried glance. Plus you are quite safe to continue, plus Hirosha called, as if sensing their hesitance. Plus my sensors indicate that the void shields are stable and continue to function. The enemy cannot harm us, plus. Kelth held up a hand and shook his head to silence whatever reply was forming on his companion's lips. The Muggos soon reached the end of the tunnel. He reached out his hand and let the writhing extremities there caress the flickering wall of energy. Another machine slid clear of his robes as he did so. The small device unfurled, light blinking across its surface as it did so. When he spoke, the machine whirred softly. Plus Sector E676X has experienced intermittent failures. Suspected enemy munitions involvement. Anomalous readings indicate sustained presence of unidentifiable energy sheath. Data cannot be analyzed due to nature of subject readings. Readings processed and logged with a view to further study. Plus intermittent failures. Kelth could not have prevented the words leaving his mouth if he had tried to. He slid past the Muggos and swept his gun across the opening, as if expecting to lay eyes on the enemy at any moment. Hirosha emitted an annoyed clucking sound and fixed the soldier with an angered look. Although the billowing hood of his robes ensconced his facial emotion. Plus such interruptions will not be tolerated. Move back and allow me to continue my investigation of the enemy. Plus. Kelth lowered his rifle and did as ordered, his gaze falling upon this new enemy for the first time. Though the machines, for he supposed they were machines, were too far away to see clearly, he could make out their dark, angular shapes. They sat at odds with the surrounding buildings, many of them hovering slowly to the ground. Forks of scathing green lightning lashed out from the glowing crystals set above them, the energies released scouring their surroundings. He flinched and leapt back as a blast of light and noise slammed into the void shield before him, causing the indomitable barrier to stutter and die momentarily as it dissipated the immeasurable force of the blast. He heard Lenson let out a scathing curse behind him as he picked himself up and readied his rifle. The Muggos did not even flinch. In seconds the void shield thrummed back to life, enveloping the open space before him with a sizzling wall of force. Plus the void shields are stable and continue to function. The enemy cannot harm us. Plus Hirosha droned once again. Plus when one has ultimate faith in the Omnis Saya and the spirit of the machine, one is devoid of fear. Perhaps you should contemplate this. Plus. Kelth scowled behind the Muggos' back as he composed himself. Even as he stepped forward the field flashed again as another strike hit it, and this time he found himself better prepared for the thunderous blast. The Muggos moved forward to better assess the war machines of the enemy, one augmetic eye lens extending from beneath his hood. Plus fascinating, and he whispered, with a voice that sounded to Kelth like shards of metal falling down a rusting pipe. Plus the yield of these machines is incalculable. I detect readings easily within the multi-megawatt range. Given the estimated dimensions and mass of the subject machines, such outputs are theoretically impossible. This indicates but one configuration of enemy. The Necrontyr. Plus. Kelth had no idea whether the Muggos was taking to them or simply dictating his findings to the various recording systems hardwired into his mechanical form. In truth, he did not care. What is the Necrontyr? Lenson asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. Plus who are the Necrontyr? Plus the Muggos corrected him. Plus there is insufficient time to elucidate the parameters of such an answer, Throne Guard Lenson. The suspicions of the Mechanikus are indeed accurate. Plus. Then you have your answers, Muggos. Let us leave this place. Lenson hissed. The Muggos turned his head to look upon the guardsman, the movement emitting a ratchet-like clicking. Plus that would be counterproductive to our assignment. We must learn all we can of the Necrontyr. Better to understand how to defeat their war machines. I had assumed that this would be an obvious necessity. Again, I underestimate your faith, it seems. Plus. Lenson started forward, hate blazing in his eyes, only for Kelth to hold him back. No, he growled. Let us finish this damn task and leave all the swifter. Compose yourself, damn it. This is madness. Lenson growled. Plus no, this is the pursuit of knowledge, and Hirosha began. The fact that his tinny voice trailed away set both guardsmen ill at ease. The Magos pushed himself as close to the opening as he could, drawn by the events unfolding before him. Plus intriguing. The enemy seemed to be able to detect the presence of the unidentifiable energy sheath. Indeed, observations suggest that they work in tandem to target it, with a view to achieving dissipation in localized areas. A logical hypothesis would be that they wish to create breaches in the field. This would explain the localized void shield failures in this sector. I would suggest that they intend to gain access to the palace of the Emperor as Omni's Saya Plus. Kelth knew at that point that he had heard enough. The attacks continued, indeed, they seemed to him to be intensifying. His eyes ached with the constant flash of emerald energy, and as he shifted his position in order to better assess the deployment of the enemy, he saw that several of the pyramid-like machine structures had closed on their location from the left. Wickering lightning lashed against whatever invisible protection surrounded the palace walls, punishing it with each strike. The air looked to swim and distort meters away from them, rendering the cityscape beyond fluid and obscured. Another strike looked to twist through the distortion and strike the void shield directly, powerful enough to overload the thrumming barrier. Move. Now. Kelth commanded, snatching at the Magos' robes. Another hit now would kill us all. The void shield is down. Sure enough, another strike thrashed its way into their position, so close that it struck the wall outside mere meters from the opening. This time, the void shields were not in time to counter it. Plus the shield systems seemed to have been negated in this sector, and Herosha began, quite calmly. Kelth had managed to stumble and fall as he attempted to move back, and as he picked himself up, he noticed two things. The first was that the attacks seemed to have ceased. The second was movement. "Close the hatch," he cried, already up and running towards the activation stud himself. The Magos snapped out an arm and punched the stud, activating the outer hatch. Dark, loping shadows filled the opening only for a second, and then the slab fell, thundering into the deep groove with an echoing boom. The single glow globe above them flickered and buzzed to life, casting its yellowed light into the small chamber. Lenson coughed and cursed as the dust of Ian's clogged his throat. "St. We have to report this," Kelth snapped, dusting himself down. "We are compromised. This entire sector is compromised." The outer hatch rang then, emitting a tortured squeal and a deep, resonant thud. Kelth fell to one knee and swung his rifle out towards the sound. Long blades whispered through the pitted metal and swept down and to the left, the skin of the hatch flowing around them as if liquid. They sank out of sight and then came again, sweeping with nauseating ease through the solid barrier. "Plus quite impossible," plus Herosha uttered. Lenson barged the Magos aside and fired at the ever-widening rends, his hellgun throwing the harsh illumination of its discharge across the chamber. Kelth joined him, firing off a swift series of bursts that saw a dark figure lurch back away from one of the forming holes. "We need to fall back and regroup. We cannot hold them off from here. The hatch is compromised." The Magos ignored him as he strode forth, his left arm exposed and thrust towards the disintegrating hatch. The plasma cutter that had long since replaced his hand flared as he thrust it into the nearest gap, its heat washing over Kelth like an open furnace. "We have to fall back, Kelth," Lenson cried, ripping the spent charge pack of his weapon free. Herosha died then, swiftly, and in silence. Steel glinted about his waist and the Magos simply fell in two, his torso toppling back into the chamber. Lenson saw this and rose sharply, a cry of alarm rising from his lips. He was too late. The burning plasma cutter passed over his leg as the dead Magos landed before him. Lenson screamed and dropped like a stone, his finger tight on the trigger of his hellgun. Lances of light stabbed across the ceiling of the chamber, one of the blasts inevitably finding the single glow globe. A flash of sparks signaled the demise of the globe. Kelth fought to breathe as he threw himself back through the inner hatch and slammed the palm of his hand into the stud. The force of the descending hatch blew him back onto his and covered him in dust, forcing him to splutter and gasp. He was safe, at least for now. The BDS were fast and brutal, but they had ultimately failed. He scrabbled back against the far wall and tapped the Vox stud set into his armored collar. "This is Groger Kelth, Venator 13 Throne Guard Patrol. Hostiles have breached my current position. I repeat, hostiles have breached this position. Lock onto my signal and send reinforcements now. Swamp this damn place." He rose and retrieved his weapon as he waited for the response, his breath coming in short, heaving bursts. In his ear, the only reply was whispering static. "Plus Kelth plus." He jumped at the sudden burst, the grainy, whispered voice freezing his blood. It was Lenson. The voice, albeit heavy with interference, was unmistakable. "Plus Kelth plus. Lenson. Throne man, what, how can you still be alive? Plus fall back, Kelth. We have to fall back, Kelth plus. What is the status of the enemy? What happened to them, Iosaf?" He snapped, approaching the hatch with cautious steps. He placed a hand against the cool metal. Despite the thickness of the hatch, he placed his ear against it, listening for any signs of life beyond. All was silent. "Listen to me, Iosaf. I need to know the status of the attackers. Re they still in there? I want to help you, but I need to know that it is safe, that they are gone. What do you see?" For a moment, all he could hear was a curious, warbling digital interference, as if some other nearby device was attempting to seize his Vox channel. "Plus help, it is safe," and Lenson replied after a moment, sounding distant and detached. "Plus what do you see?" "They are gone. The status of the attackers, Kelth. I need Iosaf. Listen to me plus." Kelth shook his head. Lenson sounded delirious, his injuries no doubt robbing him of the ability to form a coherent sentence. It sounded as if he was trying to ask for help. "Plus still be alive plus." He jumped then as a cool, sighing breeze blew through the tunnel, causing the glow globes above to flicker and dim at its passing. He shivered as it passed and then cried out as the microbead in his ear screamed, the sound broken and digital. He tore the thing free and spat on the ground, fighting to maintain his composure. Where were those damn reinforcements? Beside him, the hatch activation stud pinged once and then sparked. The hatch ground open. Kelth dropped to one knee and brought his rifle to bear. All he could see before him was darkness, broken in places by the damage to the outer hatch at the other end. "Kelth." Lenson's voice was but a whisper, cold and calm, and strangely distant. He swept the rifle across the darkness before him and then paused. At the far end of the chamber, illuminated by a shaft of light, he could see his comrade's face, ensconced by the shadows about it. "Blessed Emperor, Iosaf. I had thought you dead." From here, Lenson looked almost peaceful. Several thin lines of blood crossed his pale face from forehead to chin, and his eyes were twin pools of utter black. Kelth took a step forward, still cautious, eyeing the shadows as if they were predators. "Don't worry, comrade, help should be on its way. The Emperor himself shines his light upon you this day." Lenson shifted then, only slightly, but the movement was enough to cause the bloody lines across his face to widen. They opened, sliding wetly across glinting metal. Grogan Kelth stifled a sob of terror as he saw Lenson's eyes blaze, becoming beacons of sickening olive green, transfixing his very soul. The shadows erupted and tore him apart. Part 212. Denial. There shall be no resistance. For the unity and for UNVA, I command it. The endless lines of Tau warriors paused, many lowering their weapons immediately. Those that did not wavered with uncertainty, clearly fighting the orders of their lord and commander. Such attempts at resistance did them little good. Guilliman's word was law, that much ensured by the very blood running through their veins. The Tau could no more deny their submission than they could will their own hearts to stop beating in their chests. Guilliman landed amongst them with all the force of a falling meteor, the impact of his landing shaking scores of them off their feet. His face was a mask of mixed emotions, of rage, and sadness, and determination. He lunged through the crowds again and again, sweeping his mighty blade before him each time to reap the crestfallen Tau, many of whom had simply downed their weapons and fallen to their knees, ready if not willing to die. Berolinis followed in his wake, fighting with every ounce of resolve he could muster to keep his pace. Staggered with Guilliman's own, as he passed by those that had suffered the Primarch's murderous attentions and survived, he dispatched them as swiftly and humanely as he could, but in truth his heart was far from in the task. Fortunately for him, Guilliman barely seemed to have even noticed the manner of his ward, such was his concentration on the task at hand. Here and there lay the scattered bodies of many of the traitor marines, now cold and long since robbed of life. Guilliman stooped low and plucked a fallen bolter from the ground as he passed. Wielding the weapon like a pistol, he swung it out before him, firing indiscriminately into the massed Tau. Within seconds the weapon was spent and Guilliman cast it into the mass, bowling more bodies aside. He turned to face Berolinis then, his pale skin flecked with the alien blood of those he had murdered. This is grim work, Ultramarine, but there can be no other way. Be swift in your labors, for that is the only mercy we can show these Tau. A sea of blood has to be spilled before our work is done. Berolinis bared his teeth at this, his strong features quivering. This is not right. Guilliman paused, his vast form freezing. He glanced over his shoulder slowly, his dark eyes wide with anger. Kill them all, Berolinis. I command it. Berolinis started forward and then planted a boot into the ground, securing himself to the spot. He raised his hammer up across one shoulder, faltered, and then lowered it once again. This has to end, my Primarch. Please. This is senseless. We have been betrayed and yet you still fail to see that. Look all about you, past this sea of Tau, and you will see our real enemy. Berolinis pointed out towards the distant shapes of the tallest buildings, to where the skies themselves were falling towards the fastness of the Imperial Palace. Even he had not failed to notice the strange shapes that even now continued to descend upon the surface of the planet, dark shapes, alive with blinding fire and strange lightning. Whatever these things were, they were no more a part of the unity than the Alliance, and although it was clear that their attentions lay with the palace, Berolinis knew that they were far from allies. Look. We see the truth now, my Primarch, laid bare before us. Unva has betrayed us all. Can't you see that? Guilliman shifted himself around to face the Ultramarine, scorn blazing in his eyes. LLIC is defiance. Your disobedience is a window, Berolinis, and it allows me to see the weakness of your soul. You dare to question me? The Primarch's final sentence rose from his throat with the force of a howling hurricane. Dust and detritus spiraled in the air as the force of the shockwave hit him, driving him to his knees. Chips of stone flayed his exposed skin, drawing hundreds of tiny red specks of blood across his face. Berolinis gasped, his breath coming in harsh rasps as he fought to filter the unexpected threat to his respiratory system. Guilliman's shadow fell over him, the tip of the Primarch's blade glinting inches from his eyes. For a moment, Guilliman was silent, and Berolinis waited for the strike that would take his head from his shoulders. These are testing times. The Primarch uttered after a short pause, the anger gone from his voice. Enough so to try the resolve of the strongest of us. I understand your hesitance, Berolinis. I understand your anger, your confusion. And yet, even though you see the truth with your own eyes, it is as if you stare right through it, my lord. Berolinis cut in. I know that you have seen the abominations that follow Unva in from orbit, and yet. Guilliman held up a hand and Berolinis felt his voice die in his throat, his Primarch's indomitable will silencing him. No, you will listen to me, Ultramarine. My eyes are open to all that transpires, but I will not lose my honor here. I will do what has been commanded of me. So will you. So will you. Those three words resounded through Berolinis, each one forcing his last reserves of willpower from his mind. He sagged, spent by his mental exertions, the fight draining from him. On your feet. Defy him. This time, the words that echoed through his mind were not those of Guilliman. He tensed. Defy him, Berolinis. You know you can. You know you must. On your feet. Guilliman commanded once again, his voice a low growl. Berolinas began to rise, his entire body shaking. You know you will. Lucius whispered in his thoughts. Plus. In all his vast, century-spanning life, Marnus Augustus Calgar had never known fear. He had known apprehension. He had known the heart-quickening sensation that came with the concept of self-preservation, the anxiety of considering the possibility of losing those counted as comrades and friends. He had known the trepidation that a potential failure of duty brought to every faithful imperial warrior, but he had never known fear, or at least, held no memory of it. He was unfamiliar with the sensation, for an Astarte knew no fear, because he had been created to be immune to it. Fear coursed through him now, raw and horrifying and alien in its intensity. He recognized the emotion, not through any emotive recollection but rather on a deep, primal level, racial rather than personal. He feared the C'tan. He saw before him a monstrous wonder the likes of which he could never have imagined, and that fear flayed away the centuries of confidence and superiority he had carried within his heart. He looked upon them and saw, for the first time in his life, how wrong he had been to believe the Imperium and indeed the Emperor, invincible, without compare. He saw his own insignificance and the inconsequentiality of what he had believed to be the greatest empire in existence. He saw his own doom. Plus. The shield of psychic energy was suffering now, made visible by the sheer amount of enemy firepower directed towards it. Unnatural lightning lashed across its crackling surface, drawing glittering scars everywhere it touched. Beams of unmatchable force hammered into it, each colossal impact sending thunderclaps reverberating throughout the surrounding buildings. Chivok could not help but raise his arm up to shield his face as another blast rocked the ground beneath his feet. He snatched out and took Orekiel's hand, pulling her back upright. This is madness. Sheer madness. As she spoke her voice wavered, and her eyes were wide with fear. Chivok saw this and held her hand tight, his other arm wrapped around her back in a protective embrace. We have to stay focused, Jenna, and do what we can. We will survive this. Both inquisitors had been on the scene for mere moments when the attack had truly begun. Chivok closed his eyes and shook his head, fighting to dispel the scenes of utter horror that had burned themselves into his mind. He grabbed Orekiel's hand all the harder and set off in a run, keeping his body hunched. The vast crown of Konar dominated much of this location, still and silent amid the chaos all around her. Chivok dragged his companion into the shadow of the mighty Leviathan. The crown of Konar was still the scene of much activity. Tech priests and their servitors hurried about the immense track sections, preparing the timed void-generating charges that would seal the machine forever away from the attentions of the C'tan. Chivok's gaze lingered on the Colossus for a moment. The charges, as far as he understood, had been primed to deactivate only after a given length of time. Only Calgar knew how long the magnificent machine would sit within this impenetrable field, waiting for a time that would see it released, spared of the terrible ruination and destruction this war still had yet to bring. Would the crown of Konar emerge into a galaxy of victory, of life, or would it awaken from its dormancy the last remaining vestige of imperial might? Both he and Orekiel fell then, shaken from their feet a heartbeat later. The unmatchable doomsday cannon of the Leviathan thundered, launching a single shell out into the enemy lines. Chivok cried out, his hearing hammered into oblivion, his brain battered near insensible by the bone-shattering retort of the weapon. Through eyes suffocated by blinking spots he caught fleeting glimpses of the massive shell as it carved its way through the invisible barrier, glowing for a second as it passed through. HNNNGH on your feet, he gasped, hauling Orekiel up. They both fought to steady themselves. As the ground shook again, this time agitated by the distant impact of the fearsome shell. The horizon beyond lit up, as if Terra's sun had chosen to rise swiftly and dangerously close. Chivok guided his companion further into the shadow of the mighty Eternity Wall Gate, sprinting past advancing war machines and charging troops, deep into the orchards of statuary and the various scattered shrines that were spread about this area. They reached the doorway of a small mausoleum, its wooden doors already shattered by Tau guns. Both inquisitors threw themselves inside and tumbled to the dusty floor, their chests heaving. I feel it. Throne, I can feel them in my mind, Orekiel gasped, fighting to get the words out. The air was thick in here, forcing Chivok to cough as he drew his last pistol, armed it and then checked that the weapon was functioning. He almost laughed at the futility of the gesture. By his side, Orekiel did the same. She inspected her alien pistol and then slid the circular ammunition drum into its place on top of the weapon, twisting it to ensure that it was locked. The shuriken pistol whispered its consent at its activation. Chivok fixed her with a steely gaze, then, his breathing becoming steady and controlled. After a few moments, Orekiel became aware of his attention. She smiled, the gesture creasing the grime streaked across her face. To her surprise, Chivok did not reciprocate. Jenna, do you trust me? The question brought a serious expression to her face. What an absurd question. I trust you with my life, Chivok. I would have thought that we had been through enough for you to know that. Chivok nodded slowly, his eyes leaving her as he ran through the thoughts in his mind. Do you consider me a fool, then? Chivok, what is this? Orekiel asked, shuffling forward on her haunches. The confusion on her face was plain to see. As she approached, the older inquisitor looked at her. I can tell you, Jenna, that I am not. I have waited for the truth for a while now, and yet you have not offered it. I will wait no longer, my lady. We will not take a step further until you look me in the eye. And you tell me. Orekiel hesitated, making no attempt to hide her bewilderment. Her mouth moved wordlessly as she struggled to find what to say. After a few moments' silence, Chivok sighed. Jenna, I have spent centuries locked within the timeless realm of the Eldar webway. One cannot fail to spend so long with the Eldar race and absorb at least a little of their wisdom. Your weapon. He nodded at the alien shuriken pistol in her hand. The Eldar do not fashion their weapons to respond to the human touch so willingly. You as well as I know that such weapons hold in essence, a fragment, if you will, of the Eldar psyche. They are alive. In a sense, even the most simple of them. One must master such weapons even as the humble shuriken pistol. The weapon likes me, she replied, her voice low and defensive. I will make no apology. Do not underplay me, Lady Orekiel. You have a clear affinity with alien weaponry. Your greatest professional pursuit, your life's work, your obsession, has been the study of the C'tan. You have also survived for what, 7 centuries? 7 centuries, Jenna, out in this galaxy of death and endless war. Unlike me, you were not kept alive and sustained by the timeless embrace of the webway. Tell me the truth. You are with them, aren't you? You are an agent of the Cabal. Orekiel opened her mouth to speak, but again the words would not come. After a lingering moment she lowered her gaze, only to bring her eyes back level with Chivok's a short time after. Yes. Yes, I am, and I am unashamed to admit it. For 600 years I have pursued the plans of the C'tan across the stars. They tried to kill me, Chivok. The enemy tried, but they failed. The Cabal brought me back from the oblivion of. Her voice trailed away then, followed by the tightening of her eyelids. I feel it. Chivok whispered beside her, the previous argument completely forgotten. Blessed Terra. Jenna, what is that? My thoughts. Orekiel lurched forward onto her knees and vomited the contents of her stomach out onto the dusty floor. Chivok screamed, a strangled and horrific sound. He clutched his hands to his temples and fell back, thrashing like a dying man. He could not breathe. He could not think. The belly of reality had split open. The skin of all that was had dissolved. There were no barriers, no rules. The Cabal have failed. They are in. Orekiel's voice was the last thing he heard. +++. Madness. Death. Soulless oblivion. 3 faces stared down at him, surrounding him, obscured by the deep shadows pooled around their features but made no less horrific for it. Light flashed across his vision and the scene blinked, changing in an instant. His hearing was muted, muffled by the blood pounding in his aching head. The faces were gone, replaced by the dusty ceiling of the tomb. He rose on his elbows, his throat burning with bile and his face made hot and sticky by the vomit he had expelled. A nauseating green glow flickered through the open doorway, as if the sun itself had changed color. Embers drifted into the tomb and the air was thick with charnel and death, hot and bitter on the tongue. Jenna. He found her in the corner of the tomb, kneeling in the dust and facing the wall. She held her pistol loosely in one hand, the slender barrel of the weapon ringing softly like glass against the cold floor. At first he mistook this as her doing, but as he approached he saw that the weapon itself quivered and flinched, its outline hazy. He could hear it whispering in his mind, screaming, in pain. Jenna. We have to move. Move. She answered, her face still hidden, her voice no more than a hoarse, broken whisper. I think I'll stay here. I think I'm broken, Chivok. The cold, it has me. The smell of death has crippled me. No. He reached towards her and placed a hand upon her shoulder. We have to fight this. They are inside now. They've beaten the minds of the Cabal and they are coming. She has beaten them. They can't fight her mind, as broken as it is. 6 centuries I have pursued them. You can't begin to imagine what I have learned, Chivok. Despite everything the Cabal says, we can't beat this. No, we'll stay here. Chivok drew back as the world around him flashed, changing for a heartbeat. In a fraction of a second the tomb was gone and in its place, a suffocating orchard of infernal machines. Steam hissed out to burn his face and he stumbled back, snaking pipes wrapping themselves around his legs. Orekiel had changed too, her body almost completely consumed by the cables and pistons sutured into her skin. Crackling pulses of power bled from her form and into the machines all around her, feeding them, sustaining them. A cry brought him screaming back into reality, the illusion gone. So you see, Orekiel whispered. This will only get worse. She is the key, you see. She is the enigma that rewrites the few remaining rules we have left. The others, they hate the warp, they abhor it, but she is the warp, Chivok. She is Citan and yet she is the very essence of all that they hate. Why do you think that she is so broken? The warp was our only defense and yet, by her very existence, she has stripped that defense away. Therein lies the paradox. He rose swiftly and dragged her back, angered by her insensible words, only to let go in horror as he looked upon her face. Her eyes were gone. In their place, 2 bloodied pools of emptiness. We are lost. She whispered. I am sorry, Chivok. I will pray to the Emperor that you die swiftly. I will pray that they do not make you suffer. She raised the shuriken pistol up to her temple and fired. Shards of wraith bone whispered from the fluted barrel of the weapon and flensed her skull to ribbons. Chivok stifled a horrified sob as blood mist pattered gently across his skin. Emperor, fortify my soul, he sobbed. Part 213. Nightmare. Chivok stumbled free of the tomb and out into a world of indescribable nightmare. Lady Jenna. Orekiel lay dead in the darkness behind him, a victim of her own shattered mind. Grief fought to well up inside him but his training and his discipline as an inquisitor forced it back down deep inside, for his immediate concern now was his survival. He struggled to steady himself as he brought his last pistol up and swept it around before him. He knew such a simple weapon would hardly provide a sufficient defense against the horrors that even now were sweeping through the defenders of the Alliance, but it was the best he had, and he would not give his life up easily. The greatest shock of all to hit him was the chaos. Everything was in absolute anarchy now. So much had changed in such a short space of time. Not even he had realized just how much of the horror of the Citan the Cabal's psychic defenses had kept at bay until now. He could not have imagined all this in his wildest, most sickening nightmares. Out beyond the endless statues, plinths and Gothic sepulchres, The horizon blazed, and yet the sun had gone. Far above him the skies were dark and heavy, charged with pulsing lightning. The thousands of search lamps that had been set up along the defenses and the towering walls behind him were active, but it was as if the presence of the C'tan fought to interfere with that illumination. Lamps flickered and dimmed rhythmically all around him. To his left he saw a sentinel, the bipedal vehicle tilted forlornly against the base of a towering saintly statue. The thing's legs twitched and hissed as if it were in the midst of some fitful dream. There was no sign of its pilot, or at least, no sign of life. The sentinel's cockpit was a mess of glistening crimson. Thick loops of entrails and chunks of what could only be flesh were entwined about its roll cage. The plinth the tortured machine rested on formed one of the corners of a large, squat mausoleum, sizable enough to provide adequate cover for a retreat. He rounded the corner and ran opposite the long wall, his eyes darting from left to right. The wall was covered in craters and gashes, the stone surface around them vitrified by the heat and force of whatever had struck it. There was other evidence of a clash here. Guard helmets and weapons lay scattered across the ground. Blood coated the wall and the stones beneath his feet, and in several places he saw what looked to be human silhouettes scorched into the ancient rock. Everything rippled and changed once again. The blackened shapes became men, screaming and writhing in pain, their skin wet and crimson. He closed his eyes and willed the horror from his mind. Driving on, his instincts throwing him towards the gate. Up ahead there was a fierce explosion and bodies twisted away in its wake, breaking apart against statues and walls. More guardsmen appeared, firing behind them wildly as they ran. Beams of green light stabbed out of the darkness and stripped them of all they were, armor, flesh and then bone. One blackened skeleton fell to the ground and broke apart, the tortured bone shattering. Chivok threw himself forward and rolled into the shadow of a low wall as shapes swept by overhead, swift and thrumming with energy. The things were fast, too fast to make out clearly. The last of them rounded the corner of the wall, when a powerful blast punched it from the air and sent it spinning away. Several Astaroths emerged to chase after it, firing their bolters. One of the towering warriors slowed and fell to one knee. He unhooked a missile from his belt and slid it into the smoldering launcher. Chivok ran towards him, relieved to see allies amongst the carnage. The gauze beam hit the Marine square in the chest and scythed sharply up. It cut him in two from groin to head, launcher and all. More beams lanced from the gloom to rake the area and Chivok forced himself to skid to a halt, the deadly energy raking the ground in front of him. He fired out into the shadows and then fell back. He could hear the mighty Eternity Wall gate closing above the clamor of the battle. It was a rumble, a deep and resonant groan, quaking all around him. Light cracked and flashed above him. Weapons fire from the towering alien titans, no doubt directed at the closing gate. He did not have long. He crept into the lee of a large, ornate stone urn, breathing hard. It had been many long years since he had encountered the need for physical combat, but he had kept himself honed during his time with the Eldar. He inspected the jeweled rings he wore, each one containing miniature digital weapons, precious items he had acquired through his status. The last pistol was a magnificent piece, by all accounts. It was old, ancient in fact, one of the oldest he had ever come across, and it was powerful. The beam it emitted was strong enough to punch through carapace armor with ease, and could even penetrate power armor if fired at near point blank range. It did not matter. He knew enough of the Necrontyr to be sure that only the most powerful weapons could hope to disable them. He heard the retort of the Doomsday Cannon sound once again, and he was sure that this would be the last time the mighty cannon would fire in this war. The enemy were far too close now to risk keeping the crown online. His thoughts turned to Calgar then. The War Master had summoned him and Orekil, and yet they had never reached him. He had not seen or heard from Calgar since the attack, and he hoped against hope that the War Master survived still. He rose and took a step forward, wary of every corner, every shadow. The immediate area seemed clear, at least for now, and so he moved off, rounding the urn. Moments later he paused, confused. He had done almost a full revolution of the carving and yet he was still in the same place. He set off. Again in a jog, searching for the path that he had retreated from minutes earlier. His pulse began to beat loudly in his chest, interlaced with a distant, echoing laughter. He could feel his mind sliding, the weight of looming insanity causing the barriers of reason to bow and weaken. He had rounded the urn now almost 6 times by his estimation. He was almost ready to give up when he hurtled out into a long boulevard, flanked at either side by bronze statues sitting beneath high stone walls. Those sculptures were writhing, moans and screams issuing from open mouths. He looked on in horrified disbelief as the effigies sank away into the walls, their screams still echoing long after their disappearance. Before him, barely visible above the seemingly endless edifices, the Eternity Wall gate continued to grind to a close. "You will not beat me, you BDS," he hissed, throwing himself forward. The horror was largely psychological, he knew that. Although the creature known as the Outsider was a highly psychic being, the other C'tan were more than capable of such mental assaults also, for theirs was the power to manipulate reality itself. The others were not psychic, but instead relied on their ability to alter the physical universe. By their very presence they were able to agitate the most primal subconscious part of an enemy's mind. He knew that the horrors all around him were a product of this, and yet he could no more dispel that fear than he could physically beat the C'tan. All he could hope to do was to master it. He had run the space of only a few meters when the thing came. Movement flashed at the corner of his vision and he turned, falling against the wall, his gun raised. The screaming shape came lancing from beyond a series of raised vine beds, twisting and thrashing amid a trailing pall of smoke. He recognized the assault marine immediately for what he was, but the thing he was entwined with sent a shiver of dread through the Inquisitor's soul. His sonorous voice crackled through his rebreather grill as he cursed and denounced the foul alien machine, his power sword flaring in his hand. He landed hard against the stony ground and careered into the wall of another vine bed, the impact loud and sickening. The battle brother was obscured for only a moment by the smoke and the dust. Chivok watched, his heart hammering, as the Marine emerged a moment later, his jump pack deactivated and released, rising from the thick smog like a vengeful wraith. His armor was dented and punished but he was alive, the survivor of an impact that would have liquefied a lesser man's bones. He caught sight of the Inquisitor before him and raised his sword. "Fall back to the gate." Chivok cried out a warning as the Necron re-emerged, sliding from the thick stone of the wall itself like a ghost. It was a true monster, a phantom of metal and twisted horror. It was hunched, its skull faced head set lower than its broad, armored shoulders. Instead of legs the machine had a segmented serpentine tail. It wrapped the appendage around the Marine's waist and hauled him back. Long blade fingers slashed down into the warrior's back, stabbing him again and again. It completed its murderous task with an almost languid sweep of its hand that removed the Marine's head without resistance. The Inquisitor brought his last pistol up with both hands and fired at the abomination, sending a hail of bright lances out at its chest. The blasts simply passed through the Necron and slammed into the wall behind it. Shivering ripples pulsed up and down the Necron's body as each shot hissed home. He knew then that he stood no chance of beating the thing. He lowered his pistol and spun on his heel to sprint away, hoping that speed could save him. Another lithe shape cut through the opposing wall and paused in the air, its glowing eyes flashing his way. The wraith flexed its long, deadly fingers, the blades scraping together, the sound inaudible warning of his imminent demise. Chivok tore his gaze between the two hunters and braced himself the best he could for the strike that would end his life. The closest wraith's silvered form shuddered and then became solid as it prepared to attack. A heartbeat later the Necron's face exploded outwards, its skull flensed to shards of spinning metal. It convulsed and fell to the ground, its long fingers twitching. Behind Chivok, the shadow of the other Necron fell over him as the metal beast lunged, only to be punched back through the air amid a series of ringing impacts. He actually felt the invisible projectiles whisper past his face, each one emitting a keen and Incredibly swift whine as they cut through the air. Movement above and to his left stole his eye, and he saw the attacker leap from one low roof to the next, spinning weightlessly in the air just before he landed. Like the Necrons, this one was a vision of death, its face a leering, ebony skull. Its armor was fashioned as bones, hidden in part only by the dark, high-collared leather cloak. Its elongated cannon spat once again, sending wraith bone shards spinning out to tear at the Necron. Chivok. The voice spoke to his mind. He turned to see another shape slide from the shadows, its face hidden beneath a featureless visor of mirrored glass. File to her. He recognized the Shadow Seer from his many years in the webway. She threw herself out into a sprint across the flags as the Death Jester above her leapt out to meet the Wraith. Chivok ran towards the Harlequin as behind him both Eldar and Necron alike met in combat. The Wraith swept one arm out at the Death Jester, but the Eldar warrior was easily swift enough to dodge the blow. He tumbled to the right and sprang back up onto his feet to bring the long barrel of his shuriken cannon around. The blade at its tip slashed clean through the Wraith but met no resistance. The Necron flickered out of phase only briefly, but it was enough to save it from harm. The Death Jester leapt back, firing as he went. More shuriken flashed through the Wraith's intangible form. The Necron paused, as if to weigh up its options. That pause lasted only a fleeting moment. The Wraith rose up sharply and then plunged into the ground, sinking away from sight. The Harlequin realized what was happening then as he leapt into the air, twisting gracefully as he did so, the long cannon in his hand swinging down. The Wraith came up beneath him faster than he could have anticipated, solidifying as it emerged. Its clawed fingers raked up and through the Harlequin's groin, continuing on into his chest. The Death Jester fell to the ground, almost bisected down the middle, a mist of blood coating its weathered metallic form. Chivok cried out as he saw this and started forward. A strong hand wrapped itself around his forearm and tore him back. No. We are done here. The Shadow Seer whispered. She spun Chivok around and guided him into the shadows of a nearby tomb, sweeping her hand before her as she did so. The darkness before them lit up with a shiver of liquid light, and in an instant, Chivok witnessed the birth of a quivering, swirling wraith gate. File to her, I don't understand. He began. Why? The irresistible pull of the vortex consumed them both, and the completion of Chivok's question was never realized. Throne. Look at that. The Kadayan backed away from the broken wall, his eyes wide with fearful disbelief. He shook his head, as if to dispel the image from his mind, but try as he might, he was unable to tear his eyes away from what he could see. What are they, Chaplain? Creed's bones, I have never seen their like before. Codian's shadow fell over him then as the Chaplain moved to investigate. His eyes narrowed at the sight of them. The dark monoliths were alive with deadly power. Blinding energies erupted from them to lash out into the distance, assailing the walls of the palace many miles from their position. Codian could see activity centered around the nearest of them. Silvered bodies were pouring forth from one of the constructs, calm and silent, and all the more foreboding for it. They are the Necrontyr, he whispered, turning away. That is all I am able to tell you. But what can we do? The Kadayan asked. Codian did not answer him, his silence serving only to further trouble the soldier. The Chaplain moved away from the wall and entered further into the gloom of the ruined building. At some point the Tau or one of their allied races had been here. The bodies of imperial citizens lay scattered at his feet, broken and forlorn. Men, women, and children, all murdered where they had stood. Faces turned to regard him as he ducked beneath a sagging doorway and descended the short flight of steps into the dwelling's lowest level. Umbras and Ventress nodded their heads in greeting. Codian looked to the ancient first, his expression warning of the foreboding news he was about to impart. The Necrontyr are here, Uriel. Ventress's face tightened and he mouthed a quiet curse. Umbras said nothing. The apothecary did not share the knowledge of the Necrontyr with the other Ultramarines, but he could clearly tell that the Chaplain's warning was indeed a dire one. The phantom of Pavinus will be here then. Ventris uttered, his thoughts traversing back to that dark time. Codian did not confirm this, for he did not have the answer. All I can tell you is that I have witnessed the Necron war machine in action. It looks as if they are no allies of the Tau. There are many Tau dead to be seen. Forgive me, said a deep and powerful voice from the shadows, its resonance enough to dislodge dust from the walls. But there is much that I still do not know of this cursed time. Enlighten me, if you will. Start. Codian looked to the far corner of the basement, to where the shadows looked to bulge and thicken. He bowed his head to the towering figure there. I understand your troubles, Primarch. I give you my vow that all will be revealed to you as soon as is possible. IW. Enough. What of my brother, Chaplain? I would know if he lives still, and if he continues to do so. Beneath the heel of these Tau. He is my most pressing concern. I cannot save his body, but I can save his soul. There must be a reckoning between us. This must be resolved. I understand. Codian said, bowing again. I suspect he lives still, but you must understand, the situation has changed. It would seem that the Necrontyr and their masters are now the dominant opposing force here. I can give you no guarantee that he has survived them. Then you must go, Chaplain, and do what it is you have to do. The others will accompany me. Together we will find him, and we will stop him. Is your wish, my lord. Codian answered. With that he looked to Ventris and Umbris. I have to go. I trust you to inform the Cadian of the Primarch's plans, brothers. Stay strong, and stay alive. We will see one another again. With that, Codian turned on his heel and stepped forward, allowing the blossoming shadows to swallow him whole. Chivok kept his eyes on the swirling gateway, unable to look away until the thing finally blinked from existence, sealing the warp from this place and leaving the Necrontyr far behind them. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and sag, placing his hands on his knees. Orekil is dead, he said to the tall, slender Eldar at his side. Fialtuer turned her faceless gaze upon him and inclined her head gently. Yes. So you know the truth of her, then. I know what she was and who she worked for, yes. Why is there anger in your voice, Chivok? The Shadow Seer asked him then. You fight to restrain it. But it exists there. Do you feel that she betrayed you? Chivok looked up at the Eldar, still breathing hard. I know. I am unsure how I feel. She was an agent of the Cabal, Fialtuer, a collective that holds a strong Eldar presence. The Harlequins would have known of her. That is accurate. She answered, her voice quiet and melodic. Mourn her passing if you must, but do not resent her that secret. The emotions of the Monkey are most curious to me, so you must excuse me if I seem perplexed by your reaction. Shadow Seer, why am I here? He asked then, rising slowly. Why did you risk your life to save me? You lost one of your own to do so. We are allies, Fialtuer, but I suffer no illusions as to my worth to you and your kind. If this comment offended the Shadow Seer in any way, she displayed no signs of this. Chivok, when Herman came for you, we saved you. We could just have easily eliminated you, but we did not. You have a destiny, Chivok. Do you not see that? This alliance faces dark days yet. Strong leadership must be given. The Inquisitor did not answer. The Shadowseer's response had taken him aback, and yet, the more he considered it, he began to understand. The Eldar could indeed have simply killed him. Fialtuer. He turned to challenge her, but the Harlequin was gone. Another time, then. He whispered, taking in his surroundings for the first time. She had transported him beyond the Eternity Wall Gate. Here the massive gateway dominated all he could see. Indescribably vast, the Eternity Wall Gate was closed now, but even he could not say how long this would keep the enemy at bay. He stood in a massive plaza of sparkling grey stone, the palace far behind him. Even now, despite the imminent approach of the enemy, the area was breathtaking in its majesty. Chapels and shrines dominated this space, each and every one decorated with the most incredible artifice, and covered in vines and hanging beds. Trees lined the avenues here, one of the rarest and most treasured sights on Altera. Delicate, golden globe lamps stretched high into the skies, each one worked into beautiful artistic shapes. Such wonder took his breath away, but it was a wonder that could not last. The sheer military presence here marred the beauty of this place. Legions of soldiers roamed before the gates, ready to meet the enemy. There was a much activity before the gates themselves, though still some distance from them, he could make out the shapes of several towering figures that he knew could only be the Primarchs. They were converged around something, clearly animated by whatever it was that had gained their collected attention. War machines at everywhere, each one attended by skulking, silent engine seers and their attendant servitors. Chivok knew that these agents of the machine god were present for one reason only. Once they considered the integrity of the machines, they would destroy them rather than allow the enemy to appropriate them. He shook his head and glanced back towards the palace, its mountainous form distant and majestic. For a moment he considered heading at all speed towards the emperor's dwelling, ready to make his last stand. Look back in the direction of the gate forced him to consider this again. To give one's life in the name of the emperor was the greatest honor a man could hope for. Wherever this sacrifice took place mattered little. He raised his pistol, checked it, and then set off towards the defense lines. As he advanced, he became aware of movement all around him. A flash of color here, a shifting shadow there. Every time he turned his head to see what it was, there was nothing to be seen. He slowed a little, growing concerned. It was only after a few tense moments that he caught sight of another ghostly sight, moving through the shadows of the nearest building. Several swift shapes darted across an intersecting alleyway, flashes of color far too swift to track. Then the last of them slowed, only briefly, turning its glowing gaze his way. He saw that they were Eldar, warriors of the striking scorpion's aspect. The Eldar locked gazes with him and then he was gone, disturbing nothing in his wake, and leaving nothing behind to even suggest he existed. A measure of relief warmed his soul then as he realized what was happening. The Eldar were all around them, lodged in every shadow, waiting for the enemy to come. He dared not guess just how many of these hidden warriors were all around them right now, but he took comfort from their presence. A thunderous boom shook the gate then, followed by another. More of the ringing impacts followed, and he watched as the Eternity Wall gate began to quiver on its colossal hinges. The defenders before the gateway began to shift in response to this, preparing themselves for the assault to come. He started forward again, picking up his pace. He quickly accelerated into a sprint, his arms swinging and his head low. He ran past tanks and wove his way through thickets of men and weapons, determined to reach the masses standing before the gateway. Something dark blossomed into being a little way before him and he cried out in fearful surprise. Visions of the terrible Necrontyr machine ghosts flashed through his mind. He skidded to a halt and brought his pistol up, firing out at the emerging shape before him. The shadows unraveled and spat Kodian out into the courtyard. His eyes met with Chivok's even as the pistol fired and he raised an arm, swatting the blast aside as if it were nothing. Temper yourself, Inquisitor. Chivok let out a gasp of surprise and lowered the pistol, shock and regret passing over his face. Kodian. Emperor's Light, brother, you took me by surprise. Kodian glanced at the glowing crater at his forearm and then lowered the limb, taking in his surroundings. His eyes narrowed as he looked to the gateway, seeing the crowds of people there. He listened for a moment, his enhanced Astaroot's hearing cutting through the all-pervasive tumult. The Inquisitor jogged up to him, clearly relieved to see the chaplain alive. Your mission, brother. Did you find him? Kodian swung around to face him then, his expression one of stark gravity. We did. Chivok, leave this place. Leave this place now and head to the palace. The Inquisitor frowned, first looking to Kodian and then out towards the panicked crowds. Kodian stepped forward as he did so, as if to bar his way. Go. What is it? Chivok asked, sensing the darkness of the chaplain's thoughts. Calgar. Kodian replied, the shadows already curling around him once again. He has fallen. With that, darkness enveloped the chaplain and dragged him away, leaving Chivok alone once again. Part 214. Breach. Kodian burst into being near the center of the gathering, his arrival enough to send all around him reeling. Guns were raised all about him amid shouts and cries of alarm. The Primarchus hauled man and Astarte alike clear in their haste to meet this new and unknown arrival. Stand down! Kodian cried, sweeping the dissipating shadows away from him. Without even taking the time to ensure that none of the gathered defenders moved to engage him, he fell to one knee beside the prone, blue-armored behemoth. My lord! He whispered, placing a hand on the chassis of the vast machine. Marnus Calgar lay beside him, his mighty dreadnought form twisted and punished. Thin smoke curled from many rents across his armor, and a pool of blood-streaked amniotic fluids continued to grow about him. Plus Kodian plus apothecary. In Kolnir's name, we need an apothecary here. Plus no, Kodian plus Calgar uttered, his voice all too suddenly faint and robbed of the power the chaplain had grown so used to. Plus my injuries are grave, chaplain. This is my day to fall plus. No, my lord. Kodian answered. Listen to me. You must live to survive this day. I have returned from the dragon's ship, War Master. We have seen success. For a long moment, Calgar did not answer. In his despair, Kodian thought that the War Master's injuries may have finally overtaken his indomitable desire to survive. Only then did the mighty dreadnought armor stir once more. Plus then my final desires have been realized, Kodian. Last, I can take the long rest, safe in the knowledge that my life's greatest desire has been realized. Kodian. The chaplain nodded his head slowly, in answer to the question in the War Master's mind. Magnificent, my lord. This was all the answer Calgar needed. The mighty ancient's heart struck a single beat one final time. He emitted a whispered groan, the sound echoing and tinny. A death rattle. Calgar was gone. Kodian rose and took in the faces around him, his expression all the answer they required. Another ultramarine fallen. Another legendary warrior of Ultramar lost to this war. Cassius, Tigurius, and now Calgar, all stolen by the enemy, by the Necrontyr. Each death had been swift, unexpected and, his heart ached as he considered this, lacking in glory. All had died in conflict with the enemy, and such deaths were always worthy, but somehow, they were not enough. Cassius and Tigurius had died away from the eyes of the masses, denied the glory of witness. He hated the Necrontyr all the more for that, and he found his desire to see this war won refreshed and renewed. The world around them screamed its own mourning scream then. Emerald fire crashed against the vastness of the gates, quaking the mighty slabs on their colossal hinges. Huge chunks of stone and metal cracked free to tumble down into the milling defenders, crushing hundreds in an instant. The mood of the war changed once again as fresh panic surged through all those present. Kodian rose, swept up by the collective alarm. Calgar was gone now and there was nothing anyone could do to bring him back. The power and ferocity of the assault was incomparable. Burning green fire lashed against the gates and the surrounding walls in waves, so thick and continuous that it washed up over the bulwarks to spill down into the fleeing bodies below. Many areas across the walls began to pulse and glow, the incomprehensibly thick rockcrete and adamantium slowly but steadily turning translucent beneath the continued assault of high-energy particle beams. At several points across the wall, those same beams began to breach. Molten slag burst above their heads like enormous pustules as the beams lanced through. Kodian reeled beneath the onslaught, his mind spinning. A shout rose up from somewhere above, a scream of panicked terror. At the same time, the Voxnet came alive as lookouts all across the walls sent their warnings down into the mass below. Something terrible was coming. He closed his eyes and concentrated, summoning the image of the bulwarks into his mind. A cold Breeze blew through his body and he felt the darkness embrace him. As soon as the shadows had swallowed him they were gone again, peeling away around him to reveal a sprawling vista. The enemy were immense. His breath caught in his throat as he took in the scene. The spaces between the buildings, streets, and plazas were teeming with silvered bodies. Hundreds of dark alien craft descended still, pouring green lightning out into the walls around him. The skies above were heavy and dark, as if the world had gained a ceiling. A dark shape hovered here, just above the low clouds, a vast form as big as any he had ever seen. The alien craft fell from its underside like black rain, each one rotating slowly as it descended. Something struck his shoulder guard, the force of the blow enough to send him skidding several feet to the right. He brought the dawn blade around, ready to counter the threat. A terrified, grime-covered face met his gaze. The guardsman's eyes were wide with fear. He was trembling, his entire body quaking with terror. "Check your fire," Kodian snarled. The man gave out a whimpered apology and backed away, clutching his smoking lasgun to his chest. The emerald beam slammed into the side of his head and flayed it from existence, stripping flesh and bone to nothing within the blink of an eye. A fresh wave of alarm surged through the defenders present here as several speeding shapes tore upwards from the city and headed their way, each one spitting columns of searing green light up into the bulwarks. Kodian caught sight of strange, humanoid torsos fixed into beetle-like shells of rounded carapace, metallic centaurs borne aloft on jets of quivering air. Helpless without a ranged weapon, he could do nothing to return the hostilities. He ducked low and ran across the top of the wall, ready to meet them as they crested. Glancing down into the city as he ran, something caught his eye. He slowed and rose, the approaching danger all but forgotten, as the sight of the strange and terrible thing beyond utterly engulfed his attention. Whatever it was hovered forth on a wide, flat dais of polished, glassy black stone. Hissing tubes and conduits ran from the underside of the dais, hundreds of them, all fixed into a huge rotating, gyroscopic cage of bright silver, inlaid with thousands of indecipherable hieroglyphics. At the center of the cage sat something that Kodian could only have been able to describe as the beating heart of a god. A force of pure energy, so bright that it could not be seen clearly, and made visible only by the thick containment fields dulling its radiance around it, cracked and shimmered at the center of the cage. Arcing flares slammed against these fields, as if the energies at their center were alive and angered at their incarceration. It was a weapon. Kodian knew in his heart that this was so. It was a weapon with the power to break the fastness of the defenders, and it would do so, without a doubt. From this moment on, he and all the others around him were living on borrowed time. He had to act. The Necrontyr flyers flashed over the top of the walls beyond him, scything bodies from their path as they passed. Men fell, some soundlessly, others screaming as their flesh was flayed from their bones. A moment ago, he would have given his life to engage these monstrous machines. Now, their presence was as nothing in the face of what was coming to claim the lives of all those beneath him. He watched the flying Necrontyr speed out over the yard beyond and peel away, ready to turn and run from the coming annihilation. A heavy, soul-numbing sense of doom washed over Kodian then, a bow wave of foreboding, generated by the coming oblivion. He knew then, at once, that many, many lives were on the verge of being lost, and that there was nothing at all he could do to prevent that. "You have to run," he said, turning to face the masses milling in the shadow of the vast gateway. "Listen to me. All of you, listen. You have to run. You have to find shelter. Now." Many faces turned his way at the sound of the call. He saw the Khan amongst them, his ancient features creased with concern and confusion in equal measure. He himself began to retreat back towards the palace, his legs carrying him away from the approaching danger as if separate entities with minds of their own. "Get out of here. The Eternity Wall gate is about to fall." Issuing from beyond the walls, he could hear it now. He did not know what manner of weapon the Necrons possessed, or indeed how that weapon functioned. All he knew was that it would carve through the myriad layers of protection that blanketed the walls and annihilate that eternity wall. Gate, the surrounding buildings and the untold thousands that stood in its way. A loud whine, like the sound of 100 fusion reactors reaching critical mass, keened from beyond his sight. Many of those in the path of the coming destruction began to fall back, sprinting as fast as they could towards cover that could not possibly withstand what was to come. Thunderous footsteps shook the ground and the chaplain saw the lion pass him by, no more than a blur, a flash of hulking darkness, his brother Fukin slung over one mighty shoulder. He rocked then as another speeding shape thundered by him. Corax, borne forth by his fire-spewing jump pack. The Primarch of the Raven Guard roared past him, the con hanging from his grasp, leaving nothing in his wake except for twin lines of slowly expanding smoke. He realized then that the Primarches, Emperor willing, would survive this. Bright power discharge flashed at the corner of his vision and he turned in time to see the glowing, strident form of Magnus, standing at the heart of the fleeing masses. The towering Primarch bellowed words of resonating power as he swept his arms about him, each swipe sending the surging ripples of glittering azure warp force out over all those around him. Many individuals, including Manus of the Iron Hands, shimmered and became hazy beneath this irresistible energy. Within seconds all those influenced by the potent enchantment faded away, the Red Giant included. Many of those unfortunate enough to have found themselves at the very boundary of the dissipating energy stumbled and fell into the suddenly empty space, no longer carried along by the press of bodies. Codian heard cries and pleas for salvation echo through the air and he felt his heart freeze at the sound. The next few minutes passed by in a blur of noise, motion, and confusion. Warp gates yawned open all across the fleeing tide, swallowing those fortunate few in their path. Streams of bodies poured into the swirling gateways like water through a sluice. Uncounted defenders were saved within moments, and yet, even as Codian looked on, the mysterious wormholes began to blink out of existence once again, one after another. The Eldar knew what was coming. He spun around and broke into a sprint, only to slam his heels into the ground at the sight of the bodies gathered before him. Ka nodded in greeting and ghosted past him, his obsidian eyes turned towards the walls. Other figures followed the old one, beings of all shapes and sizes, many of whom Codian had never seen before. He recognized some of the alien creatures for what they were. A number of Eldar in long flowing robes passed by him, silent and aloof as ever the ancient creatures were, their faceless helms turned towards the burgeoning glow beyond. Other, far stranger beings advanced past him. He recognized the strange dwarf-like beings he had encountered within the rock, their forms ever hidden by dark, voluminous robes. What appeared to be nothing more than a shimmering cloud of particles swept by, its presence causing his mind to tingle and tighten. "You must leave this place," it whispered, its disembodied voice breezing through his mind like an icy wind. "Our efforts can only serve to stem the loss of life. We cannot prevent what is fated to be, only lessen its effects." Codian looked to Ka then, the only face he recognized amongst the cabal. The dark alien had drawn to a standstill, his arms folded into the shadows of his form and his slender neck craned. "What is it, Ka? What do they seek to unleash?" "It is known as the Ionic Orb, Codian. It was part of a star once, before the Necrontyr tore it from its mother mass and caged it within the skin of the C'tan. You would understand it as a solar flare, and when it strikes, there will be only annihilation." Codian's mind reeled as he took in this information. He struggled to imagine the kind of power about to be released, but he understood then that even the mighty walls of the Imperial Palace could never hope to hold against a weapon of such might. "Can you stop it? Can you save us, Ka?" "We can try," the Old One answered. "But we cannot prevent its release. All we can hope to do is try to contain it. Most of us will perish here, Codian. You can do nothing to help us. You must leave." "Leave? How can any of us flee this? Seek refuge within the palace, Codian," Ka said then, turning to look upon him. "The other C'tan may not realize it, but the dragon does not seek the destruction of your emperor's final bastion. I don't understand. He seeks revenge now against the emperor, but in death the emperor has denied him that. The truth is multi-layered and lost to the past, Chaplain, and I have no time to explain what has passed. But the dragon desires complete dominance over all the emperor's greatest technological works. You see, they were always his. The dragon made Mars what it was, Codian. Look within you and you will see that. The dragon is as much a father of the Imperium as the emperor. I don't go. Ka said then, the fury in his voice radiating out with force enough to blur his form. Codian felt a pressure seize him, and even as he realized what was happening, he felt the dark powers inside him ignite. Everything blurred, his surroundings taking on a dark, hazy form. He made to call out to the Old One, to demand further answers, but he could not. Once again, the darkness came alive and swallowed him whole. Part 215. The Outsider and the Annihilation. At first, he did not realize what had come to pass. Each and every transition had been the same up to now. Instantaneous, akin to drowning or being suffocated, but lasting no more than the blink of an eye. A number of the leaps had seen him pulled inescapably into places and times he had expressed no desire to visit, but never this. Never this. The first sensation he actually became aware of was one of complete and utter oblivion. All transitions were fleeting, he'd learned that, and devoid of typical sensory perception. The fact that he was aware, and that this awareness was an ongoing phenomenon, struck him like a thunder hammer. He fought back the urge to panic as he struggled to penetrate the nothingness all about him, but he could neither see, hear, nor touch his surroundings. It was as if he had found himself caught fast in the infinite web of non-existence, with only his own thoughts to confirm he was existent at all. He knew this was wrong the moment he came to realize that he had not relocated to wherever his instincts had meant to draw him to, and although he could not explain it, something deep within him railed at the illogical situation. Nothing in his life could have prepared him for this, for it was a situation that completely defied description by any logical means. He began to experience sensations that he could neither explain nor comprehend, for, wherever this was, it was a realm that did not exist in any sane or consistent reality. He became aware of it then, a presence floating at the very edges of this new state of perception. He could not see it or hear it, but rather he sensed it there, and whatever means he had at his disposal here to do so transcended both his human senses of sight and sound. Little thing, it said, pouring the words into his soul without invite or compassion. Little running thing, burrowing through the underrealms, fleeing a fate that cannot be evaded. What are you? What manner of defiant spark do I hold in my hands? He recoiled at the mind sound of the thing's insidious and all-pervasive voice, the will to escape this strange prison surging through him. This seemed only to amuse the entity. Waves of mirth swept over him, quaking his presence to the core. I sense it, but I cannot find it, little thing. You have something that does not belong to you. Give it to me. He knew then that the presence spoke of the Dawnblade, for he could feel the living weapon skirting its existence around and about the powerful being, ever evading its attentions. You cannot have it, he answered, forcing the thought out like a bow wave before him. He felt the presence shift at the touch of his own substance, its surprise at his defiance detectable in the subtle changes in its hold on him. Sight returned to him then, or at least a mental facsimile of the true sense. He fought to keep his mind focused as it struggled to interpret and understand the sensations bombarding it. The thing was as hideous as it was incomprehensible. Insane and impossible geometries stretched away from him as far as the eye could see, offering him no sense of scale or direction with which to make sense of anything he saw. Colors swirled before and around him, colors he could neither identify nor even describe. Light hit him in nauseating waves, and he felt his mind liquefy and reform. Again and again, as if all he was, his very existence, was slave to the will of the indomitable entity. You are the outsider, he said, forcing defiance into his mental tone. I know you. You are a traitor to Your race, the weakest of all of your kind. He felt the presence constrict around him then, crushing his insubstantial form into a super. Pressurist ball. The dawn blade unfurled from within to coil around him, sending flares of protective energy out to dispel the influence of the insane old one's power. I will unmake you, little thing. I will lay your mind open and leave your soul to bleed out into the void. I will. You will not. He answered, forcing every last vestige of his will to the fore. He felt the cold embrace of the darkness as it bled through the cracks in the entity's grip, fingers of living shadow too insubstantial to fully turn aside. It was a welcoming sensation, like the sweet release of death to the mortally wounded man. The pressure began to subside as the darkness came for him, ever faithful. I will find you, said the voice in his mind. Little thing. Not if I find you first, traitor. He spat, defiant to the last. Like a tsunami of oblivion, the darkness swept him from the grip of the outsider and away, safe once again. Codian cried out as the shadows spat him out into the world, sending him tumbling across the smooth flagstones beneath him. The ground shook as if beneath the tread of gods, and the lights far above his head flickered and dimmed. Rubble, dust and debris fell about him, shook free by the low but omnipresent growl of thunderous discharge. He rolled up onto his feet and took in his surroundings, fighting at the same time to keep his footing on the quaking ground. Screams and cries filled the air, sounds that were shrill compared to the deep rumble of utter destruction. He did not know where he was, but even despite the awfulness of the situation, the chamber took his breath away. It was only as he craned his neck to take in the vast domed glass ceiling so far above that he came to realize he was not out in the open. Ornate gardens stretched out as far as he could see, the towering walls so distant that even his enhanced vision struggled to make them out. Orchards of trees fringed the banks of majestic lakes that glittered in the sunlight streaming in from overhead, connected by wide and grand roads paved with polished gold. Herds of quadrupeds scattered in the wake of the tremors, put to flight by the disturbance and the legions of bodies that milled about in confusion and fear. Birds screeched in the highest reaches of the vaulted roof, whirling in terror as the might panes of glass above cracked and shifted, sending hails of glittering splinters down into the parkland. Whatever this magnificent and beautiful place was, it was now spoiled by the coming of the C'tan. Armored columns rolled over the flawless roads and fields, churning great swathes of grass beneath their tracks, their engines belching smoke out into the once untainted air. Armored fist companies poured from idling chimeras, gorgons, and flyers, hurriedly deploying field artillery and heavy weapons, ready for the approach of the silvered hordes. Even titans walked these Elysian fields. Loping warhounds jogged through the sculpted forests, driving furrows through the ancient trees as a man would through fields of grass. Behind them came their larger brethren, the god machines of the Mechanikus, towering over all others. Codian looked on as a reaver titan lumbered its way through one of the lakes, the waters barely reaching halfway up its armored shins. Great waves of water surged ahead of it to pour out over the banks and across the fields, sweeping entire squads away unintentionally. Smaller still were the knights of the Mechanicum. Unlike the larger titans, these machines were piloted by a single individual. Codian knew that much, but still they cut impressive figures as they marched in squads to meet the foe like giants of old legend, their weapon arms thrumming with power. Codian looked upon the sheer volume of the powerful armor gathered here in this place and understood then why the Tau had been so successful and swift in advancing upon the imperial palace. Even as he continued to take everything in around him, every turn, every glance brought with it a new and inspiring sight. The remaining might of the Imperium was gathered here, deep and safe within the grounds of the palace. In his wisdom, Calgar had kept the most powerful of the Imperium's war machines within the palace grounds. Only now did Codian see this, and he understood the good judgment of it. Calgar had always expected the palace defenses to be breached. He had always known the enemy would make it this far, even if he had not known the true identity of that enemy. He had intended the enemy to punish themselves against the outer defenses of the palace, and then, once inside, they would meet a far more concentrated resistance. Imperial flyers screamed by overhead, their sonorous passage shaking him inside his armor. Thunderhawks were touching down even now to the east, unloading their Asteroot's cargo out onto the fields. Guard vultures and fighter craft prowled the edges of the vast space, waiting for the enemy. Further to the south he could just make out a great mass of Imperial armor, mostly artillery pieces from what he could see, as they deployed, ready to turn their guns upon the enemy from afar. Beyond them he could just make out the walls of the inner palace. So then, this would be the enemy's destination. It was the Red Giant who came to him first. Magnus appeared in a burst of glittering blue flame, his vast form striding from beneath the air itself as reality peeled away around him, ever subservient to his will. "You made it," Magnus uttered, tilting his head in greeting. Codian could detect a hint of relief in the Primarch's voice. "Barely. What of the other Primarches? Did they survive the Necrontyr weapon?" "They did," Magnus answered, turning to look out towards the distant horizon, to where the vast Eternity Wall gates burned unseen. "The Cabal have been punished greatly, Codian. I sense great loss of life. Only a handful of their number has escaped the destruction. Now will come the true test, and we must be ready." Codian tried to imagine what had transpired beyond their sight but found he could not begin to envisage the scale of destruction the Ionic Orb had wrought. He considered asking the Primarch whether Ka had survived the assault, but somehow, a part of him knew that the Old One was not dead. "What now, Magnus?" "Calgar is gone, and with him the leadership these forces need to hold them together in the coming conflict. This defense will doubtless be our last stand." "It will," the Primarch answered, cutting the chaplain short. He turned his burning gaze to Codian. Then, and the chaplain could read his thoughts in the Primarch's single eye. "The mantle of War Master has been passed to you, Dalo Codian." "No. That title is not mine." "It is, Codian, and it is at the wish of Calgar that you accept that responsibility. No one Primarch can take command of these forces. My brothers and I still have our part to play in this war." "As do I, Magnus," he answered. "You know my role better than most." At this, and despite the darkness of the situation, Magnus smiled. "That I do. You are the prophet, the one who will carry the message of these dark times, the bearer of the greatest legacy ever. That is your role, Codian, and taking the reins of this last, glorious defense will not change your fate, but it will change the fates of countless others. .. Robert Guilliman drew his arm back, ready to strike again, only to pause. He blinked, flecks of magenta blood causing his eyelids to stick together. The fire warrior at his feet looked up into his eyes but did not take the opportunity to flee. He simply lay where he had fallen, awaiting the blow that would come and claim his life. Guilliman's face was a snarling mask as he turned slowly to look out into the surrounding rubble, his black eyes shining. Behind him, Barolinus too paused, sensing the change in his Primarch's mood. "Show yourself," Guilliman called, fixing his gaze on a section of collapsed wall. Moments passed by and nothing happened. Far beyond him, the horizon still shone with the dissipating glow of the terrible weapon the Necrontyr had released. Kilometers of wall had simply disappeared, pummeled into oblivion by the fearsome power of the Ionic Orb, and yet Guilliman knew nothing of this. He had not so much as acknowledged the coming of the Necrons, for it was as if he was made blind to their presence by the corruption of Unva. He had paid the release of the Ionic Orb's power no heed. The shadows there shifted then, as the presence beyond finally moved out into the weak sunlight. The warrior was vast, matching him in height, and wore the colors of Calgar's chosen Dissimulo. Guilliman hissed, relaxing his stance. As he spoke, his tone was mocking, as if speaking the warrior's name bemused him. "My brother," Dissimulo answered. "It has been so long. Too long. The passage of time has changed you greatly, Lefarius," Guilliman said then. Unseen, Barolinus flinched behind him at the mention of the warrior's true name. "So, you have come to kill me?" Alpharius shook his head. "No, brother, That is not my destiny. And yet you tried to do so on Escrator. Hearing this, the Legion Primarch's eyes looked to change in hue, from ice blue to a glittering green. There was a hidden cunning there, and it spoke of ancient and veiled memories. I always knew that it was Omegan I bested on that world, Lefarius. That is why I took him, you see. That is why I kept the lie of his existence from even my own legion. I knew that you would know he was still alive, and that you would come for him. You still believe that, don't you? You still believe we fought on Escrator. I needed to hear that from you. I needed to know that the memories you had been given were still intact. Guilliman's eyes narrowed as he heard this, and scorn crept over his face. Ever the deceiver, brother. I know not of what you hope to achieve with this latest enigma, and I care even less. Why do you think I allowed your legion to serve me beneath the banner of the Tau? Did you really think that I would be fooled by their claims of loyalty? I knew that they would draw you out of hiding sooner or later. Their loyalty was no deception, brother, Lefarius began. So long they spent in my presence, and yet they never found him. Guilliman continued, ignoring his brother. So long did they search for their precious Omegan, to what end? That is why they left, Lefarius, is it not? Once the fleets reached Terra they knew then that they had failed, and so they fled like the cowards they are. They never found him, and neither will you. I already have. Spat Lefarius, taking a step forward. You so blinded by the corruption of the Tau that you can see nothing of the truth? The secret has been discovered, my brother. The one you know as Codian has seen to that. It has always been a lie, but you could not know that. You will understand soon enough, when he comes for you. My Primarch. Barolinus appeared at Guilliman's side, his scarred features twisted with confusion. You have released him? Impossible. Guilliman said, paying no heed to the presence of his ward. You seek to trick me. I seek no such thing. You cannot know the truth until it is revealed to you, for all that you are is a lie. It always was, and it had to be that way. You were the pawn in all this, but the game is coming to an end now. Look around you. The unity you serve is false, no more than a facade controlled by masters both ancient and insidious. It has dissolved about you, and yet you cannot see that because such denial has been wrought into your being. It ends now, here, for you. Alpharius turned and gestured out at the ruins. Soon, Barolinus. Soon it will be my time, said a voice in the Ultramarine's head next to him. More bodies emerged from the rubble and walked out to stand by Lefarius' side. Guilliman's face fell as he looked upon them, confusion wrought into his features. Some he did not recognize. There were Astaroutes in the group, and one of them wore the colors of the Ultramarines. Umbras. He heard Barolinus utter by his side. The apothecary tilted his head in greeting. Barolinus. What have they done to you, my brother? Guilliman did not hear this. He heard nothing, so transfixed by confusion and shock that he stood rigid, unable to move or even blink. His eyes were fixed firmly on the towering being at the center of the group, fixed on the face he knew so well. Steel blue eyes regarded him from amongst regal, saturnine features. The Primarch took a step forward so that he stood at the fore of the group, towering even over Alpharius, such was his size. It cannot be, he whispered. You have worn my likeness for long enough, Omegan, said the true Robert Guilliman, awoken at last from his millennial slumber, his incarceration at the hands of the Tau finally at an end. The lie is over now. It is time for you to die. Part 216. Guilliman. What madness is this? The being that had masqueraded as Guilliman took in the sight before him in total disbelief. His mighty arms fell, slackened by shock. Beside him, Barolinus fought to keep his head as he looked between the two Primarches, shaken to the core by what he saw. It is the truth, Omegan. Even you must be able to recognize that, somewhere deep within your soul. I bested you on Escrator all those years ago, and even I did not know the full truth of that conflict. He bested you, and you let him. Lefarius continued. He laid you low and saw that you still lived. No, the false Gilliman snapped, shaking his head. I remember. I remember that time as clearly as if it were yesterday. False memories, brother. You yourself came up with the plan. With the aid of the Cabal, we were able to extract Gilliman's memories and clone them even as he was in stasis. Idiocy. Alpharius shook his head slowly and took a step forward. No. Look to the memories and the knowledge you hold yourself to see the truth of all this. Our Legion already served the Unity by the time you were brought from stasis. This was no coincidence. I took you from Escrator and kept you secret all those years. Gilliman said. Deep within the vaults of the fortress of Hera. The memories you hold will tell you that. The truth of it is that it was you who was kept there all those years. You were the secret I kept from my Legion. It was Fabius Bile who remade you, with the aid of the Cabal. We remade you, brother, changed you. So totally that none could know you were not Gilliman. Alpharius continued. The implants Bile put into you were designed to do more than enhance your prowess. They were designed to utterly mask all that you were. We knew that all this would come to pass. The Cabal showed us the truth of all this on Earth. You volunteered for this, Omegan. You were the only one we could use, don't you see that? You were the secret, the only Primarch never to be revealed to the galaxy at large. This was your destiny, this was why you were made, brother, and you did it to serve the Emperor. It is the truth as I was shown it. Gilliman said then, the real Gilliman. It is the truth as it was shown to all the Primarches by the Emperor himself, even you. At hearing this, a fleeting and distant memory skirted the edges of Omegan's mind. His eyes narrowed, only for a moment, and then it was gone. Nothing but lies. He growled. The Cabal knew, brother. Alpharius said. They knew that the dragon would seek a Primarch to take the reins of the Unity, and yet all the Primarches that survived the heresy were hidden away, far from his reach. We knew he was capable of turning the greatest of us. Gog and Magog proved that. The poison of Fulgrim's warp-infused blade laid me low, Omegan. Gilliman said. It was a poison. Fueled by the power of the warp, and I could never have been corrupted by the Cetan with it flowing through my veins. In my slumbering state, I became the bait that drew the dragon to Macrage. The sleeping Primarch, the living monument. My presence on Macrage was known to many, and legend to millions. They came for me, but the Alpha Legion took us both. I know the truth of all this now. Omegan. LL that remains is to finish what was started all those years ago. I will not hear this. Omegan snarled, raising his blade once more. Gilliman looked to Agisluz, the ancient sword that was taken from him so long ago, and then to his brother's face. Of course you will deny it all, brother. What was done to you can never be undone. It had to be that way, it had to be complete and final. Try to remember the prophecy, my brother. Try to fight it if you can. There is nothing to fight. Omegan raged, anger shining in his black eyes. You know that is not true. Remember what the Cabal said? The tear, Omegan. The tear of the saint would show you the truth. You denied that even then, can you not recall? You said that there could be nothing left in you that could expose the truth to the enemy and compromise the mission, but I won't believe that. You gave yourself totally, knowing what would happen to you. That was the sacrifice you accepted, Omegan, because of your love for the Emperor. You always knew that. You were the greatest amongst us, and the Imperium will never know of it. Alpharius said, sadness weighing his voice. But we will remember. Your brothers will never forget. Fools. Omegan said then, his eyes narrowing. You are all fools. Your lies cannot turn me to your cause, and so you seek a final solution. You intend to kill me. He twisted Agisluz around in his hand, the blade singing as it cleaved the air. So be it. I had no heart to slaughter the Tau, but I will take great pleasure in killing all of you. Barolinus. The Ultramarine stirred at his side, still numbed by the shock of it all. My lord. Ready your blade. I can't fathom any of this. Ready your blade. Omegon said again, the words leaving his mouth as a snarl. Berolinis felt the influence of his master wash through his body, sending waves of battle lust coursing through him. You cannot deny him, Berolinis, said the voice in his head. Even now, when faced with such inevitability, you cannot deny your master. But I can. Codian looked to the distance and felt his heart quicken at the sight. Rolling white fire hazed the horizon, scouring everything away to nothing but featureless white. The walls were holding, at least for now, but wherever a gap or breach could be seen, the searing energy of the released solar flare poured from it into the expanse of the magnificent gardens, obliterating everything in its path. We could not stop the power of the Ionic orb, said a voice behind him. He turned to see Ka. Standing there, the shadows that made his form writhing in what the chaplain perceived of as pain. We did all we could, but many of the Cabal have been lost. Codian looked to the roiling energies once more, his face heavy with concern. What do we do now, Ka? Will the firestorm reach this far? No. We have spent most of its energy. It will burn itself out before it reaches here, but the damage it was unleashed to do has been done. The palace is laid open to the enemy now. We cannot prevent their coming. Then we need to organize this defense. They have awarded you the title of War Master, yes. I understand that you feel this change in status to be inappropriate, but do not concern yourself. It is but a temporary position, Codian. We both know. Your real work is yet to be completed. And what of yours, Ka? Codian asked then, looking back to the Old One. The Necrontyr and their masters are here at last, and they are coming for us. There is one important task that must be performed if we are to see victory here, and the answer lies in orbit far above us. It concerns the one known as the Outsider. She tried to seize me, Codian said. She plucked me from wherever it is my powers takes me when I make a jump. Ka inclined his head slowly as he heard this. Yes, I sensed it, Codian. She has tasted you and she is intrigued, for she cannot understand what has made you what you are. It was the Dawnblade that she saw, and she would have taken it from you and devoured your essence had it not protected you. Fortunate then that it did. So, tell me, what is it that orbits this world that is so important to us, and how is it connected with the Outsider? At that, Ka waved a hand and the air before him swam. An image appeared, wrought from nothing, to become real and solid before him. A perfect sphere, an orb of shining sliver, flawless in creation. Rotated slowly, glinting in the sunlight. This was her prison. It has no name. It is a brilliant and horrifying creation of the Necrontyr, and it must be removed if we are to see victory. Is it a weapon? No, not quite. It was designed to hold her, to contain her psychic power. You see, it is a null device. The greatest and most powerful the enemy have ever constructed, powerful enough to utterly suffocate the link between the warp and real space. And yet you continue to use your powers, as do thousands of others here. Codian argued, his brow creasing. That makes no sense. If what you say is true, the C'tan could have obliterated us all by now. Yes, they could have. But she will not allow it. You see, the sphere was her prison, Codian, but it was not designed for this task. It was designed to be used to separate the warp from real space, and was to be the C'tan's greatest weapon against us. That changed when Gia became what she is. They were forced to use the sphere to imprison her because they did not have the power to destroy her. Then, now they have freed her because they believe she will aid them in conquering this world. So, you see, the sphere does not operate at its full potential because she will not allow it. Now that she is free, she has dominion over it. She leaves it with influence enough to affect the link between the warp and this dimension, but not enough to compromise her own powers. At hearing this, Codian held up his hands as if to present the situation around them. I've seen no evidence of any effect, Ka. You are incorrect, Codian. You may not have witnessed it firsthand, but you saw yourself the legions of those slaved to the cause of chaos that came to face the Tau. What evidence do you see of them now? The daemons of chaos could not maintain their hold on this realm for long, such was the draining influence of the sphere. The chaos attack foundered and then guttered away like a dying flame. They wait even now for the sphere to be banished, so that they may begin the attack anew. And there is more. Ka gestured out at the skies. Our final solution will be to try and contain the enemy here on Terra. The C'tan believe they have the upper hand in this war now, and we must allow them to continue to believe that. Gia is the key. I must do all I can to try and convince her to see reason. She is the only one who can banish the orb and bring about the conclusion of this war. We have weapons still, Kodian, ancient and mighty. Weapons designed long ago for this very purpose, but those weapons cannot be used while ever the sphere holds them at bay. It must be removed. Ka fell silent then, and as Kodian matched his gaze, he came to realize that this could be the last time the two beings laid eyes on one another. You do not expect to survive the encounter. My time approaches, Kodian. She will be my greatest challenge, and so no, I do not expect to survive this. Whatever happens from here, if we do see a conclusion to this war, then remember. Remember what it is you have to do to seal the fate of the last C'tan to fall. Remember Ennead. I will. Ka faded away then, becoming smoke on the breeze. Kodian watched as the last remnants of the Old One dissipated to nothing, and he knew then that he would not see Ka again. +++. You cannot win this. Lefarius roared, fury igniting his features. He thrust his sword out at his brother and then pointed it up at the skies. Even now, what remains of the fleets of the Unity find themselves harried by those they once betrayed, and they are vengeful, O Megan. They will see victory over Terra, and when the ships of the Unity are left to drift, broken, and burning in space, they will descend on this world and seek to cleanse it of those Tau still slaved to the banner of the dragon. The Necrontyr and their masters care nothing for you now. This chapter is over, dead and done. You have nothing left to fight for. In the ruins behind Guilliman and Alpharius, Uriel Ventris shifted uneasily. He raised his bolter and checked it quickly, his eyes remained fixed on the ominous exchange. The Kadian saw this and drew himself up, concern flickering in his eyes. What is it? Start. Ready your weapon, Ventris answered, the rubble crunching beneath his boots as he moved forward to take up a defensive position behind the collapsed wall. Umbras did the same, drawing his bolt pistol as he joined his brother. The Kadian shouldered his hellgun and placed it upon the wall, following the order with an almost automated haste. So, this is it. I am about to enter into combat with a Primarch. It will be a fitting death. I think you may have mistaken the situation. Ventris answered. The Kadian threw him a quizzed glance, but the Marine's eyes were fixed firmly on the expanse before him. Tau! Omegan cried, his voice thundering through the air. Hear your lord. Heed my words. No more. Are we condemned to end our service in disgrace and indignity? We have enemies before us. Enemies of the Unity and of Unva. Rise to my call and destroy them. All around him, fire warriors began to stir, roused from their despair and defeat by the words of the Kaigula Il Porui. Omegan's voice carried far into the surrounding buildings, summoning forth entire squads. Within moments, a forest of rising Tau surrounded the lost Primarch, advancing slowly at first, but quickening their pace as the fire of zeal began to burn in their veins. Omegan launched himself forward even as the first shots left the guns of the Tau. The road cracked beneath his feet as he hammered his heels into the ground and launched himself forward, Agislus. At the ready. Guilliman and Alpharius were swift to meet his charge. The Primarch of the Alpha Legion cast his bolter to Guilliman and drew the power sword at his waist, and together the two brothers sprinted forward to meet their fallen sibling. Omegan was faster than both. He leapt into the air and swung his blade out to take Lefarius' head. His twin raised the sword in time to turn the blow aside, though the strength behind the strike saw him pushed to the side, the sword in his hands fizzing with power discharge. Guilliman levelled the bolter and fired as Omegan landed, but the Primarch turned the missiles aside. With ease. Agisluz spun in his hand, her blade smashing the bolts aside. Omegan opened his mouth wide and uttered a scream of shuddering power, a sonic attack laden with enough strength to turn a Leman Russ over onto its hull. Guilliman threw up an arm as the waves of sonic force battered against him, his mighty armor groaning beneath the assault. Omegan spun on his heel then to strike out at the rising Alpharius. The blow glanced across his brother's shoulder guard, spinning him around, but even as he rotated Lefarius swung his sword, slicing a neat groove through the pallid flesh of Omegan's face. Omegan did not even feel the hit. He sprang forward, one shoulder to the fore, and hammered into his twin, sending Alpharius spinning through the air and into the column of a ruined statue. Even as Alpharius left the ground, Omegan was turning, ready to meet Guilliman head-on. The Primarch of the Ultramarines advanced steadily, no trace of haste or abandon in his manner. He snapped off shot after shot, each bolt lancing for Omegan's head, each shot a potential killer. The first two rang as they were turned aside by Omegan's fist. He shifted his aim just a fraction, faster even than Omegan could follow, and the third cracked against his opponent's forehead, sending Omegan reeling back. Guilliman waded into his brother's defense then, firing again and again, each shot selected with a precision only a Primarch could achieve. Omegan steadied himself and the two were face to face for a moment, too close for Omegan to use his blade. Ceramite rang against ceramite as the two Primarches traded a storm of blows, matching each other, hit for hit. Guilliman led with his left arm, punching and blocking in turn, all the while keeping his bolter drawn back at his waist and firing from the hip whenever an opening presented itself. He used his knee to fend off attacks, raising it again and again to turn aside Omegan's questing boot. Omegan knew that he was too close to use his sword and he kept the blade out at his side, ready for an opening. That came soon enough. Omegan landed a punch that rattled his brother's jaw, sending him back a few paces. He brought Giselius around and smashed the blade into Guilliman's side. Giselius bit deep, but the angle of the strike prevented the weapon from doing serious harm. Alpharius had been waiting for his own opening and now it came. He leapt into the fray and hammered the back of his fist into Omegan's skull, sending him tumbling forward. Guilliman sidestepped the rolling Omegan and fired out, sending a bolt skimming past Lefarius' face. The surprised Primarch rolled with the shot, his supernatural speed allowing him to follow its progress. Past him and into the thick head of the thunder hammer descending directly behind him. The bolt was enough to turn the hammer aside. Barolinus stepped back, blinking in surprise. That surprise soon turned to anger at being denied the kill. Alpharius readied his blade as the Ultramarine came at him, his hammer swirling about him. He turned the first four strikes away with an ease akin only to a Primarch, fending off the attacks with one hand drawn back at his shoulder. Barolinus attacked with all the fervor of a warrior possessed, his skill with the cumbersome hammer greater than even Alpharius could have expected. Still the Primarch matched him blow for blow, his blade finding each strike as if he was able to anticipate it instantly. Barolinus twisted around again and again, swinging the hammer first left, and then right, seeking to drive it into the Primarch's side. He leapt up and twisted in the air, bringing the hammer around in a mighty arc that would have taken Lefarius' head had it connected. It did not. He ducked low beneath the swing and threw himself forward as Barolinus exposed his back. His hand shot out to snatch at the Ultramarine's belt. Barolinus realized too late that the Primarch had him. He cried out as Alpharius wrenched his arm back and flung him away, sending him twisting through the air like a rag doll. He was tumbling, the ground and the air merging into one swirling, fluid mass. The sensation lasted seconds and then he felt the sickening jar of an impact as he crashed headlong into something solid. Dust filled his eyes and his mouth as he came to a standstill, masonry falling all around him. Get up, damn it! Lucius raged in his mind, urging him onto his feet. Get up and fight, or you will fall. Here. Barolinus rolled clear of the rubble and hauled himself up, using his hammer to smash the masonry away. He blinked as the dust began to clear, and as his vision returned, it brought with it several waiting forms. "This has to end, brother," Umbras said, raising his bold pistol. "Indeed it has to end now." Part 217. Final Defiance. The coming of the Necrontyr was a sight that Codian knew would be lodged in his mind for the rest of his days. Never before had he encountered anything like it, and never would he again. The ground shook beneath the approach of the enemy, a deep tremor that magnified with the passing of each moment. The skies above darkened, as if the rays of the sun withdrew in fear at the coming of an enemy almost as ancient as it was. Codian stood atop the plinth of a grey granite statue, to gain a better vantage point, and he could feel the ancient stone quaking beneath him. Far beyond him, out on the horizon where the walls themselves were obscured by the distance, he could see the first signs of the enemy, no more than a dark mass that was growing in volume all the time. The defense forces were arrayed all around him, so thick on the ground that the sight of them would be enough to give any other enemy pause, but not the Necrontyr. He knew full well that, by the time this war was over, many of those by his side would be dead, scoured from existence by weapons they could not hope to match. This war would become legend, in time, he knew that. He only hoped that there would be enough of them left alive to recount it. The man standing beside him shifted as he raised a hand up to his face and adjusted the gain of the field scanner that replaced his left eye. Codian had learned that the old warrior's name was Lon Vestidal, and that he had been a member of Calgar's Leonsgard for almost 200 years. Much of what he had been replaced during that time. Augmetics were clustered all over his body, almost as if he were the victim of some form of technological parasite. Antennae bristled at his back, and the lower part of his face was hidden beneath a large brass grill. Though he retained his original voice, when he spoke, that voice was strident and magnified, designed to be so in order to carry his words above the clamor of battle. "The enemy are approaching maximum range, War Master. We will be presented with the opportunity to engage within moments. The call is yours, my lord." Codian nodded his understanding. It was still strange for him to hear himself called by that title, War Master, and he found himself marveling at the speed at which his unwanted promotion had passed through the ranks. Then again, he could understand that many of those here were able to sense how important and desperate this final war would be, and for many, solace could only be found in looking to one with the rank of War Master for guidance, as they had done so with Calgar for so long. In this way, Codian could sense just how inspirational Calgar had been as a leader, and he could feel the weight of that mantle around his shoulders now, heavy and oppressive, but he would not shy away from it. "What do we have that can be effective, Vestidal?" he asked, unable to tear his gaze away from the approaching wall of doom. "Artillery, my lord. T maximum range. I can give no guarantees as to effectiveness, especially given the nature of our foe, but I have faith of steel. We also have air support, but again, we cannot guess at the enemy's ability to trouble our fighters." Vestidal had been Calgar's master of engagement, a second-in-command of sorts on the battlefield. It was Vestidal who had aided Calgar in the prosecution of countless engagements, for he held the ability to communicate with all the varied factions of the alliance. Of course, the entirety of the defense forces here today was far different from what Vestidal was used to. Those who fought beneath the banner of the alliance made up perhaps half of the overall forces readying themselves to prosecute this conflict, and so his role, and indeed the role of Codian, would not be as easy to perform. He knew he would have to trust the majority of those who fought alongside him to see this battle through on their own. "My lord." He looked to Vestidal then, and inclined his head. "We need to keep them at a distance for as long as possible. Have the artillery engage." "To your will, War Master." Vestidal spoke into the vox then as Codian looked out across the vast distance before him. The enemy were advancing in earnest now. Massive ships appeared in the skies above the walls, so large that they swept the tormented clouds aside as they advanced. They were dark, pyramidal things, wreathed in energy discharge and covered in clusters of blinking lights. Strident war horns blared in announcement at their approach. Deep and resonant, shaking the structures all around the fields. Kodian fought to contain his emotions as he looked upon them, for they were horrifying to behold. As the things descended, many monolithic arms began to extend from their sides, limbs larger than the mightiest titan, and even from this distance he could see that they were thronged with killing blades and other weapons capable of mass destruction. Emerald search beams stabbed from the Necrontyr megaconstructs to sweep across the fields as what appeared to be glittering silver rain began to pour from their undersides. Other, smaller enemy vessels clustered in their wake, and Kodian recognized them from the preliminary advance of the Necrontyr. The first Earthshaker strikes began to hit the Necron ships even as they neared the ground. Blossoms of distant fire puffed against their vastness. A number of the smaller vessels disappeared beneath deluges of shell strikes, seemingly unable to weather the concentrated artillery fire, but Kodian knew that such losses would barely affect the enemy. Alliance fighters streaked overhead, their thunderous engines screaming as they tore by. As they grew smaller and smaller they began to fire upon the enemy vessels and the skies became filled with light and fire. Green lightning tore from the Necron ships to scour the fighters from the air. Minutes into the exchange, the war for the skies became obscured by smoke and destruction, so that Kodian could no longer see how the battle was progressing. So intent was he in watching the opening exchange of the war that he did not hear the approach of the figure behind him. It was Vestidal who turned, his body tensing. Kodian caught the movement at the edge of his vision and glanced behind him. "Well met, brother." A weathered and familiar face met his gaze, a face lined with scars and bronzed by the light of many suns, set at the center of the infinite circuitry of a psychic hood. "Brother Ligur," Kodian said, an expression of genuine joy settling across his face. "So, you managed to receive my hail. Vestidal here is the best at what he does." Ligur answered, returning the smile and gesturing at the man by his side. "I consider myself lucky to have survived this long, brother. This war has been testing." Kodian agreed with a nod, and then his face darkened. "You have heard of Kalgar's fate, then?" "I have, and I know why you stand here, Kodian, or should I say War Master? You can call me Kodian, Ligur. There is no need of such formalities between us. I assume that you have also heard the other news I have had distributed throughout the Liance. Guilliman? I cannot bring myself to believe it, Kodian, not until I hear it from you. Then believe it, Ligur. The news is true. The Primarch is returned to us." Ligur closed his eyes then and bowed deeply, a whisper of prayer passing from his lips. Kodian reached out and placed a hand on the librarian's shoulder, for Ligur's relief was a palpable thing, and his emotions were made radiant by his abilities. "That said, brother, we cannot allow ourselves to ruminate on our father's return, for there is a chance that most of us, those who have not already stood in his shadow, will never live to see him in the flesh. The greatest single battle the Imperium has ever entered into comes this way. They are known as the Necrontyr, and they advance on a storm surge of murder and hate. They will sweep many of us to our doom, if we allow them to. Tell me, Kodian. Tell me what you would have me do, and I will see it done. I am yours to command," Ligur said, rising slowly. "Vestidal is my eyes and ears, librarian. I need you to be more than that. I need you to see the places Vestidal cannot see, and speak to the minds of those whose ears cannot be reached. I need to know all that Vestidal cannot possibly know, so that no facet of this war will slip beneath my notice. Can you do that?" "I will give my life to see it done," Ligur replied. "Good. My first request may be taxing indeed, brother, but I need an audience with one beyond the reach of Vestidal. I need you to reach out with your mind and call a name into the void, or whatever it is you do to communicate psychically. I need to speak to one of the Eldar, a creature known as Uriel." Ligur bowed and then sank to his knees once more, his hands finding his temples. As he spoke, a ghostly glow issued from between his lips, and though his eyes were closed once more, the orbs were still visible beneath his eyelids, aglow with the same illumination. "I will do all I can. The enemy are approaching the edge of maximum range, War Master." Vestidal warned him then, snatching his attention. I am detecting an increase in power output from the enemy lines. I think they are preparing to augment their attack. Out in the distant skies, a furious aerial battle was raging. Alien fighters were pouring from the upper sections of the vast Necron ships and engaging the Imperial flyers. He could just make them out from his position, and though much of their detail was lost to the distance, he could see that they were sleek, silver things, shaped like flat crescent moons, that spat out beams of quivering emerald. Where those beams struck the Imperial craft, they simply sheared them in two, ignoring armor and protective fields. The larger craft, more akin to city-sized floating pyramids than ships, continued to pour their silver dust out onto the ground below. From here it looked like dust, but Codian knew exactly what it was. He could see they were Necron tier, and there were millions of them. Increase the bombardment. They need to give all they can to stem that tide, Codian ordered, thrusting a finger out at the horizon. We need to annihilate as many of them as we can before they reach our position. See it done. Vestidal. Yes, my lord. LL artillery engage. Choir range and engage. Ensure that all gun emplacements are deployed and made ready, Codian ordered. I want Hydra tanks and platforms made ready to turn those flyers back. All armor is to be instructed to fire at will, Titans included. They know the range of their own guns, they don't need to wait for my order. Very good, War Master. LL armor. Codian repositioned himself so as to get a better view of the proceedings. Observing at this distance frustrated him, for he was a warrior first and foremost, content only at the very heart of the battle. He itched to be at the fore, to be laying the enemies of the Emperor low, but he knew his responsibilities forbade him that. Warning, my lord. Incoming fire. Even as Vestidal called to him, Codian saw the pinprick flashes of green light. The guns were far in the distance, so far that he could barely make them out, but from what he could see of them he recognized them as the strange pylon constructs that had accompanied the monoliths. Beams of wavering energy buzzed across the expanse and into the defense positions, cutting through the packed infantry and armor like knives. Tanks swelled and exploded, their demise in turn killing scores all around them. Entire squads were ripped apart by the salvos, their bodies atomized instantly. Statuary flashed into nothing but dust at the touch of the spears of bright death, torn apart at the atomic level. Behind him, the Titans answered the threat. Immense guns shook the earth and split the air beneath their recoil, shaking men from their feet and rattling tanks and armored vehicles all around them. Immense shells and columns of energy speared through the advancing Necrons, creating wide gaps in the silver carpet on the horizon. Explosions blossomed across the length of the enemy horde, throwing tiny bodies into the air in their hundreds. It is done. Ligure called out behind him, but Codian dared not even turn to acknowledge the librarian. Shadow swords advanced to his left, huge Imperial tanks armed with cannons powerful enough to fell a Titan. Each of the lumbering machines ground to a halt as they disengaged their engines, using the power output to charge the capacitors of their volcano cannons. Vertical poles of pure energy lanced out across the expanse to puncture holes in the Necron lines and carve their way through the vast pyramids descending in the distance. Codian looked on as a combined and sustained salvo from several of the Titans and a good number of the super-heavy tanks finally punished one of the pyramids into a state of critical damage. The monstrous machine sagged the last few hundred feet and crashed into the ground with such force that Codian almost toppled from his vantage point moments later. Riddled through with immense holes, the construct could no longer support the sheer mass of its own weight. As it hit the ground it began to compact, the compression blowing hundreds of huge panels clear of its mass. Thousands upon thousands of explosions burst across it as it died, torn apart from within, and the resultant fiery collapse saw untold Necron-tier numbers buried beneath its unraveling form. Caution, Codian. Something is coming this way and it is coming fast. It was Ligure who called the warning out behind him, and as he heard it the chaplain tensed. He trusted his battle brother's senses. In amongst the thick fire of the enemy, Codian saw other, far different projectiles. Small and dark. Objects were shooting up from the Necron mass and sailing high in the air, traversing the lattice work of ballistic exchange precariously. Artillery. Vestidal called. LL units be advised. Artillery is inbound. Moments later, the projectiles began to land. Like boulders from the siege weapons of prehistory. The dark metal tetrahedrons came down hard amongst the defenders. Some bounced and rolled, crushing man and machine alike, whilst others skidded across the grass and smashed through all in their path. Many were destroyed in the air, blown to pieces by the vigilant guns, and yet many more found their way down into the packed defenders, where they caused havoc and death. Codian held onto the lichen-encrusted statue as one of the projectiles rumbled past, barely missing his position. He found himself troubled by the enemy's latest method of attack. Although deadly to any who were unlucky enough to be in their path, they were simple things, far removed from everything else he had yet experienced of the Necron war machine. Even as he considered this, the projectiles revealed their true nature. Where they had come to rest, the tetrahedrons split open and peeled back to reveal their hollow innards. Rectangular frames floated up into the air on billowing steam, and as they rose the frames settled into a vertical position. They shuddered as energy quickly filled the space at their center to create vertical pools of rippling green light, shimmering with inner radiance like sunlight through water. They are gateways. Codian cried, tearing the dawnblade from the scabbard at his waist. Damn them. They are among us. He leapt down from the plinth as the first Necrons loped through the gates before him, Ligur close at his heels. As he looked upon his enemy he saw then that they were much larger constructs than he had previously encountered. Each one of the monstrosities was as tall as an Astarte. Their skulls were gleaming white and their metal bodies thick with armor, as opposed to the gaunt and skeletal build of the lesser Necron tier. They bore thick cannons with dual barrels, and no sooner had the first of them emerged than they began to sow death and destruction out before them. He leapt to the right and rolled behind another statue as a number of those questing beams chased him, shearing the legs from the ancient figure above him to send it toppling to the ground. He knew then that he would not reach the enemy alive if he charged them, and at that moment all other choices were taken from him. Darkness. Light. The familiar heat hit him like a physical force, causing the bare skin of his head to prickle. He looked up into the relentless suns he had grown to recognize, and he knew his powers had brought him to this ancient and distant place once again. Damn this infernal cycle. What now? Why have you brought me here again? Prophet. He knew the voice, for he had heard it once before. Steelen. The mysterious guardian of the fallen emerged from behind a rocky outcrop, his features ever hidden by the folds of his hood. Why am I here, fallen one? These constant returns vex me, he asked, returning the dawnblade to his hip. It is time, prophet. You stand on the verge of the greatest war Terra has ever known, a war that must be won. You must be ready for this war. I am ready, Steelen. No, prophet, not quite. Your reputation and status precede you now. You are a target now. You will be hunted relentlessly, Codian, and they will not stop until you lay broken and dead. Then what would you have me do, Steelen? Hide and cower in the shadows? You know I cannot. At this, the warrior reached down at his feet and picked up what appeared to be a folded garment of weathered cream. He tossed the cloak to Codian, who snatched it from the air. It is yours, prophet. Gift. No, a legacy. Codian let the garment unfold and inspected it. It was a simple thing, a sleeveless, one-piece robe. With a hood. The material was old, he could see that, and weathered. I know you sense the history of what you hold in your hands, Codian. You know what you have to do. He did not argue. He slid the robe over his head, unfastened his belt and then used it to secure the garment at his waist. Then he pulled the hood up over his head. It was always meant to be this way, prophet. Steelen said as Codian reached for the holsters at his hips. He felt strange, as if the simple item of clothing held some unseen power or influence. He could Not remember the last time he had even used his pistols. He could not even remember having them in the first place. Memories flashed through his mind like shadows, and no matter how hard he tried to focus on any of them, they eluded him. He could feel a change within as the robe became part of him, and the pistols were in his hands, activated and ready for use. He could sense the contentment of the blade at his side, as if the weapon had known this time would come. "Go, Prophet, and prosecute your war," Stelan said with a nod. Kodian did not reply. The darkness came for him then, and swallowed him whole. Part 218. Guns blazing. Not a moment had passed at his arrival back on Terra. He threw himself from the flash of darkness and out into the fray, his transition bringing him right up to the enemy. The towering Necrons had time only to turn in surprise as he landed amongst them and fired, sweeping the guns out in a wide arc. Bolt and plasma connected with metal bodies, sowing devastation wherever they touched. He rotated swiftly and put a round of plasma through the face of one of the machines, and then brought his bolt pistol up. 2 shots, 2 killing hits, the bolts blowing holes through the back of each victim's head. The Necrons, despite their size, were slow and cumbersome things, and their attempts to engage Kodian at such close proximity were woefully ineffective. They brought their cannons to bear, intending to use the blades fixed to the underside of the weapons to strike him low, but Kodian ducked and danced around the clumsy strikes and put a round through the head of every Necron that made an attempt on his life. Unleashing a roar of challenge, Liguor joined the fray. The librarian blazed with power as he charged the enemy, his lightning claws active. He unleashed a bolt of pure warp force that burned its way through the Necron immortals and then leapt into combat, his claws scything bodies apart. Kodian kicked out and sent one of the things reeling back, his teeth bared in pain. They were solid, and it was akin to kicking the side of a land raider. He saw the barrels of the gun pointing at him at the very last moment and swung his bolt pistol round. He fired and the shot flicked the weapon to the right just before it fired, sending the gauze beams spearing past his head. He rolled across the ground and fired again, the shot sending the Necron's knee joint spinning away, and as the unliving warrior took its next step forward it toppled, its leg breaking in two, to crash down onto the ground. Liguor speared through the enemy like a beam of lascannon fire, alight with battle lust. He hammered his elbow into the face of a Necron and then thrust the arm forward to punch the claws through the chest of another. The immortal convulsed as its torso lit up with crackling discharge. Its eyes burst with the same flickering energy and the warrior fell to its knees, its outline becoming hazy and transparent. The Necron simply phased out of existence before it had the chance to hit the floor, its body dissipating. All around Kodian and Liguor, whole bodies and body parts blinked away, one after another, as they were returned to wherever they had come from. Kodian rolled through the fading Necrons and came to rest before the gateway, his guns held out before him. The strange energies rippled as another silver body stepped through them. It had emerged no more than halfway when the chaplain sent it reeling back with a furious combination of bolt and plasma. "We need to shut this thing down," Kodian called, adjusting his aim. He fired out at the framework of the gate, only for the areas he targeted to shudder and then reform, the metal flowing like liquid to fill the gaps his projectiles created. "Stand aside, Kodian," Liguor called. Kodian heard the call and spun around in time to see the librarian's armor start to glow, the runes set into it igniting with psychic fire. Liguor ground to a halt some way from the portal and spread his arms out wide as words of power thundered from his lips. Fingers of ethereal lightning engulfed the portal, striking against the rectangular frame and the unfolded case beneath. The green energies at its center rippled and began to spin as the void the Liguor had summoned forth opened up. The power of the vortex was irresistible, even to technology as vaunted as that of the Necron tier. Within seconds the portal was gone, its frame compressed by the incomprehensible forces at work. The entire construct folded in on itself as it was dragged into the tier. In no more than a few seconds it was gone and the vortex retreated with it. Reality sealed itself once again with a resonating boom. Liguor shook his head as the light behind his skin faded away. The warp. The librarian said. They cannot resist the warp. They fear it, chaplain. That they do, Liguor. It is a fear we must use against them. Codian saw then that Steelan's warning was justified. Perhaps it had been coincidence that had brought the Necrontyr to him, or perhaps the fallen Astarte had somehow known that Codian would become a target of the C'tan. Whatever the truth, the enemy were amongst them now, and there was much work to be done. Liguor Codian began, gesturing out at another of the strange portals. He needed to say no more. Once again the shadows engulfed him and spat him out, right at the heart of the emerging enemy. The Necrons turned almost ponderously to regard the dark explosion at the center of their squad. And then Codian leapt from the dissipating miasma, his pistols blazing. He blew the first three of them into smoldering ruins and then sprang forward into the fourth. As he connected, he threw himself into the dark place beyond reality, the immortal in tow, only to emerge almost instantly at the edge of the squad. His victim fell lifelessly onto the ground, wreathed in smoldering discharge, even as Codian threw himself around and vanished once again, another Necron swallowed by his presence. Once again he poured himself back out into reality and let his victim fall, disconnected from the Matrix for all time. It was short but effective work. Within moments he had destroyed the enemy squad, his speed and skill is such that the Necrons simply could not match him. Liguor quickly followed his lead, banishing the portal as he had done before, and when he was finished he came to rest by Codian's side, the exertions of his psychic trials made obvious. Do not overstretch your mind, brother. Codian warned him. I will not see you fall here, Liguor. The librarian did not answer. Codian's eyes narrowed as he looked to Liguor, concerned by his silence. He noticed then that his companion seemed troubled by more than his own efforts. His eyes were locked onto the horizon, and tremors ran through his body, as if a chill wind blew through all that he was. What is it, Liguor? What do you sense? They are coming, he replied, his voice low and ominous. Plus. Barolinus swung his vaunted warhammer up and around to hold it above his head, the challenge clear. Umbras. You have fallen far, brother. The apothecary said, a sadness in his voice. You have fallen further from grace than any ultramarine should ever allow. This has to end here and now. Umbras started forward, his bold pistol to hand and pointed squarely at his former comrade. Barolinus was faster than he could remember, and the younger Astarte surged forward to meet him, swinging his hammer in a fierce arc. Umbras reeled back as his pistol was sent spinning away from his grasp, the strike powerful enough to disintegrate the weapon and send a charge of painful energy surging through his armor. The Codian dropped onto one knee without a word and fired, sending a bolt of lasfire into the wayward ultramarine's forehead. The shot was not enough to lay him low, but it was a punishing hit nonetheless, causing Barolinus to reel back, blood misting out in his wake. Ventress charged forward, his heavy feet shaking the ground, and hammered his shoulder into the stumbling ultramarine. Barolinus was sent flying through the air to land heavily on his back, Ventress following him down. The older marine showed no mercy as he laid into Barolinus, using his weight to pin the traitor to the ground while he pummeled him with his fists again and again. Barolinus fought to bring his hammer to bear, but Ventress would not allow it. He pinned the weapon to the ground with one hand. As he hammered his fist into Barolinus' face again and again, Umbras started forward and placed a hand on Ventress' back. Enough, brother. Barolinus brought his knee up to slam into his attacker's back and sent Ventress tumbling over him. Freed, he rolled to the right and snatched his hammer up off the floor, his speed and reflexes once again taking Umbras by surprise. All the apothecary could do was step back as the weapon swung for him, connecting solidly with his shoulder guard. The thick ceramite rang as it spun away, torn from his armor and distorted by the blow. Umbras fell back into the crumbling wall, his arm numb and useless, as Barolinus loomed upon him. Look what I am, Umbras. Look what he made me. The ultramarine cried, hate and rage burning in his eyes. He is not your Primarch. Umbris shouted back, fighting to raise his reductor in defense. LLUR. Is a lie. Damned lie. Barolinus was lost to madness now, the strain on his mind threatening to wipe all reason from him. He raised the hammer and prepared to end his comrade's life, all restraint gone from him. The lost round flashed through the air and hit him hard in the left eye, spinning him around. Without a sound, Barolinus twisted on the spot and fell like a stone onto the ground. The Cadian lowered his smoking hellgun as he regarded the fallen Astarte, and then turned to the apothecary. It is over, brother Marine. Yield. Guilliman roared, pressing his forearm into the throat of the defiant impostor. Omegan was pinned against the foot of a huge dais, his sword arm held tight by Guilliman's other hand. His dark eyes flared with absolute hatred as he fought to free himself. I will not. Damn you, he gasped, his voice distorted by the pressure. Yield, brother, or I will finish you. Guilliman demanded, using every ounce of his strength to hold his struggling brother at bay. Do not force me to kill you, Omegan. Prove to me that there is still a measure of my brother in there. Show me that you are not so bound to the shackles of the enemy that you cannot be saved. Omegan drove the sole of his boot into the thick rockcrete behind and pushed with all his might. It was enough to shove Guilliman back a few paces, and enough to free him. He threw his head forward and smashed it into Guilliman's nose, using the distraction to free his pinned arm. Agislus flashed as he swung it around to strike at his opponent, but Guilliman was ready. He fired his bolter and leapt back, continuing to fire as he sailed through the air away from the strike. Miniature explosions impacted across Omegan's chest and face, not enough to kill him or even cause serious harm, but enough to distract him. Alpharius was there and ready to capitalize on that distraction. He leapt through the air and fell against his twin with the force of a falling comet. Omegan convulsed as he was sent back into the dais with force enough to drive him a good few feet into the thick substance. The towering statue above rocked as the Primarch became embedded in its base, rubble, and stone, collapsing in on the hole he created to bury him. Alpharius landed before the dais and drew back his sword, ready to end the fight. The sonic blast carved its way through the rubble and struck Alpharius square in the chest, sending him reeling through the air. Omegan hauled himself from the debris, dust, and stone falling from his emerging form, and hatred glowing in his eyes. You are not enough to beat me, Lefarius. He called, dispelling the last of the clinging dust with a mighty stamp of his foot. Reinvigorated by his command, the Tau poured past around him, a living tide of vengeance and hatred emanated anew by the word of their master. Alpharius leapt to his feet as the first wave of fire warriors found him, only to disappear, swamped by the charging aliens. Guilliman saw this and brought his bolter to bear, destroying hordes of the rushing Tau in the seconds it took for his weapon to run dry. Omegan watched as Guilliman was consumed by the rushing hordes. He knew the Primarch would not fall to the Tau, tested even by such numbers, but like Alpharius, he would find himself slowed by the sustained attack. He would tire eventually. Omegan would be waiting. Codian watched without compassion as the mighty Baneblade's cannons thundered and blew the portal apart. Beyond it, the last of the immortals fell to the blades of the wolves, the whirring teeth of the chainswords carving it apart. The bikes roared around the explosion and formed into an arrowhead as the space wolves tore away across the fields, paying their latest victims no more thought and leaving their dead where they had fallen. The defenders were finding some success in beating back the Necrons and banishing the portals that had landed amongst them, but they still had a lot of work to do before the threat was completely overcome. Mere minutes ago, the matter had been foremost on his mind. That had changed with Ligur's warning. He followed the progress of the wolves and then looked out beyond them to the horizon. Even now, the vast ships of the Necrontyr were drawing ever closer, but even this was not his main concern. It was a sight that he knew he would never, ever forget. It was a sight that carved itself in his memory for all time, that would haunt him for the rest of his days. At first, it was no more than a ripple of liquid silver, glistening at the very zenith of his range of sight. Like a geyser of liquid metal it blossomed up into the air, growing by the second, gaining size and mass, its shape ever changing. The skies began to darken as if in response to this, bruising at first, and then deepening into a rich crimson as heavy black clouds rolled in from the edges of sight. The clouds became thunderheads, lit by internal flashes of emerald light, creating a stark contrast to the fire of the firmament beyond. Still the shape continued to grow, towering over the legions far below it. It began to take form. Slowly but surely, as lances of energy rose up from its surroundings as if to add power to its transformation. Soon Kodian came to realize that every visible creation of the Necrontyr seemed to be sustaining the thing's augmentation, as the varied alien weapons that had wreaked so much death and destruction on the defenders of Terra thus far were somehow reversing their deadly effect and adding to the power of the developing abomination. At the center of it all, the Void Dragon continued its transformation, its silvered form writhing and changing over and over again. Its mass swam, its shape altering, to form limbs and features. Its body solidified even as it continued to expand, the rippling quicksilver forming into plates and overlapping sections of riveted steel muscle. Mighty arms burst from the mass to extend, ending in vast, bestial claws lined with cruel spines. Immense wings rose up from the Void Dragon's back to engulf the unnatural light overhead, immeasurable in their size. The silver membranes between them blazed with millions of illuminated runes, a testament to the untold reserves of power flowing through the alien god. The Void Dragon's face loomed large over its legions, an unchanging mask set into a crest of segmented steel horns, almost horrifyingly human in appearance, its features lined with untold slender channels of pulsing green energy. Its eyes blazed with that same energy, enough so that they became as beacons of light, too brilliant to look upon. In its immeasurable lifetime, the Void Dragon had taken many guises, but this was its true form. This was the body that the Necrontyr had fashioned for it millions of years in the past, the first and greatest god machine ever to exist. Kodian fought to even breathe as he took in the vastness of the Void Dragon's true form. The beast dwarfed everything, every machine, every edifice in sight. It ponderously regarded its surroundings, as if with new eyes, whilst either side of its lofty shoulders its siblings were as glowing specks, made no less menacing by their smaller size. "How do we fight that?" Liguor whispered by his side. Kodian had to tear his gaze away from the appalling sight in order to turn and answer him. "With everything we have, brother. I do not see that it will be enough," the librarian answered coldly. Kodian did not answer Liguor's doubt. He knew that he could say nothing to convince the warrior, for, in truth, he could well understand Liguor's bleak outlook. To see the Void Dragon here and now, restored as he was to the incomprehensible Leviathan that approached them, he found himself filled with those same doubts. Although he knew more of what the future held than most, that knowledge gave him little comfort. Now, he had experienced enough since his awakening to know that no prophecy was set in stone, and that anything could happen. Dalo Kodian. The voice came like fire in his mind, searing and bitter. He threw himself around at the sound of it, to be confronted with another soul-numbing sight. The avatar of Cain. He had heard its name whispered in fear by those few of his kind who had fought the Eldar and lived to tell the tale. It was an abomination in its own right, a daemon of fire and molten metal that towered over all before it. The heat generated by the thing was intense, for lava flowed through its inhuman veins. The avatar carried with it a huge sword, its blade wreathed in fire and the runes set into its surface writhing as if in agony with the heat. Its eyes burned relentlessly, and its furnace maw disgorged thick black smoke as it spoke, lowering itself down onto one knee. "You wished an audience with me, prophet." Kodian found himself shocked into silence by the Vadar's presence, understandably so. His mind reeled as if fought to process the sight, and for a moment, his thoughts escaped him. "I am Uriel, Dalo Kodian, Prince of Iyanden." The thing said to him then. "The flesh cage of my birth is gone now, consumed by the fires of this immortal form, and soon all that remains of me will follow. For I am fated to become so much more. I do not understand." I am Cain's scion, Delocodian, the key to his rebirth here. Do not trouble yourself with the consideration of my circumstances. Cain has chosen me to bear him into this reality, into this war. And I answered that call gladly. He knows your thoughts, as do I, and together we understand why you summoned us, even if you do not. We have seen your fate. Then you understand what it is I have to do to end this war, and how the origins of that act are rooted in the past. We do. There are few in this life who truly understand how all things are linked, and fewer yet who are even able to comprehend that matrix. Even the Citan are ignorant to this, and thankfully so, for it is our greatest strength in this war. Then you know what it is I needed to ask, Uriel. I hold within me but a shard of something that knowledge tells me is called the Akasha, although I still barely understand what this is. That same knowledge shows me an event, for want of a better phrase, in the history of your race, an event that is linked to my own destiny, and yet why that is escapes me. The war between Cain and Faltoric, the Nightbringer. Uriel answered, aware of Codian's thoughts. Cain bested his nemesis that day, but that victory was bittersweet. Sliver of Faltoric's scythe entered his body, and that corruption forever tainted the god of war, and in turn cursed the Eldar and all mortal life with the fear of death. So it was that destiny and the course of life was changed for all of us forever. So you see, prophet, the value of that lesson. One does not have to destroy in order to change the course of fate. Sometimes, a sliver is enough. Thank you. Codian answered, bowing deeply. The exchange was over and done. The meeting had been brief, and any casual observer would have been forgiven for thinking that the chaplain had gained nothing from the succinct encounter, but in truth the entity had validated Codian's very existence here with his counsel. He watched in silence as the avatar rose and set off towards the enemy, its mighty footsteps shaking the ground. The thing had taken no more than a few steps when it paused, turning to him once more. You understand it now, the connection between our peoples, it said, its blazing eyes boring into him. For so long have our races been at war, and yet that war has always been a facade. The world you know of as Terra was ours long before your species came to exist. That is why he chose it, Delo. Codian. Once, perhaps, we were jealous of your existence, of the destiny of the Monkey. We labeled you animals, crude and simple things, in our envy and resentment, for you were his chosen. The children of Vol. There were those of us who wished for your destruction at the hands of the Void Dragon when he came to rule this world, but we understand now that you were always meant to mature beneath his shadow. We understand now that we could never have become all that you are now, and achieved all that you have achieved. We understand. With that the entity set off once again, paying Codian no more heed. Beyond him, further back, towards the palace proper, more burning leviathans emerged, passing from the unseen spaces between the statuary and the avenues of towering cedars to follow their doppelganger, the grand swords and spears they wielded blazing in their hands. Cain stalks the fields of the imperial palace this day, he whispered, directing the comment to the dumbfounded librarian even as Ligur reached his side. The war is joined, and the Citan will fall before this day is through. Part 219. Gods collide. The sight was magnificent. The march of the blazing giants was an unmatchable vision, amazing to behold even in the wake of the Void Dragon's transformation. Enemy fire swallowed up the gulf between the two forces, and yet the avatars of Cain stood firm, yielding to nothing as they advanced. Emerald lightning struck their towering forms and they weathered it, barely slowing beneath the force of each strike. Beams of pulsing energy slammed into them, in some cases driving them back several feet, and yet the avatars suffered the assaults without consequence, as if their sheer determination to engage the ancient enemy was enough to proof them against anything. The advance of the avatars was a slow affair, but it was constant and unyielding. More of the Necrontyr tetrahedrons sailed through the air towards the defense lines as if to defy the march of the burning gods, and many of them suffered as a consequence. The Leviathans were unforgiving in the face of the assault. Huge, Burning swords swept through the air to cleave the flying portals in two, and bloodied fists smashed them aside as they passed. Those of the colossi armed with spears flung them through the air and into the enemy. The wailing weapons speared through everything they touched, Necron and War Machine alike, drawing furrows of utter destruction through the enemy. Even the largest of the Necron tier constructs were not safe from the touch of the wailing doom. One of the vast abattoirs shuddered as several of the spears lanced their way into its innards. Whatever destruction the living weapons wrought into the belly of the vast machine could not be known, but they emerged only after several seconds through the rear of the construct and turned in the air to return to the hands of their masters, leaving behind a vessel racked with hundreds of combustions and internal fires. At last, the part of the Eldar in the war for Terra was truly underway. Codian could not have known that a simple quest of confirmation from Uriel would signal the beginning of the Eldar's last stand against the Necron tier. Whether or not the two events were connected, the rest of the Eldar took the Uriel Vadar's lead, and used the march of the Vadars as a sign. They came from the shadows, where they had awaited the coming of the Necron tier, and took to the fields. Thousands of them, more than Codian could ever have imagined, and certainly more than he had suspected were abroad here on Terra, emerged to drive the fight forwards. Like a tide snapping at the heels of the Avatars, the Eldar came in earnest, pouring from the surrounding terrain and surging past the bewildered defenders. Mighty war machines flooded out into the fields, and Codian's breath caught in his throat as he took in the sight. Throne, look at that. Ligur breathed by his side, his eyes wide with wonder. Look at them all. I never imagined. Neither did I, brother. Codian answered, his voice as laden with marvel as that of his battle brother. Perhaps your view of this war has changed now, librarian. Perhaps you may see victory on the horizon yet. War machines the likes of which neither of the two could ever have imagined advanced. Towering walkers, larger even than the Avatars, bounded through the avenues of trees, moving with a grace and speed no such machine should ever have rightly possessed. As large as a modest Titan, with long, slender limbs, the machines sprinted and bounded like foot soldiers, each footfall placed expertly so as not to crush those around them. They wove through the larger Imperial Titans, sprinting past them to leave their comparable counterparts ponderously regarding their passage. Long sonic lances whined as they found the enemy, and lines of pure and deadly sound raked the Necron tier with lethal effect. Pulsars blasted silvered bodies apart amid explosions of blinding light. All the while, the charging Titans of the Eldar pivoted and sidestepped out of the way of the return fire, displaying an elegance akin to their smaller, living charges. Hundreds of speeding skimmers followed in the wake of the Titans, creating a carpet of Eldar armor. They ranged in size from single jet bikes to massive hovering tanks larger even than a Baneblade. A number of the colossal machines were armed with twin cannons almost as long as themselves, and when the weapons fired upon the Necrons, the air split and the ground shook. Horizontal lines of blinding fire hammered the Necron tier, punching through everything they touched. Codian watched the destruction they wreaked for a moment before a hand on his shoulder redirected his attention to the librarian behind him. I feel it, Codian. The warp. The warp is building behind the barriers of this reality. Even now, the veil thins. Ligur pointed out in the direction of the vaunted machines, indicating a number of them that looked to wield far different weaponry. In place of the twin cannons, each of the tanks was armed with shorter, thicker guns, their barrels already glowing with building energy. The glowing cannons thundered, unleashing energies the likes of which Codian had never before witnessed. Balls of burning black lightning blinked through the air at blinding speed, and where they landed amongst the enemy, they brought with them annihilation on a scale no other weapon could match. These were the distort cannons of the Eldar, the largest examples of their kind in existence, fashioned millennia ago in order to engage the Necron tier and their immortal masters. Where the projectiles collided with the enemy, they opened up the veil between the dimensions and brought the raw power of the warp surging through into real space. The stuff of the warp was a substance never intended to merge with reality, and as a consequence, the unnatural marriage brought with it catastrophic consequences. Everything that touched the localized maelstroms was simply unraveled by the indescribable forces. Unleashed, unwritten and broken down to be dragged into and ingested by the Empyrean. Legions of Necrons came apart like glittering silver sandstorms, whilst others were liquefied, only to pour into the breaches on raging torrents of flashing fluid metal. The swifter of the Necrontyr caught in the wake of the warp explosions fought to drive clear of the danger, and yet they were powerless to prevent their fate. Loping metal beasts with arched backs and long, flensing claws writhed soundlessly as they were pulled into the yawning voids, and warriors whose bodies were fashioned into hovering, beetle-like carapaces swirled in the skies above, as they were channeled into vortexes and dragged to their doom. Some of the warp breaches contained even darker, more insidious dangers. Formless things lashed out from the obsidian tears to snatch the Necrons away. Tentacles brought the swirling voids alive with greasy, multi-hued color as they speared out from the immaterium to coil around their victims, the otherworldly limbs forming snapping mouths and crushing claws as they emerged. Such nameless monstrosities could not last long beyond the realm of their birth. Even as they snatched their victims and dragged them to their doom, the beasts of the warp unraveled, the stuff of their unearthly forms unable to maintain integrity. That said, such opportunistic attacks claimed many victims in the space of a few short seconds. Codian began to advance at the heart of the Eldar attack, hemmed in by speeding craft but fearless. Despite the situation, he could not help but be impressed by the war machines of the ancient alien race. Though he could tell how delicate in construction the skimming tanks were compared to those of Imperial design, every example he encountered displayed firepower of great potency. Even the smallest of the tanks were armed with weapons that looked to pick the Necrons apart with relative ease, and the laser and plasma technologies the Eldar employed were of the highest, most deadly quality. Codian felt the rush of combat flood through him as he charged, the situation igniting his warrior's soul. He had never imagined that he would find himself taking the fight to the Necrontyr, but here he was, advancing towards the enemy rather than waiting for them. He used his abilities to keep up with the racing Eldar tanks, blinking in and out of reality, his powers driving him forward much faster than his own locomotion ever could. Eldar jet bikes screamed through the air around him, hundreds of them, weaving and twisting through their larger counterparts. The sheer mass of color around him fought to confound his senses, and though he knew initially little of the varied allegiances of the Eldar, even he could tell that the warriors here were gathered from the diverse numbers of the Eldar craft worlds. Larger skimmers swooped by him, two-man craft that bore standing passengers upon their backs and large fluted cannons. A low, rumbling boom shook the air by his side and he turned in time to see something spill from the air, the guns in his hands shifting instinctively to meet it. The Eldar warrior tumbled from the dissipating burst of distorted reality and rolled across the grass by his side, leaping up onto his feet with perfect grace and total control. He silently regarded Codian for a moment and then was gone again, swallowed whole by the shimmering energies that had disgorged him a second later. More of the strange warriors poured out into the fields around him, like the porpoises of ancient terra following the sailing vessels of old, leaping in and out of reality amid blinks of flashing light. Overhead, the skies were filled with flashing color and humming wings as the swooping hawks soared by above. Surrounded as he was by the sheer weight of Eldar numbers, he felt his heart's thunder in his chest. It was more than a simple physical response to the thrill of the charge, he knew that. It was so much more, a reaction born of a base and deep-rooted empathy with the alien collective. It was a primal stimulus, a racial lust. The fires of Cain's rage burned with the veins of the Eldar, an all-encompassing desire to annihilate the enemy that was strong enough to cross the borders of the species and saturate his own being. He did not attempt to deny it. He embraced it, welcoming the strength it gave him. It did not matter that he was human, lost as he was amid this sea of Eldar. At this moment in time, he was one with them, an age of hostility and hatred cast aside. He felt the eyes of untold thousands shift then, and he let his own gaze mirror that change. As one, the entire Eldar host looked to the abomination that was the sole focus of their living god's rage, and Kodian felt a hatred more ancient than the race of his birth burn in his breast as his eyes found the Nightbringer, no more than a glowing, shadow-wreathed speck hovering in the air on the horizon. Faltoric. He spat the words from his lips, his throat quaking beneath the strength of the call. Untold voices mirrored that cry, and the resultant noise shook the ground beneath his feet and caused his vision to haze. Far beyond, the god of death heard the challenge, and answered. +++. Here they come. The apothecary's voice was calm, despite the portentousness of the situation. He shoved his way past the Kadian and raised both his bolt pistol and his reductor, ready to meet the surging tide of Tau. They came like a tide, so thick in number that each frenzied fire warrior fought for the space to advance. Pulse rounds fizzed and shattered against the punished stone of the ruined building, and yet, mercifully, the enemy were simply too clumped together to allow any of them to accurately target the overwhelmed Imperials. That said, pulse rounds rang against Umbra's armored form as he returned fire, his bolt rounds unable to fail in finding victims. Bodies fell to be swallowed by the mass around them, and still the Tau came, unstoppable in their charge. Ventress was quick to join his battle brother in the fight to keep the rampaging Tau back. He vaulted the heaped rubble of an interior wall and added the bite of his bolter to the mix, destroying swathes of the enemy within seconds. In between the two giants, the Kadian snapped off Hellgun rounds, each shot killing instantly, his practiced eye ensuring that not a single round was wasted. Still the Tau came, and there was nothing any of them could do to prevent that. The first of the enemy vaulted the ruined wall in their eagerness to engage the three Imperials, and they paid the ultimate price. Umbras and Ventress continued to fire point blank until there was not an inch between them and the Tau, and then they waded in with combat weapons and fists, slicing and smashing the frenzied aliens to pieces. Umbra's reductor growled as he used it like a chainsword, stabbing and slashing the living tide. Bodies quickly began to heap up before the broken wall, and the Tau used these to clamber into the dwelling, swinging their rifles like clubs and drawing the ceremonial blades at their waists. Of course, neither improvised club nor ritual knife did anything to break the vaunted Astaroth's ceramite. The Tau broke against the two Marines like waves against a rock, but this was a fight of attrition, and it would be that attrition that would win through, sooner or later. The Kadian was no coward, but neither was he a fool. He deactivated his Hellgun and slung the rifle over his shoulder, choosing instead the pistol and the knife that hung from each thigh. Those Tau that managed to slip past the Astaroths soon found their efforts to be in vain as the Kadian dispatched them without pause or emotion. "Fall back," he called, indicating the staircase further into the building. "We can better defend ourselves from there." Ventress glanced over his shoulder to regard the soldier, a struggling fire warrior held aloft in his grasp. "We will not survive this, Kadian. Better to take as many of the enemy with us as we can. I know that, Marine. If we stay here, then they will overwhelm us within minutes. We need a more defensible position. Fall back, and we will reap these BDS all the more." For a moment then, Uriel Ventress disappeared from the Kadian's sight, engulfed by a surge of alien bodies. Umbras cried out by his side and began to pummel the living press, smashing the Tau aside, even as they crushed one another. The writhing pile swelled then, bodies rising like boiling water. Ventress flung his arms apart and sent the enemy flying away to break upon the walls or tumble over their brothers, his face a mask of bloodied rage. The Kadian grinned, relief washing over his face, and then jogged backwards through the doorway to the foot of the staircase, firing with his last pistol as he went. "Come on," he called, sticking his knife into the crumbling wall so as to allow him to snatch one of the grenades at his belt. He primed the device and hurled it over the heads of the Marines. A moment later, Tau bodies were flung into the air by the resultant fireball. He was the first up the stairs onto the second story of the building, followed closely by the two Marines. Pulse rounds chased Ventress as he took the rear, drawing glowing pock marks across his legs and back and making a ruin of the wall beside the stairs. He reached the top just as the Kadian tossed a second frag grenade down the stairs, and he made it up onto the landing as the incendiary exploded, sending splintered wood, shrapnel, and body parts up onto the floor above. Much of the second story was gone, together with the entire third floor and the roof of the building. Several rooms branched off from the staircase, or what was left of them. The Kadayan slid past the splayed remains of a broken wooden door and sprinted into the next room. Emperor Almighty, he whispered as he reached the shattered windows and looked out into what remained of the city. Sea of Tau found his gaze. There were thousands of them, maybe more. The false Gilliman's word had spread like a contagion and had ignited the battle lust of every Tau for miles around. Scores of them were dying, everywhere he looked, crushed by the sheer press of bodies and the frenzy that drove them on, but it would never be enough. "Save me, my lord, or take me," he whispered then, looking to the skies. "Whatever you decide. Blessed Emperor, my life is yours, and while I breathe, I kill, in your name." With that he looked to the endless enemy below and took his pistol to them once again, knowing that every single Tau he killed, another fraction of his soul was saved. Umbras threw himself into the room a few minutes later, his armored bulk destroying what was left of the door and the frame it had sat in. A twisting missile screamed from somewhere below and speared into the next room, blowing out the wall and sending Umbras tumbling away through the opposing partition. The apothecary let out a colorful curse and picked himself up, dust and rubble sloughing from his armor. "They are coming," he said, no trace of fear or caution in his voice. "Let your last thought be defiance, Kadayan, and your last act righteous murder." Ventress emerged at the doorway then, his armor smoldering with scores of hits. He slammed a fresh clip into his bolter and opened his mouth to speak. No sound left his lips. His eyes widened and a look of shock slackened his features. The blade issuing from the front of his throat gleamed with his blood. Ventress fell then, his weight shaking the tortured floor, the hilt of the knife that had struck the mortal blow protruding from the back of his neck. Beyond him, the heavily scarred face that met the Kadayan. And Umbras split in an impossibly wide and malevolent grin. "One down," Barolinus hissed, his voice spiteful and sibilant. "Two to go." "What are you?" Umbras whispered, disgust and confusion weighing his voice. The thing that had once been Lurum Barolinus did not reply. Faltoric. The Nightbringer. Kodian looked upon the ancient abomination as if with new eyes. Regarding the kin of the Void Dragon for the first time, and knew then what it was to fear for the first time in his adult life. The alien sensation seized him, its black fingers tightening around his heart and squeezing. He felt the breath catch in his throat as fear fought to overwhelm him. It was a fear of death, and never before had he experienced it. He knew then that he looked upon death, looked upon the ageless being that had birthed that emotion. All around him, he could see that the Eldar mirrored that fear in their hearts, just as they had always done for thousands of years. Although the Eldar charge did not cease, it visibly slowed, for the presence of the Nightbringer brought with it a dread that could not fully be ignored, despite even the presence of Cain. Only the avatars did not falter, for they could not be affected by the emotions of mortals. All that Cain knew was the desire to kill. That, and to seek revenge. To try and even mentally describe the abomination that was the Nightbringer was an impossibility, a task only the mentally unsound would even attempt. All that the human mind could comprehend about death, the Nightbringer brought to life. To see his approach was to see the approach of death itself, for he was the Reaper, and he had come to claim the lives of all those who opposed the will of the C'tan. Unlike the colossal Void Dragon, the Nightbringer was of roughly human size and build, albeit around the same dimensions as one of the vaunted Primarchs, but he was no less daunting for it. His presence suggested more than his visage ever could, for waves of cold, aching despair and fear radiated out before him to affect all those around him. The Eldar were fast, incredibly so, and it did not take long for the swiftest units to reach the enemy. Kodian spied one of the speeding Eldar grav tanks before him and concentrated on its upper hull. His efforts were beginning to take their toll upon him, and so he willed himself through space and time, appearing a heartbeat later atop the same tank. He slid down the hull away from the mounted cannons there and came to rest above the curved Grill of the right side engine. There was precious little to hold on to here, and he tried activating the mag clamps set into the solace of his boots to no avail, remembering only after that the technologies of the Eldar did not employ the use of metals. He holstered his bolt pistol and dug his fingers into the grooves between the panels, using every ounce of his strength to force his fingers inside. It was thanks to his lofty position that he saw the clash of the two forces as it happened, and, like many others before it, it was a sight he knew he would never forget. The speeding jet bikes were the first into the fray. At the head of the hurtling riders were Eldar warriors who wore the colors of blue and white, their mounts seemingly the fastest of all. They wielded lances that spat blinding fire into the silvered hordes as they met the enemy, and that first salvo of close but powerful attacks obliterated untold Necrons. The bikes began to peel away above the heads of the enemy after this initial attack, allowing those that followed to engage. Scores of the shining spears were lost as they rose up above the heads of the Necrontyr, blown from the skies by the guns of the larger enemy machines. Eldar warriors clad in all the varied colors of the craft worlds hit the Necron wall with devastating force. Shuriken fire so thick that it seemed almost solid punched swathes of Necrons off their feet, whilst Eldar witches raked the front lines with iridescent fire and threw bolts of protective energy over those of their own kind nearest them. Hundreds of Eldar died as Codian watched, his breath stolen by the sheer scale of it all. Jetbikes came apart as they crashed into the advancing Necrons, whilst others were obliterated by the concentrated gauze beams of enemy squads. To their credit, the riders carved a deep swathe into the enemy force, like a spearhead piercing flesh. Metallic bodies twisted high into the air where they were thrown by the force of that strike, those brave Eldar responsible paying the inevitable price of such a suicidal move. He jumped then as he heard the Vox unit built into his collar crackle, feeling a sensation of creeping dread curling in his stomach at the sound. Something inside him quailed at the sound of the whispering static, some deep, primal part of his soul. Plus it is almost time, Dalo Codian plus a voice said, sibilant and close, as if spoken directly into his ear. Plus soon, I will play my part. I gave my word, did I not, plus. The sound of the voice sent waves of nauseating disgust through him. He did not answer, for it was all he could do to prevent himself from tearing the Vox unit from his armor. Still the hissing static persisted, as if to mock him. After a short pause, the voice spoke again. Plus I remember you, Prophet. All those years ago. I look upon you now and I see what you have become, and I remember you. You interest me, Dalo Codian, even more so now that I have witnessed your transformation. Plus you have informed me that you intend to play your part, Mafaran. Codian spat. We shall see. That is all we need discuss. Plus you guard your secrets well, Codian, and I applaud you for that. You are a perplexed creature. Do you remember when I wore the identity of the one named Skarn? Do you remember when you faced me on the proscriptus? Which one were you? The thing you are now, or the creature you were before? Therein lies the enigma I will attempt to solve. Until such time as I do so and we speak again, I leave you and your kind a gift. Plus what gift? Codian asked, despite himself. Plus treachery, of course. Plus the deceiver answered, his voice dripping with malevolent glee. With that, the static ceased, and he was gone, leaving Codian wondering what manner of deceit was fated to happen next. His mind troubled, Codian turned to the battle once more and prepared to reap the legions of the enemy. Part 220. Wrath of the Red Giant. Codian pulled his fingers free and drew his bolt pistol once more, knowing that in moments he would be fighting what could possibly be his last ever engagement. Enemy fire cascaded from the silver tide before him, where even now the brave charge of the jet bikes was faltering, their numbers thinned almost to nothing. He felt the grav tank shift beneath him as its rear ramp rang against the ground. The craft was already beginning to slow, and the cannons above him to his left opened up, sending a hail of miniature stars out into the Necrons. He knew exactly what this meant. He leapt into the air and let the tank's own progress carry it from beneath him, and as he landed he did so amongst a host of lithe, sprinting blue bodies. The warriors were clad in the ubiquitous armor of the Eldar but wore long white, crested helms that marked them out from the rest of their kind. He fell into step alongside them, and yet he knew within seconds of doing so that he would never keep up the pace. The charge of the aspect warriors was one of consummate grace. They advanced in long, striding bounds, each footfall springing them into the air as though they were near weightless. Now that they were here at the very forefront of the clash, debris littered the battlefield, and yet the dire Avengers would not be slowed. They vaulted the broken remains of jet bikes and Necron warriors as they hurtled on, twisting through the air around gauze beams and other questing fire. Codian threw himself through the warp and caught them up, just as the warrior he emerged by came apart amid a blast of emerald light. His armor simply flashed into a glittering dust that swirled around and into the beam, followed a second later by his flesh and bone. The rest of the warrior's comrades did not falter at her death, for to do so now would mean a similar fate. They bore on into the Necron lines, their shuriken rifles dealing spinning destruction wherever they pointed. Codian watched as the dire Avengers simply threw themselves into the mass, vaulting high over the heads of those machines in the front line and disappearing from sight. Only then did he consider how totally overwhelmed he was here, and it was nothing but a fleeting thought. He brought both pistols up and pressed the triggers as he closed the last few feet, letting the guns empty out into the endless mass. "Farterra!" he cried, watching as his efforts blew a wide hole in the thicket of Necron tier. "For the Emperor! For all those you have killed and all those you will kill yet! I am Dalo Codian, and I deny you." Darkness closed in on him then, and he was amongst the enemy, surrounded on all sides. The clatter of metal against metal rang in his ears, a deafening sound, and the stink of ozone assailed his nostrils. "Not yet, Codian." The voice was soft and whispered as it echoed through his mind, and yet he barely regarded it. He blasted away with his guns, fighting to clear a space, and yet, for every machine that fell, there were two to take its place. He caught sight of glowing green eyes and leering skulls, and yet he could not focus on any one feature of the mass. It did not take the bolt pistol long to run dry. He felt it click in his hand rather than hear it, and he knew that the plasma pistol would not be long in expending the charge of its canister. He spun on his heel and blasted the enemy in all directions, sending plasma scything through scores of bodies. It was not enough. It could never be enough. "Hold on, Codian. I will come for you." He knew the voice, and yet the desperation of his situation would not allow his mind time to focus on it. The enemy took all other choices from him then, as the last round of plasma left his pistol and the weapon hissed redundantly, drained of its power. He slid both guns into their holsters and drew the Dawnblade. The weapon keened as it transformed in his hands, the golden skull warping and elongating and changing in hue from gold to shining silver. Runes rose up from the flattening surface and came to life, blazing with eldritch fire. The head of the Crozius became as a long, curved blade engulfed with arcing power. He swung the Dawnblade and Necrons came apart wherever it touched them. Fingers of lightning followed in its wake, striking those it missed and rendering their bodies down into swirling silver dust. Anaris, the final blade of Vol, wielded by the Smith God himself and then the Eldar champion. Eldinesh, gods, and warriors of legend had touched the weapon, and it was a fearsome thing. Codian knew the truth of the weapon's history then, even if he did not fully understand it. This was a weapon that had started the war in heaven, that had caused the greatest schism ever to afflict the Old Ones. This was the sword that had seen Vol broken by his brother, cast down from the lofty heights of godhood and chained to the anvil of mortality in his defeat. This was the weapon that had guided the fate of mankind, from conception all the way to galactic dominance, and as he held it in his hands, he felt the weight of its history and its power. As he considered all this in his mind, he could feel the living weapon's own presence flowing through him, guiding his hand, destroying the Necrontyr wherever its blade fell. He could also feel the presence of another, a mind far more powerful than his own, its thoughts feeding on his. The other knew all that he considered, for it was as if his mind was an open book. Codion. Necrons shattered in droves as the Red One poured himself into the space they had occupied, his vast bulk forming several meters before the beleaguered chaplain. His golden armor shone with the light of the immaterium, lit from within and suffused with immeasurable power. He flung a hand forth and lightning cascaded from his fingers, spearing from one Necron body to the next, smashing apart each victim as it was transferred. He was a true giant stood amongst the enemy, his powerful form towering above all those around him. Codion looked into the single remaining eye of Magnus the Red and saw there nothing but a blazing hatred for the enemy. "Begone!" he roared, swinging his mighty glaive around him. Howling gale rose up in the wake of the magical weapon, tearing Necrons off their feet and sending them spinning away through the air. Codion gasped as he felt the winds buffet him, and yet they did not pluck him into the air. He held up his arms and crossed them before him as Necron bodies flew past. Magnus turned on his heel to face the legions behind him and hammered the glaive into the ground. Grass and earth blossomed into the air as the ground split apart, fire and light billowing up through the rents in the earth. Necrons fell like trees before an atomic blast, flattened in their hundreds. Others were swallowed by the fissures, pouring in droves into the tears that opened up beneath their feet. Magnus was not done. His crimson face alight with utter rage and determination, he fell to one knee and swept his hands out as if to tear some invisible thing apart. The raw power of the warp was his to command without question, and it obeyed him then. Blazing pink fire bloomed up from the ground all around him, rising high into the air. The conflagration spread as it grew, increasing in diameter like a ripple, and it was a phenomenon the Necrons could neither defend against nor resist. Codion gasped as the flames consumed him, yet it took only a second for him to realize that they did not burn him. The inferno seemed cool against his skin, like rain, and he relaxed his stance as he watched the image of those Necrons whose existence still lingered swim and convulse amid the wavering heat. Magnus rose then, his single eye finding the chaplain. He crossed the space between them, the tortured area utterly cleared of the enemy now. Codion. Such brashness! You must realize that you are not invincible, son of Guilliman. Codion opened his mouth to reply, but the colossal Primarch held up a hand, silencing whatever response hovered on his lips. Events are accelerating. I sense both Ka and Sigarak are poised to encounter the one known as the Outsider. We are at a crucial stage now, Chaplain. The Old Ones must be sure to banish the orb of the Outsider if we are to allow the Eldar to realize their ultimate goal. Also, I bring dire news. I have sensed the death of the one called Uriel Ventress. No. It cannot be, Codion began. It can and it is, Codion, but you must listen carefully to me. It is as fate decrees. Ventress has fallen. But his part in this war is far from over. If all that we have planned comes to pass, then destiny will see him rise again. Look into your soul and you will see this truth. The Kasha will show you. With that, the Cyclopean Primarch looked to the distance, as if his eye was able to see what no mortal possibly could. I must go to ensure that this comes to pass, but before I do, I leave you a gift. They will protect you. For they are formidable, but do not squander that protection. I will return shortly. Leave me a gift? What manner of gift, Magnus? The 1,000 suns. He replied. The towering crimson being simply faded away then, like smoke caught on the breeze. As the last vestiges of Magnus disappeared, quivering blue and gold shapes began to form all around him. He turned slowly on his heel to take in the event, and wherever he looked more and more of the armored shapes came to be. Codion had never before encountered the beings that emerged all around him, but he knew them. For whom they were. They were Astaroths, clad in archaic blue and gold armor, silent and ghostly. Their ornate ceramite lit from within by ancient and source rouse power. They were Magnus' Legion, the 1,000 Suns, and, like their Primarch, they had come to save him from his own rashness. The ethereal fires had died away by now, but they had done their work. The legions of the Necrontyr moved quickly to fill the gap, and slowly, almost ponderously, the 1,000 Sons of Magnus set to Work. Bolters thundered as the phantom Asteroutes engaged the enemy. Lines of controlled fire scythed the front ranks of the enemy down, and the bolt shells of the strange marines burned with arcane fire. They cut through the Necrons with an ease that normal ammunition could not match, for they were Sars-Rouse munitions, charged with the power of the warp. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the enemy were not swayed. The Necrontyr refused to flee or fall back beneath the fusillade. Instead they pressed on, intent on quashing this new and powerful resistance. The automatons that were the Thousand Sons neither faltered nor hesitated in meeting their enemy. Those warriors on the outer edges of the melee soon began to succumb to the attentions of the Necron host. Ancient Ceramite was blasted apart by unforgiving gauze beams, the victims picked apart by sweeping lines of emerald energy. Codian looked on as one warrior lost an arm, the limb scythed cleanly away, bolter and all. The ghostly warrior simply regarded the damage and then reached for the gilded combat knife at his thigh, only for another beam to punch through his torso and force him back several paces. A third swept through his waist and severed him in half, sending his upper body crashing to the ground. Lurid energies spilled from the marine's bisected form as the empty armor faded away, dissipating into the air like smoke. Not a single Thousand Son looked to react to the death of their brother, for it was as if they were incapable of emotion, or even higher sentience. As one, the silent warriors simply continued to hammer the surrounding enemy with relentless bolter fire, corporeal extensions of the supreme will of Magnus. "What are you?" Codian asked one of the entities, unable to dispel the image of the empty Ceramite from his mind. The Astarte looked to him then, turning ponderously to regard him with blazing eyes. "LL is dust," came the whispered, ghostly reply. "Plus plus plus." The thunder hammer lived up to its name as it swept through the crumbling partition wall with ease. Energies flashed across its charged head and it unleashed a thunderous boom as it tore the wall apart. Umbras skipped backwards away from the swing, firing as he retreated. Despite the weight of the hammer, Barolinus brought his lunge under control quickly and met bolt with shield, turning the shots aside with the energized buckler. The room was small, and did not provide anywhere near enough space for full-blown close combat. Umbras was a warrior possessed of untold decades of skill and experience, but whatever Barolinus had become eclipsed all that Umbras was. The younger Astarte moved with a speed the apothecary could not hope to match, and in the blink of an eye Barolinus was through the door and beyond Umbra's defenses, utterly ignorant to the Kadian's defiant pistol fire. Umbras ducked low beneath the traitor's first swing, only just avoiding the strike with his life. The younger Ultramarine kicked out and connected solidly with Umbra's face, who was still bent over. The apothecary reeled back into the remains of the wall, almost crashing through into the street below, as the Kadian launched himself at the rampaging Marine, his face set in a snarl of rage and his combat knife drawn up by his face. Barolinus did not even bother to regard the Kadian as he swatted the soldier aside with his shield, sending him hurtling over Ventress' body and through the ruin of the doorway. "You are slow, old one," the traitor uttered, the words hissing from his mouth through sharpened teeth. The room was suddenly engulfed by an explosion of light and noise, what little space remained utterly swamped by the dimensions of the entity that poured into it. Crimson and gold filled the void, so much so that Barolinus was thrown forward, barged aside by the sheer size of the new arrival. "Traitor thing!" Magnus roared, his voice quaking the surrounding structure. Vice-like crimson fist seized Barolinus and hauled him into the air. The Ultramarine fought to free himself from the clutches of the Primarch, but his efforts were in vain. Magnus' single eye blazed with contempt as he regarded the abomination in his hand, his ancient features warped with disgust. "The thing that twists within your soul is an abomination, Ultramarine. You are but a stripling, eager to attain glory, but careless in your endeavors. You are unworthy of my salvation, Lurum Barolinus. Your only hope is to find redemption within yourself, before the abomination claims all that remains of you." With that, he cast Barolinus from the upper floor of the building and into the seething mass below. He turned to Umbras then, who was struggling to pick himself up, and clearly shocked by the emergence of the Primarch. Son of Guilliman. What are you? Umbras uttered, contempt and amazement warring in his voice. Magnus held out a hand to display that he meant no aggression. Listen to me, for time is short. The one you call Ventress has fallen, but his fate is to be as the phoenix. He will rise again to fulfill a private destiny, but until he does, you are charged with preserving his fallen form. Rise again. What riddles do you speak, Daemon? I am no Daemon, Umbras, and I serve the Emperor only. Do not trouble yourself with all that I am. Preserve your comrade, and you will yet live to see victory here on Terra. Allies approach this position, even now. Do not clash with them, Ultramarine. They are on our side. Defiance straightened the Start's back as he took a step forward and craned his neck so as to look into the eye of Magnus. Whether or not Umbras knew any fear in the giant's presence, he did not allow it to show. Defend him. I can no more hold back the tides of an ocean than I can the tau that surge around this location. You will not need to. Magnus replied. I promise you that. Magnus said no more. He turned away from the apothecary and leapt into the air, his multi-hued cloak of feathers spreading behind him like the wings of some giant avian. Do not kill them. Leave that honor to me. Omegan's voice thundered through the surrounding buildings, rising up above the clamor of battle. He started forward, shoving Tau aside in his eagerness to reach his erstwhile brothers. As he advanced, he caught sight of both Guilliman and Alpharius again and again, a swinging arm here, a snarling face there, but for all their efforts, the Primarchs were finding themselves hard-pressed to turn the alien tide aside. He was no fool. He knew that, no matter how hard the Tau tried to bring them down, they would fail. It did not matter. All he needed was this distraction. He would take both their heads, and he would show the fools in death the truth they could not see in life. He shook his head, fighting to gather his wits in the face of the coming fight. His thoughts were in turmoil, and he knew that if he even dared to falter, to consider all that had transpired, his efforts could well drive him into insanity. I will make them pay. He snarled to himself, glancing back towards the vastness of the distant palace. I will make you all pay. Omegan. The voice was alive with unearthly power, so much so that it shook the air and sent lightning flashing through the gathering clouds above. He looked up into the skies in time to see the vast thing descending upon him. He raised Agislus up, ready to meet the new threat. Pink lightning flashed out and struck him, charging the blade in his hands and then leaping into his armored form. Omegan gasped as he was thrown up into the air, his back arched, and onto the ground. Even as he landed he rolled over onto his knees and pushed himself back up onto his feet. The kick landed hard in the square of his back and he rolled forward, the blade in his hand flashing out to meet his attacker. It would have been a killing blow had the sword not simply passed through the Crimson Giant's legs without causing damage. Magnus the Red's lower body shifted from incorporeal smoke to become solid once again as he landed, his weight quaking the ground. He held out a hand and closed his fingers, uttering deep words of secret power as he did so. Omegan cried out and fell to his knees, his armor groaning as his arms became pressed against his torso. Gisela's blade thrummed and hazed as it began to vibrate, sparks cascading across its length. Omegan, my lost brother. Magnus uttered, his voice strident and terrible. Enough. The scream tore from Omegan's throat and slammed against Magnus' panoramic chest, shaking golden armor scales loose and cracking the huge horns fixed into the plate there. The jeweled scarabs worked into the ancient plate glowed with energy discharge and then splintered, shattered by the sonic blast. Magnus staggered back, surprised and hurt by the assault. Omegan shook himself free of the sorcerer's psychic grasp and charged, swinging his blade at Magnus' head. The red sorcerer swung one mighty arm up over his head and then down before him, bellowing at the top of his voice. The words he spoke were ancient and forbidden, his voice magnified by the power of them so that it resounded through the air and bled the ears of all those in its presence. Blazing comets of white fire descended from the skies with the speed of light to bombard the errant Primarch where he stood, slamming into the earth again and again like the barrage of some godlike Artillery strike. Omegan was thrown up into the air beneath the force of each strike, so that his helpless body danced like a marionette. Magnus threw himself through the salvo without injury and snatched at Omegan's throat. As soon as his red fingers found his brother's gorget, the spell ceased. He slammed the spiked haft of his golden glaive into the ground and pressed his fingers against Omegan's forehead. This ends now, my brother. Magnus, traitor. Omegan spat, fighting the sorcerer's grip and yet seemingly unable to escape it. One of the Emperor's most abhorred sons. What fresh treachery drives you back to his door, son of Prospero? Have you and your foul kin come to finish what you started? Look of sadness and regret flickered across Magnus' scarlet features as he heard this. The blazing yellow hue of his one good eye looked to dim, and for a moment, it seemed as if he would release his brother from his grasp. If there could have been any other way, Omegan, we would have found it. The forces of the warp almost made an eternal ruin of me. They fooled me, brother, and in doing so they coerced me into making a ruin of what would have been our Emperor's greatest work. None of us, not even the father, could have known how deep that treachery was rooted. A pained smile spread across Omegan's face as he heard this. Treachery? Of all those to speak of treachery, Magnus, listen to me. We all knew the secret of the Emperor's greatest work, even you. The knowledge of that work is locked somewhere in your mind, somewhere deep, where the Citan could not find it. None of us could know that the heresy was all some far-reaching and complex plan. The one who sits on the throne in place of our father saw victory that day, Omegan. It is time to right the wrongs of the past. It is time for you to come forth once again. I will destroy you, Magnus. Omegan spat, an utter conviction in his voice. Magnus shook his head slowly. No, my brother, you will not. Let the truth free you. I will open your eyes. With that he thrust his glowing fingers through the skin of Omegan's forehead. Omegan opened his mouth and screamed. Part 221. The Vipers of Mafaran, the Sons of the Lost. The sound was immense. Every single fire warrior within sight of Omegan cried out, a sound born of disbelief, rage, and fear. 1,000 guns or more would have been turned upon Magnus, had not the hands that held them fallen limp. Omegan's body went slack in Magnus' hands. His eyes were wide and blazing with inner light, and his mouth was open in a silent scream. He shuddered, as if fighting to repel the sorcery of the red giant, but he could not. Finally, after what seemed an age, Magnus withdrew his fingers and the holes in Omegan's forehead closed. He laid his brother on the ground and stood tall, regarding all around him. The despair of the Tau took immediate effect. Both Alpharius and Guilliman emerged from the press of bodies, tested but largely unharmed. Both Primarchs looked to their brother in disbelief. Magnus saw this and his features softened. What needed to be done, is done. The debt of ages is all but repaid. It can never be repaid, Magnus. Guilliman uttered. The red giant did not answer Guilliman's challenge. He extended the fingers of his hand, an act that caused the blade Agislus to rise from the ground beside Omegan's prone form amid an aura of power and twist slowly through the air into Guilliman's waiting hand. The father of the Ultramarines regarded the lost blade, his face unchanging. You defied the ruling of the Council of Nicaea, he said, accusation heavy in his voice. Nd Prospero burned because of that, Guilliman. I was seduced by the lies of the denizens of the warp, just as Horus was. The past does not matter here and now, brother. We all saw the truth of this future in the visions gave to us by the Emperor, and we all saw how each of us had a part to play. Even Horus. Horus is dead, Magnus. Lefarius said, the name of the fallen war master expelled from his mouth. Like bitter venom. Magnus nodded. Yeah, that he is. But we are not. We have a war to win. Let none of us hesitate in taking our places to see that victory. Magnus stepped away from the insensible Omegan at his feet and waved a hand. The air before him bended inwards and formed a swirling hole. Without another word, he stepped into the breach, and was gone. Guilliman and Alpharius watched as the last vestiges of the gateway faded into nothing, and the air sealed itself shut. They looked to one another then, their faces stern and radiating caution. The old hostilities cannot be allowed to sway us now, brother, Alpharius said. It was clear to see that Guilliman recognized wisdom in his sibling's words. He nodded slowly, made ill at ease by the admission but wise enough to see that there was no other way. I despise weakness, Alpharius, even if that weakness was a necessary evil, he said, testing the weight of the blade he had seen taken from his side so long ago. Alpharius turned to look at the prone form of his twin. All of us serve in our own way. You were one of the fortunates, Rabut. He knew that you were too pig-headed, too proud, to allow yourself to fall from grace. We could have conquered the stars, my brother, and ruled all of existence. We could have been the masters of this galaxy, and for what? To bring peace to those stars. Guilliman answered, but even as he spoke the conviction that should have been prevalent in his voice was absent. Alpharius allowed himself a muted smile. Yes, the grand vision. The grand lie. We could have annihilated the enemies of man and ground their empires to dust beneath our heel. And in doing so, condemned us all. Guilliman said, looking to the distant palace. They fight for us. Even now, don't they? The Eldar and the Orc. And uncounted others beside. Alpharius said. That is what we saw on Earth. Self-belief is a powerful weapon, Rabut, especially in the hands of the righteous, but it would have counted for nothing when the star gods came to finish what they had begun so long ago. That's why he came back here to start what he did, and that's why he made sure that you were so far away when Horus came for him. He needed you alive to see this through. Then perhaps you had better finish this lecture and rouse your brother, Alpharius. We have work to do. Beyond them, Omegan flinched and started to groan. The thing was a wraith. It flickered in and out of existence as it came for him, passing through the gathered thousand suns, its blazing eyes fixed on him. It did not pause to attack the ghostly Marines, for it was as if it did not recognize them as a threat. Enchanted bolter fire sailed through its incorporeal form as it swam through the air, hungry to take his life. Codian saw it coming and readied his pistols, but even now he could see that the machine would not be easy to bring down. Its lower body consisted of an elongated spine, ending in blades that were charged with deadly energies, and its hands were claws and other cruel weapons. He fired at it but the bolts simply passed through, just as he had feared. In the blink of an eye it was upon him, and there was nowhere to run. He knew he had no choice. He felt the darkness well within him, pulling at his form, preparing to drag him from this place. The Necron was faster than he could have expected. It twisted through the air, sliding round him, and darted forward. Codian banished the darkness immediately and spun on his heel to track the thing. He watched in disbelief as it lunged into its kin, its claws flashing through silvered torsos with ease. The wraith tore a score of Necrons apart, dissecting them with sweeps of its talons. Whether or not its victims were capable of experiencing surprise, Codian did not know, but they offered no resistance as the wraith unmade them, one by one. A scattering of the enemy turned their faces to the melee, almost ponderously, as if trying to make sense of what was happening. Codian saw something large loom behind them, its appearance enough to cause him to raise his guns. It was a strange construct. It hovered above the ground, and unlike the Necrontyr it did not have a skeletal appearance. It looked like some manner of oversized metal insect, possessed of several weapon arms and a head filled with blinking emerald eyes. Wires and severed limbs hung from a number of those arms, as if it had been in the process of gathering the detritus of its fallen comrades. The machine extended its tri-blade claws and began to tear into the rear of the Necrons, crushing or slashing all those within reach. Codian understood then what the deceiver had meant. This was the betrayal he had spoken of, and it seemed that, for now at least, he intended on keeping his word. Everywhere he looked, Codian could see similar scenes being played out. He could see no difference in those of the enemy that fought one another, but this did not worry him. They were all the enemy, and he would destroy any one of them that got in his way. Gauze beams thrummed by him then, forcing him to gather his thoughts. He turned and ran back towards the cover of a nearby chapel. He vaulted the low wall around it and rolled across the lichen-covered flags, chased by the questing green fire. The cover was poor here, no more than a scattering of raised beds and flagged tomb collections. More gauze beams speared his way, tearing through the ancient headstones and shattering them to dust. It was only the emergence of the Deceiver's legions that had thus far seen him continue to survive. That, and the presence of the implacable Thousand Sons. The warriors of Magnus continued to pour fire into the surrounding Necron tier, utterly immune or otherwise ignorant to the danger posed by the enemy. Despite the best efforts of the gathered defenders, the legions of the C'tan continued to steadily advance. The Eldar war machine fought them with unmatchable fury still, sweeping across the front lines of the enemy like a blade to the neck, felling score of them with each pass. Their speed and mobility were their most powerful weapons, and it was this that continued to keep most of them alive. The Titans of the Eldar were a sight to behold. They flew through the air on wings of fire to land amongst the seething mass, carrying swathes through those around them that they did not crush. He watched as one of the slender yet mighty machines sprinted towards the enemy lines, the ground quaking beneath its swift footfalls, its lances thrumming and quivering with sonic power. Necrons swarmed around its feet as it waded into them, and the hail of fire that stabbed out at the legs of the Colossus soon began to take its toll. Wraithbone fell away from its stilt legs like dust, the many layers that made up the enigmatic alien material sloughing away. The pilot of the Revenant displayed no signs of fear or self-preservation as he met the enemy. He must have known that the charge would see him fall, and yet he continued to blast the Necrons to pieces with his sonic lances, sweeping his vast arms from left to right to shake legions of them apart. His defiant stand did not last long, and Codian knew that this would be so. Emerald lightning lashed out at the construct, flaying Wraithbone plating away with each strike. Immense beams of gauze energy speared forth from the Necron mass and punched clean through the Titan's torso. For all its size, the Revenant was a slender thing, and the blasts easily severed it at the waist. Even in death, the machine retained its majesty. A cloud of Wraithbone shards billowed from its ruined waist as its entire top half fell forward and crashed down into the milling Necrons below. The legs of the construct staggered back, took a single step forward again and then folded, crushing yet more of the enemy into the ground. He barely noticed it at first. It was no more than a breeze, ghostly and barely perceptible, the displacement of air across the skin of his face. His hood fluttered softly, enough to cause him to hold his breath and turn. She was there, her ancient, sculpted face meeting his as he glanced over his shoulder. Although it was a visage forever fixed in a perpetual scream, unable to convey the emotions of the entity that lay behind it, those burning eyes spoke volumes of the burning determination that ever smoldered behind them. The Phoenix Lord Janezar ghosted through the rubble to stand beside him, barely disturbing even the dust in her progress. "It is time," she whispered, and though her voice was soft and ethereal, it power carried through the air with all the vigor and weight of a war cry. Codian fought to keep his composure as he regarded the ancient being. The complexity of the Akasha was such that he knew instantly all that he needed to know regarding the mysterious warrior, and yet he knew truly nothing of her in any conventional sense. The very presence of the ancient being was a mesmerizing thing. The sounds of the battle beyond seemed to thicken and slow, becoming muffled and distant as if he was underwater. "The Ranadandra," she said, sensing the question in his mind, "is now. The time of the Eldar is come. It is the fate of the children of Isha to converge here, upon the cradle of Vol Ascendant, to war with the champions of chaos. It is here that the phoenix shall burn brightest." "I don't understand," Codian answered. "Can you not see what is happening here? This is no fight against the legions of warp gods. It is you who do not understand, Dalo Codian. We have not come to fight against the servants of chaos, for this is not the time to do so. We come to fight alongside them. Jane's voice trailed away then. She snapped her head around to look out beyond the wall, her eyes pulsing with an expanded awareness. Kodian did not understand what the mysterious warrior uttered next, for her words were alien and incomprehensible, and yet he was able to recognize on some empathic level that it was a warning. And it was a warning not intended for his ears. She drew herself into a tight ball then and leapt into the air, clearing the wall with ease. She twisted over and landed clear of the cover, her progress followed by the chaplain, and threw herself into a hurtling sprint out towards the enemy. They were here. He had not even been aware of their approach, but as he watched the Phoenix Lord charge into the mass of oncoming bodies, he caught sight of the gleaming white armor plate and the crackling warriors, and he saw then how close he had been to succumbing to an enemy ambush. The Nihilum Sons. The first ever traitor Astaroths, warriors condemned to heresy by their very physical nature many thousands of years ago. To gaze upon them, anyone would be forgiven for mistaking these hulking killers as machines, but this was not the case. Beneath the gleaming plate of each of the warriors lay flesh and bone, long ago entombed by the infernal machines of the Void Dragon. The truth of the hidden history of the Nihilum Sons flashed through Kodian's mind, but he dismissed this invasive information. Now was not the time to ruminate on the origins of this enemy. The Phoenix Lords of the Eldar had come to meet these powerful foes in battle, and their efforts would be joined, he vowed that. Jane'Zar leapt into the fray, twisting over in the air, her long glaive sweeping through the first of them. Guttural mechanical cries issued from grilled mouths as a host of the machinist arts fell. Their bodies cleaved apart. She landed lightly and spun on one heel, slicing and parrying with a speed none could match. Glowing warriors swept out, questing to end her existence, and yet she seemed to sense every strike before it found its mark. "They hunt for you, prophet," said a ghostly and sibilant voice in his ear. Kodian spun around to see a dark shape glide from the shadows of the tomb, its armored body low and stealthy. This was Karandras, the Phoenix Lord of the Striking Scorpions, and wherever he moved, not so much as dust was displaced. The being ghosted past him, his eyes fixed firmly on the prey beyond. "You chance too much, Dalo Kodian, when you have yet to play your most important part. Yours are the reins of command now. Quell the warrior urges within your heart and take up those reins, or risk allowing this defiance to unravel into anarchy." The Phoenix Lord rolled across the ground to the foot of the wall and rose, the very shadows themselves swimming faithfully around his heels. He vaulted the wall and ran into the enemy, the teeth of his chained blade screaming. Unlike his sister, Karandras swept in low, striking from beneath the defenses of his foe. The Phoenix Lord snipped the leg from one of his opponents using the oversized power claw of his opposing arm, and struck the fallen Start's head from his shoulders as he fell. Crackling fire flashed out from the mandibles worked into his helm, each expert shot sending glittering electrical sparks cascading across the faceplates of multiple targets. Like a moth to a flame, Kodian's attention was drawn to the center of the shifting mass that was the Nihilum Sons, as if his senses knew what his eyes would find there. He felt the abomination's presence deep within his soul at the very same moment that he spied the towering figure there, standing head and shoulders above his legions. Casus Magog drove his warriors forth ahead of the bulk of the Void Dragon's armies, the dark jewel set into the center of his forehead blazing with power. The Primarch's rage did not need to be vocalized to be felt, for it was a radiant thing, a cold, suffocating weight, like a wind that blew hope from the hearts of men and left behind nothing but despair. Unlike the rest of his soulless kin, Magog seemed to be equipped with the ability to physically emit this darkness. Beams of black light stabbed forth from his forehead and speared out over the heads of his warriors, hunting to make contact with the Phoenix Lords. Both Karandras and Jane'Zar looked to take great efforts to avoid the darkness. Each time it lanced towards them they leapt or rolled out of its way, as if they knew that a single touch would see them unwritten from existence. Kodian felt the breeze of the next Phoenix Lords passing against his face and he glanced to the right, in time to see Azurman sprint by, the banners fixed to the short poles at his back fluttering and snapping. Azurman said nothing to him, nor did he even shift his gaze to regard the chaplain. He simply loped past, his shining blade held out at charge position. The dire avengers flooded around Kodian as they followed their Phoenix Lord, the sound of their collected footfalls seeming to flood into Kodian's ears at once. He had not so much as sensed their approach, for he had not heard or seen them up until this point, and yet their numbers were as such that he could only have guessed how many of them there were. A torrent of blue and white spilled over the short wall before him and surged after Azurman to meet the Nihilum Suns, and the first emotion that entered Kodian's mind as he saw this was relief. However fleeting, the charge of these Eldar would buy him some time, for it was clear now what he needed to do if the collected foes of the Necrontyr were to stand any chance of survival. Karandras had been but the latest individual to speak the truth regarding his situation. He was the war master of this collective now, and he needed to begin to justify that title. He needed to take the reins of this war, but to do that, he needed help. Up until a short while ago, he had enlisted the aid of Liguor for this exact purpose, but in his haste to engage the foe he had lost the veteran librarian, Vestidal too. His eyes and ears were gone, and he needed them back. He closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Magnus, if you are able to sense this, I need your help. He opened his eyes again and looked out across the sprawl of the raging war, hoping against hope that his thoughts had been heard. His mind was no more powerful than any other mortal free of mutation, but he trusted in the prowess of the Red Giant enough to hope that Magnus had heard his mental call. I need your help. Magnus the Red shifted almost imperceptibly as the voice ghosted through his mind. Such was the psychic clamor of the war around him that it was as powerful as any physical din, perhaps more so. And yet the mind behind the call had focused its thoughts on him. Because of this, it cut through the mental interference like a knife, and he heard it with clarity. The prophet, Dalo Kodian, needed him, and he would answer. First, though, he had other concerns. The echoing ruin around him was called the Basilica of Light. Once, this ancient structure had been one of the most magnificent creations to bless the lofty peaks of the Imperial Palace. Severe orbital bombardments had taken the vaulted ceiling away, and massive chunks of that ceiling lay all around him now. Standing here within the basilica, it was akin to being surrounded by miniature mountains. The wind blew in from vast holes that had been blown into the basilica's sides, and it howled mournfully as it passed between these rocks, as if in lament to the ruin of such a magnificent edifice. Magnus turned his gaze to the individuals gathered before him, his crimson face set in a permanent scowl. The eyes that stared back held within them no warmth or companionship. He saw there only hatred, radiant and unquenchable. Hatred for him, and for every other living thing amongst the stars of the galaxy. Magnus saw this and yet refused to be moved by it, for he knew each of the towering Primarches better than most. No soul was protected from his boundless gaze, however dark or lost. The fallen Primarches stood before him, no two alike in appearance or size. Angren towered over them all, his body long since warped to obscene proportions by the ageless warp entity that was his god. Speak, sorcerer, or begone and let us take to this war once again. I ache to kill. Then that ache shall continue, Angren. This enemy has long since ceased to live. Magnus replied. Angren bellowed with rage and stamped one cloven foot hard against the ground, the blow near shaking his brothers off their feet as the flags beneath them danced. Kern cares not. Let the skulls that line the foot of his throne gleam silver if not crimson. My rage shall be appeased. A small number of the others muttered their assent. Only 2 of the Primarches did not openly display agreement with Angren. They were Fulgrim and Lorgar. Like most of the others, time and service had seen the bodies of these Primarches altered beyond all recognition. Fulgrim's form was one of serpentine visage, his skin colored a rich violet and his legs gone, a long twisting tail in their place. Lorgar retained his original shape, although his size and features were far different to what he had been born with. His face was that of a daemon, his skin crimson and his hairless head wreathed in long, curved horns. His yellow eyes burned with unfathomable power, but the vigor of that power looked to be dimmed this day. Magnus looked to Lorgar and Fulgrim, sensing their thoughts and desires keenly. We all know what is to come to pass this day. We all know what fate awaits us in this war. This is a tale that has been long in the telling, but it holds a conclusion we were created to be a part of. Yeah. Tale that holds only betrayal and abandonment for us. Perturabo sneered, his metallic voice deep and resonant. Perturabo was the primarch of the Iron Warriors. He too was a giant, second only to Angren and easily a match for Magnus in size and build. He wore thick steel armor and a helm with burning crimson eyes and a rebreather grill constantly wreathed in thick, choking smoke. His vaunted hammer, Forge Breaker, rested at his shoulder, its head ever charged with unnatural power. You must understand, Magnus began. I understand. I understand all that has transpired. I understand that, of all the primarches, of all his children, we were fated to fail. We were designed to succumb, crafted to be weak of will. He wrought failure into us, Magnus, so that he could ultimately save us all. How pragmatic, how sympathetic of our father. Magnus seethed through bared teeth as he listened to his brother. In every war there has to be sacrifice, Perturabo. Still you bear that grudge. Do not ask me to forgive him, Magnus. I hold no such ability in my heart. Perturabo warned. Magnus slowly shook his head. I ask nothing, save that you understand what it is we must do. We understand. Fulgrim said, his face ever stern and solemn. I will kill, said Angren, testing the weight of his vast obsidian blade. I will kill and I will destroy. I will do so for myself, and for my god. Lorgar looked to the Crimson Giant then and raised his Crozius accusingly, spite and hatred radiating from his eyes. I will carry my actions with me into eternity, Angren. He looked to Perturabo then, the same emotions burning in his gaze. Nd, just as I ask for no forgiveness, I give none. The Emperor did what had to be done. Had he revealed the truth to us, who can say truthfully that they would have complied? No, all I saw was denial and distance, from a father whom I adored. Grief was enough to turn my back to him, to dispel everything I ever believed in and divert my faith to other, darker gods. I understand all that has come to pass now. Like fledglings, our hands were forced, as were our destinies. We were pushed, because, left to our own devices, given our own choices, we would not have complied. And so lies the truth of our origins, said Kurz, the moon-skinned predator and father of the night lords. He raised one of his massive gauntlets up to run its blade fingers through the motes of weak sunlight streaming in from high above. We were torn from our wombs and cast amongst the stars so that our disparate fates would be shaped by the worlds we called home. Each of us lived lives that would see us here, now, dark and lost as we are. What has passed cannot be undone. Lorgar, my brother. Fulgrim. You wish to atone. And yet we all know that what we have lost can never be restored unto us. Angren, you wish to hate. And to do so eternally. Fair enough. Perturabo. You hold a resentment that can never be quelled. We are all different. We are unique in thoughts, desires, and feelings, each and every one of us. What is your point, Conrad? Sked Perturabo. Kurz held his hands out by his sides at this, as if to physically present his point. None of it matters, my brother. This is why we were created. Our enemy is the enemy of the gods. We swore allegiance to, and whether or not we regret turning from the Emperor's light, that fact will not change. Ignore our duty here, if you must. Leave, and flee back to the Eye. If these Cetans succeed here, then life will pay the price. Let them all burn. Perturabo snapped. I care nothing for mankind, and even less for the Xenos. Magnus looked to the primarch of the Iron Warriors then. Whether or not you care is immaterial. The warp cannot exist without emotion, without thought. Let the enemy win, then. Let them extinguish life, extinguish emotion. Let them calm the raging oceans of the immaterium and starve the denizens of its fathomless depths. The Tau were intent on sealing the warp in order to prevent it from influencing this realm. The C'tan do not need to do so. They merely have to exterminate life, and when they do, they will destroy us all. Serve him willingly, or serve him through your own selfish actions. Lorgar said. But you will serve him, all of you. Our fates are sealed. Magnus raised his head sharply then and looked into the distance, his gaze finding that which mortal eyesight could not. It is time. The others stiffened. Angren growled beneath his breath but said nothing. Perturabo spat a curse. Our target will be the entity known as the Void Dragon, said Magnus. He is the most powerful of the C'tan, and as such he presents the greatest threat. The Eldar currently face the C'tan called the Nightbringer and, fate willing, the third star god, known as the Outsider, will be dealt with soon. Enough. Magnus said no more then, as a whispering, ghostly darkness descended upon the gathering. Each one of the Primarchs glanced about them as the stone frosted and darkened. The pressure in the grand vault of the basilica increased considerably, as if it had become suddenly filled with bustling bodies. Before long, guttering eyes could be seen glowing in the gloom all around them. The shadows shifted and moved, and a cold, ethereal breeze blew through the space. Step forward, Magnus said to the darkness. A figure clad in midnight obsidian slid from the void and stepped into the single circle of sunlight left in the space. He was clad in Astarte armor, plate decorated with bones and skulls and emblazoned with vigorous orange flames. His head was bare, and the Primarchs could see that the warrior's face was wasted and dead, his features sunken like melted plastic against his skull. His dry flesh shone with a hazy inner light, as if exuding the soft glow of moonlight. Centurius, Magnus whispered, and greeted the phantom with a deep bow of his head. There were few like Magnus who knew the truth of the origins behind the Legion of the Damned. Most did not believe in the existence of the Phantom Warriors, and of those that did, there was only speculation to explain their existence. Magnus knew that the Astaroths of the Legion of the Damned were not as most of their advocates believed. Damned they were, fated by the course of their own individual actions to serve in atonement, for they were the true fallen. Amongst them were thousand sons. He knew that, although even he could no longer recognize them. World Eaters, too, and Iron Warriors. Every phantom member of the Legion had been an Astarte in service to the Emperor, once, until the day of their eventual physical death. Long before this death, though, each of the warriors had turned their eyes from the Emperor's light, and had sided with their Primarchs. Magnus knew that no traitor Astarte could ever escape from the Emperor's gaze, not while he held even the slightest sliver of regret in his soul. These were warriors that had been unable to atone for their sins in life, but were so tormented by their actions that they did so now in death. Until this day. Now, the once eternal quest of the Legion of the Damned was over, and they were damned no more. By coming here, Centurius and the others had fulfilled their silent, unspoken oath. They had but one task left for them to complete. Centurius knelt before Magnus and lowered his gaze as he lifted his hands up to offer the Primarch that which he held. The skull shone on the sunlight, the rays seeming to glitter and haze upon the surface of the bone. Magnus looked upon the skull, and he understood. He understood the power of emotion, the power of desire. Emotion transcended death, able to exist long after the destruction of the physical. Captured and locked in place by the absorbance of the warp. He understood all that the Legion represented. He understood their origins and recognized the sheer power behind their existence. Any desire strong enough could linger after death, burn even, with power enough to give shape to that emotion. Magnus held out a hand, his actions causing the skull to hover from Centurius' grasp. The Phantom Warrior rose and stepped back, as silent as ever. He looked to Centurius then and nodded, before casting his gaze out across the silent legions even now emerging from the shadows all around him. Your time is done, and your place at the foot of his eternal throne awaits. Let yourselves go now. And give all that you are as you leave this realm. His is the greatest and most powerful regret of all. Lend him yours, and let him shine once again. Centurius threw his head back and spread his arms wide. He made no sound as his body disintegrated into cold blue light, bright enough to scour everything away for an instant. The energies released at his final death flowed into the skull, whilst all around the gathering, the legion of the damned followed suit. Hulking black dreadnoughts crumbled into dust as they came apart. Entire squads blazed as one, their deaths fleeting and bright. Each and every ending added its own power to the glowing skull, and in moments Magnus let go of it and stepped away. Unearthly energies flickered and sparked around it as they began to form, solidifying, and yet never truly becoming corporeal. He lowered himself onto one knee then and bowed his head. "My brother," he uttered. "My brother," the hulking phantom replied. Part 222. God's Lament. Yuri Zinkevich gritted his teeth and hauled the control rod as far forward as it could go. He felt the Sentinel's pace quicken as the machine accelerated into a smooth, loping sprint, bounding almost gracefully as it drove ever closer to the enemy. The remaining walkers of Squad Absalom ran with him, flanking his Sentinel. He watched as Ninan shifted his walker sharply to the right, in order to avoid a fallen pillar, the man's colorful curse bursting over the Vox link a second later. Plus runner prime to all squads. Unfavorable terrain up ahead plus came Commander Patterson's voice. Over the link. Plus keep your eyes on the Auspex, don't let it take you by surprise plus. Easier said than done, Zinkevich thought, shifting his own runner violently as he avoided a section of collapsed wall. It took the trooper all his mental strength just to tear his gaze away from the sea of enemies before him, a silver sea that continued to grow larger with the passing of each second. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and flicked the test rune of his autocannon, determined to ensure that, when the time was right, he would be ready. The weapon's twin barrels began to cycle, giving out a loud, rattling whine. He barely heard the sound, though, as the invasive thoughts crept slowly back into his mind. The enemy were vast. They stretched from one end of the horizon to the other. They advanced as a tide, seemingly uninterested in employing the tactics usually encountered on the battlefield. They advanced in a single, solid block, obviously confident that sheer weight of numbers would see them victorious. Zinkevich swallowed hard as he fought to accept that this battle would be his last. It had to be, for he could see no outcome other than his own death. There were simply too many. Plus swing left plus Patterson said over the Vox. Plus all units follow me in. We will try to skirt the left-hand flank of the enemy, harry them there. They are too thick on the ground to engage directly plus. Confirmed, Psalm 3. He answered, hearing the staccato burst of similar replies engulf the net a second later. He took a long, cleansing breath and forced his eyes to focus on the directly ahead. The silvered host before him was a terror to behold, as cold and daunting as any foe could be, but they were as nothing to the horrors that towered over the battlefield at the fore. Zinkevich had but glimpsed the incomprehensible abominations leading the enemy forces, and that fleeting sight had almost torn his entire belief system to shreds in an instant. His faith in his emperor was absolute, unshakable, and yet, glimpsing the unfathomable entities that even now drew ever closer to the palace of the emperor, he could think of them as nothing other than gods. Terrible, murderous gods, intent on the slaughter and destruction of every single individual alive on Terra. The sight had almost torn his mind away from him, and ripped his heart and soul in two. He knew without doubt that, had his gaze even lingered on the abominations, that pause would have seen him dead, his life extinguished through absolute terror, his heart frozen in his chest. Still, flashes of what he had seen in that snapshot moment flickered their way through his mind. Intrusive and unforgiving. Each one brought with it a surge of cold, a numbing, bottomless ache. Despair, fear, and hopelessness warred to take him over, and it was only his faith in the emperor that had thus held it at bay. He shook himself and hauled the Sentinel's control stick to the left, feeling the machine shift around him. He kept his gaze focused on the runner in front, Ninan's runner, for he knew that he dare not even raise his eyes any further than the exhaust stacks belching out their fumes a few meters from him. A Sentinel running at full stride was a machine that few other Imperial machines were able to match. and the progress of the assembled squadrons was formidable. Trooper Zinkevek was totally focused on the charge, on reaching the enemy, if not engaging them, and yet despite this he was still able to snatch quick glimpses of the situation as it unfolded around him. The runners passed many other Imperial war machines, from rumbling tanks and personnel carriers to lumbering Astarte dreadnoughts, their vaunted weapons quaking the sentinels passing them as they fired. He gritted his teeth and threw his runner past a procession of loping bipedal Xenos mounts, straining to cut out the whooping wails of the undulating, orange-skinned creatures. The beasts each bore a brace of alien riders at their backs, and the trooper could not help but throw them a passing glance as he wove his runner through their numbers. The aliens were strange but humanoid things, seemingly clothed in nothing save for shifting bands of pulsing blue and ripples of expanding, mottled black chameleonic skin. A curious buzzing sound assailed his ears, and he looked on as the creatures seemed to emit the sound from their open, distended mouths. Whatever purpose this served was not apparent to him, but the enemy, for the time being, seemed to be almost ignoring the waves of charging creatures. He turned away then and focused on the advancing line of sentinels before him as the squads continued to bear left. They were close to the enemy now, minutes away from reaching the front of the advancing lines. Plus hold steady. Everyone hold steady, plus Patterson called. Even the normally unflappable commander could do nothing to keep the edge of fear from his voice. Plus we are set to engage. Repeat, we are set to engage. Standard attack pattern, fire at will. Emperor. Love you all, boys, this is it plus. The commander knew this was a suicidal charge. They all did. Zinkevek had made his peace with this fact long before the sentinels of Absalom had fired up their engines and set out on this, what was to be their last ever charge. His own death meant nothing to him, for it would be a death dedicated to the Emperor, as meaningful as any life lived in his name. No, death was far from his main concern. Looking to what he and his comrades faced then, as they hurtled ever closer to their target, it was the consideration of how he would find that death that terrified him. There were more aliens here, huge numbers of them, and they were warring with the numberless enemy. Zinkevek watched as jet bikes screeched past, moving faster than any other machine he had ever encountered. The bikes were strange and colorful, with curved, sloping noses decorated with leering faces and multicolored diamond designs. Their alien riders matched these machines in design in that they too wore suits of swimming color and masks that never seemed to display the same expression or features twice. Many of them advanced on foot, and they seemed as swift as the sentinels themselves. They skipped and tumbled as they moved, as if performing some complex play or ballet, and each shift in position saw them veer out of the path of incoming enemy fire. The slender beings were engaged in battle with the machine warriors of the enemy, and, as hard as he tried, Zinkevek found he could not quite make sense of the foe. They fought as a shifting mass, a roiling, undulating sea of glittering silver that never quite took on shape or dimension. He spied a raking claw here, or a set of blazing eyes there, but each and every time he tried to focus on them, they were lost to the greater mass. He fought to keep his mind focused as he saw many of the alien allies convulsing, seemingly lost to the burgeoning madness of the conflict. Others lay prostrate on the ground, racked with grief, their willowy bodies shuddering as they wept. The ground upon which these creatures fought the machines of the enemy swam with light, and looked to shift and change with the passing of each moment. Even as he saw this, many of the runners before him began to peel away, the screams of their pilots howling across the net. Those made of sterner stuff opened fire, and sent out a hail of laser and autocannon shot that scythed through both the enemy and the aliens who fought against them. Zinkevek cursed the imprudence of his comrades as he swung his runner's chassis out to face the enemy and fired, sending a stream of glowing shells into the seething mass. Sparks cascaded wherever his shells pierced the hordes, and although he did not see any of his victims fall, he knew he had done the Emperor's work. The despairing cries of the colorful aliens were enough to drown out all other noise, and he could not help but find himself affected by the din. Ahead of him, several runners went down, punched off. their feet by blinding arcs of lightning. He cried out in shock as he saw Ninan's runner fall, its open chassis ablaze with searing lightning. He caught sight of Ninan then, no more than a writhing, black haze at the machine's center. The poor man simply came apart, his body turning to a glittering ashen dust that looked to spiral up into the air. Zinkevich saw this and made his final mistake then. He followed the progress of his friend's remains, seized by morbid fascination. He craned his neck as the dust twisted ever higher, and he saw it. He saw it. He screamed, his vocal cords shredding within seconds, as the full horror of the being that drifted above the war surged through his eyes and into his mind. Like liquid fire, the visage of the enemy commander poured into him, loosening his bladder and bowels explosively and instantaneously. His fingers tightened around the control rod of the sentinel with force enough to shatter the bones, and as he cried out, the skin around his mouth split open as his jawbone dislocated. Great many of the trooper's bones snapped as he convulsed before the sheer terror of the being known as the Outsider, as his mind was driven from him without pause or mercy. Yuri Zinkevich died. Then, long before his runner flipped end over end and broke apart, brought down by the paroxysmal death of its pilot, and his death scream lingered for long moments after, trapped in the radiant presence of the greatest and most powerful psychic being on Terra. Had Zinkevich survived for but a few moments longer, perhaps he would have borne witness to what happened next. Perhaps he would have seen the abomination pause, its eyes slowly turning to the heavens. High above the Outsider, out in the cold, numbing embrace of the void, others were waiting. She came like a column of multi-hued light, stabbing up into space from the tortured surface of the world far below. The clouds and the smoke parted before her as if fearful of her presence, peeling back so as to reveal the thousands of flashing, popping specks of light far below. The Outsider poured herself upwards into the outer atmosphere and beyond. They were waiting for her. Ka and Sigarik followed the progress of the insane entity in silence, ensconced as they were in the protective embrace of their own unfathomable powers. They exchanged but a fleeting glance, a gesture of comradely finality, as the Outsider came to be before them. Utter darkness and chaotic light exploded across the heavens as both the Old Ones countered the maelstrom of psychic hatred that assailed them, their combined powers barely enough to stave off the utter psychic might of the Outsider. Despite the airless vista, the Outsider's enraged wails were as a storm, buffeting them both, shaking their forms with such fury it was as if they would be dashed apart. A single word thundered through the void again and again, quaking the heavens beneath its fury. Sigarik. Her hatred for the being known as the Laughing God knew no bounds, and she unleashed it with an unforgiving ferocity. All that she was hammered against the defenses of Sigarik, as the fists of a spurned lover would hammer against the chest of the one who had done her wrong, and the Laughing God of the Eldar weathered the storm, weathered the hate and the anguish and the wrath of the one he had tricked into madness and corruption. Waves of psychic substance peeled away from him, each one bearing the force and power of 100 atomic blasts, as the Outsider slowly but surely tore all that he was apart. Ka fought to preserve his brother, but it was all he could do to keep him from being torn into oblivion by the might of the fallen Slahi. There were no words exchanged as any mortal would recognize, for these were beings who had millennia ago eschewed the need for verbal contact, but Ka's very soul assailed the Outsider, appealing for calm and peace. Images of those lost flashed like distant lightning across the heavens. Images of Isha and Asurian, of Cain, Val, and Liliath, of all those lost to the ancient wars. Still the Outsider continued in her murderous attacks, like a rabid, mindless animal, driven by her all-consuming hatred to kill the one who had wronged her. Sigarik shook and convulsed beneath the assault, like a boat caught in a storm, all the while radiating his own appeals for mercy and for reason. Other scenes flickered across the stars as he recounted his own version of events, as he showed the one who had once borne the name of Gia the reasons for her betrayal, the need for what had passed. He showed her the fate of the universe had he not done what he had done. He showed her dead stars and burning worlds. He showed her systems utterly devoid of life, desolate and empty. He showed her everything that would have come to pass, and more besides. He bared his soul to her, even as she tore him apart. He unraveled the torment and the despair he had carried within him since her fall and laid it at her feet. He plucked his own beating heart from his breast and peeled it open, for there were no lies at the core of Aslahi's soul, and there were no feelings or emotions that could be hidden. He showed her the truth of it all, of how her loss had almost torn him apart, just as she had been torn apart. He showed her that he had loved her then, that he had never once ceased in loving her. Bow waves of regret and mourning cascaded from him as he bared his soul to his eternal love, and finally banished the quaking barriers of his defenses. This had always been his fate, ever since the fall of the Old Ones. This had been what had driven him to survive the birth of Slaanesh, what had driven him deep into the webway. He was the secret that the Harlequins of the Eldar had striven, no, existed to protect for millennia, for only they, along with Ka, knew of the secret fate of Sigarak. He had waited for so long, just for this. To atone. To die at the hand of the one he had betrayed, and to show her why he had done what he had done. As he died, as his essence broke down and thundered across the heavens, the white light engulfed Gia. Truth and reason seared across her form and hammered its way into her mind, dissolving the madness and the hate, and consuming the taunting fragments of all those she had consumed, of all those who had lingered within her, who had driven her insane, from her soul. It excised the poison of madness from her body, and scoured her clean of its suffocating embrace. It had always been thus, that nothing save for the ultimate sacrifice of another Slahi could have saved her from the ruin of madness and, of the Old Ones, only Sigaraka's death could have driven this madness from her. She had loved him, and she loved him still, and his murder at her hand was enough to fill her with a cold, sobering shock. Ka let his defenses fall then, for he knew that Gia realized all she had done. Following a brief moment of emotional void, there came fresh despair, and it hit him with waves of rolling grief. He stood firm against the storm, and directed his will out towards the distant, silvered shape. Towards the sphere. A measure of reason came back to her then as she realized what Ka intended of her. She was restored now, cured of the madness that had plagued her for so long, but now that madness was replaced by a grief that both of them knew she would neither dispel nor recover from. The sphere. Her prison for an uncounted age, the sphere was the obstacle that she had brought to this world, the obstacle that stood in the way of the greater plan. Although she had been trapped inside it for eons, beyond its confines it was only she who held the power to keep its greater effects at bay, and only she who held the power to banish it from this realm. She understood. With but a sweep of her hand, the sphere shimmered briefly and then left, traveling into the unseen distance at impossible speeds. It became smaller and small, until it was nothing but a speck on the horizon, and then it finally blinked out of sight. Ka bowed his head in silent thanks, their eyes locked together for a moment. Although it was but the briefest of exchanges, an eternity of interaction passed between them then, as both beings shared boundless regret, loss, and sorrow. What was done, was done. Ka looked to the planet revolving far beneath them. He shivered, his shadowy form hazing and becoming like mist, and he was gone. Gia, left alone with her grief, simply gazed at the orb far below, her mind seeking out the object of its attentions. The emotions within her continued to build, to eat away at her soul like acid, and she knew that they would consume her, given time. She had banished the sphere now, and secured the future of life. There was but one thing left for her to do. One more sacrifice for her to make. For Sigarak. Magnus came to him then, and although he had been waiting for the Red Giant to respond, the shock of Magnus' thunderous arrival almost threw him off his feet. He staggered back as the air peeled away and the Primarch stepped out of the breach before him. Ethereal mists curling from his form. "You requested me, Codian." "I did." The chaplain answered, quickly gathering his thoughts. He gestured out towards the battle. That was even now drawing ever closer. Something just happened, something I am at odds to describe." Magnus nodded. "Destiny favors us, War Master. Ka has seen success." Codian raised his eyebrows at this. "Ka?" That good. One of the C'tan, the one they call the Outsider. I think it has just left this place. Was that Ka's doing? Magnus inclined his head slowly. In part, yes. You will not realize it yet, but a number of the Eldar have just been dealt a mortal blow. One that I do not see them recovering from before this war is concluded. Now, perhaps more than ever, you are needed to lead this war. I understand that. Codian answered. That is why I requested you, Magnus. I need your abilities if I am to assume this mantle I have been given. I need you to help me guide these forces. At that, Codian gestured out at the desperate fighting beyond. The Harlequins of the Eldar could be seen amongst the various others that were even now warring against the warped Necrontyr of the Outsider. Unlike the rest of the Imperial/Xenos mix, the Eldar looked almost to have given up hope. Hundreds lay dead at the feet of the Necrons, untouched by the enemy but dead nonetheless. Hundreds more were kneeling before the enemy, arms hanging lifelessly at their sides, their minds broken by the presence of the departed Outsider and their hearts broken by the hidden demise of their laughing god. A number of them still fought, the oldest and most warlike of the Harlequins, now consumed by a ever more burning hatred for the Necrontyr, but it was clear that, alone, they would not long survive. We can do nothing for them now, Magnus said. Even if we wished to. The Harlequins of the Eldar are but tools, whose task is now complete. This time, it was Magnus who gestured outwards, and Codian followed his outstretched hand. What is done, is done. See, even the C'tan sense it. Codian saw that the Primarch spoke the truth. The Void Dragon himself, poised in the midst of tearing apart the revenant titan he held in his grasp, slowly lifted his bestial face to the tortured skies. Though Codian followed the abomination's gaze, he could see nothing of what had transpired. Far above, many kilometers distant, the Nightbringer also paused in his fight against the avatars of Cain. The C'tan had clearly sensed some manner of change in the war. Something had happened, something significant enough to give even a C'tan pause. Sigarak, the laughing god, is no more, Magnus uttered, drawing Codian's attention to him. The chaplain's eyes narrowed as he heard this. They have killed an old one. No, Codian, not quite, but Sigarak has died his final death, and all that he was, all that his children were, has shaped the destiny of the rest of us. In what way, Magnus? Patience, Prophet. The Red Giant replied. Better that you see for yourself, when the time comes. Codian paused for a moment as he allowed the Primarch's words to sink in. After a few moments, almost begrudgingly, he nodded his assent. Very well. In that case, I would ask you to aid me in directing this war. I need your counsel and your psychic might, Primarch. Magnus nodded thoughtfully. Very well. I am yours, Prophet. SK, and you shall receive. At that, Codian gestured for the hulking being to follow him deeper into cover. The two of them negotiated the broken, angled walls and slowed in a small, open area strewn with debris but hidden on all sides from the battle raging beyond. Here, away from the eyes of the enemy, Codian turned to Magnus and put his mind to the shifting tides of the war beyond. Tell me what we have, Magnus, for I am sure that you know far more than I. It is hard for me to see anything save for chaos beyond these walls. I need to start and understand. Magnus held up a hand to allay the chaplain, showing that he understood Codian's request. The air before him shimmered as images and symbols came to be, swimming as they shifted position. His single eye blazed as he worked, telling of the vast psychic intellect at play. As he spoke, Magnus swept a hand through each of the gathered clusters of symbols in turn, causing them to dance and reform. The enemy advances on three separate fronts, although this may not be immediately discernible to the untrained eye. This mass you see to the left represents the forces of the Outsider. Here we have our weakest point in the enemy lines. The forces here are in current disarray, due to the sudden departure of their god. This can and must be capitalized upon. He gestured at the center of the mass. The Void Dragon's legions. It is here that the Necrontyr are most prolific in number, but they are currently harried both externally by our own legions and internally by the traitorous machines of the Deceiver. It is clearly the Void Dragon who poses the greatest threat here. He advances at the head of his armies, and we are all but powerless to counter or even slow that advance, as yet. This mass here before the Void Dragon represent the Eldar. Kodian moved closer, intrigued by the display. Can the Eldar maintain any effective defense? They will fight to the last. Here and here, we see the most powerful of the Eldar war machines. They linger at the rear, better to maximize their effectiveness. These runes represent the Eldar Titans. These positions here show the current status of your Imperial Titans. As with the Eldar, they favor long-range engagement, but the closer the Void Dragon draws itself towards them, the closer they are to being lost. So then, this area represents the forces of the Nightbringer. Kodian said, gesturing at the far right hand mass. Magnus nodded. These runes show the Vaders of Cain, and here you can see that a great number of the Eldar war in the shadow of the Avatars. The Eldar are currently divided, Kodian. They fight on all three fronts. They did. Kodian answered, his voice low and heavy. I have seen it with my own eyes, Magnus. The followers of Siguruk have been brought low. They have, but it is as I said. The very existence of the Harlequins of the Eldar is a complex thing. The death of their god has shown them that this cycle of existence is now over for them. The greatest ever weapon of the Harlequins is the soul, Kodian, but you need not concern yourself with that for now. We must concentrate on the living. Indeed. So, what else do we have, Primarch? At that, Magnus swept his hands out and the scene extended, showing ever more runes set out on a much wider scale. There are many more forces available to us that have yet to play an active part in this war. Magnus said. This will be our last stand, Kodian. You must understand that for now, the enemy are effectively corralled together. They advance with arrogance, confident that their strength and superior numbers will be enough to crush any and all opposition. We must capitalize on this. Kodian began to pace around the ethereal display, his hands locked behind his back now. Tell me who we have left, Magnus. I need to know it all. Let us show these ancient BDS how badly they have underestimated us. Magnus bowed his head, and smiled. Part 223. Thunderheads of Hate. Magnus continued to point out rune after rune, as the chaplain listened intently. The greater mass of the war is concentrated here, as you can plainly see, but there are many other factions both we and the enemy have yet to take into account. The Eldar are committed all but fully. And thus far they are serving to keep the Necrontyr engaged effectively. Now, it is clear that the enemy's weakest point is here, on the left flank as we face it. The outsiders' legions are in disarray, enough so that they are starting to crumble and dissolve without the presence of their commander. If we are able to subdue the outsiders' forces swiftly, then we stand a good chance of shifting the balance of this war. Kodian moved forward to run his hands through a large outcrop of symbols, sitting far below the Necron forces. The Liants. Magnus said. The majority of Imperial forces are currently moving up the center in the wake of the Eldar in order to meet the advance of the enemy directly. These forces comprise mainly of Astarte and Imperial Guard, bolstered by factions of the Arbits and what remains of the Mechanikus element. Mechanikus Titans sit here at the center of this mass, supported by Loyalist Knight Squadrons and Skitarii legions. There will be great loss here. We could have expected no less. Kodian answered. So, both the Eldar and the Alliance fight to keep the Necrontyr advanced bogged down. A noble effort, but both forces are harried enough. We cannot afford to shave off any elements of these two forces in order to exploit the weakness of the left flank. We should not need to. Magnus replied. We have other options yet to consider. There are still many skirmish factions out there even now that can be utilized in order to take advantage of this. We have both the Space Wolves and the Blood Angels on the field. The Space Wolves. Kodian snapped, his eyes widening. That's it. Russ. Magnus, what is the status of the Primarch? The red giant turned his face away slightly as the question was asked. His manner darkened, and it was made clear by his demeanor that the sacking of Prospero by the wolves would ever trouble him. Russ' wounds have healed, yes. He rouses even now, ready to take the fight the enemy once again. The wolves will heed the call of Russ and they will rally to him. What of the sons of Sanguinius? Codion asked then. I have but glimpsed what has become of the Blood Angels, Magnus. They are reduced to bloodthirsty beasts, shadows of their former selves. Can we rely on them? Yes. The librarian Mephiston commands them still, and he will guide them in their fate. So, Codion, we have both the Wovels and the Angels of Blood, but we can rely on them only so much as to provide skirmish support. We do however have a greater and more prolific ally in Dorn's children. The Imperial Fists. Yes. Magnus replied. And the Black Templars. Dorn has instructed both the Fists and the Templars to bolster the inner gate, but our best chance of victory here will be to see the Citan and their legions brought low on these fields. Now, see here. Magnus gestured to yet another part of the magical projection. At the very outermost edges of the fields, to the left, a great mass of shimmering symbols, so tightly packed together that they looked to form an almost solid mass, could be seen. The orcs. They come to answer the call to war, their racial memory restored. The orcs. Even now, Codion found it almost impossible to accept the role of the orcs in this war. He understood a measure of the race's history now, thanks to the Kasha, but still he could barely consider the prolific alien race without seeing them as anything save for the enemy. They approach from the direction of the ultimate gate, and their forces are vast. If we can but stall the Necron advance long enough, then the orcs will add much strength to our war effort. Codion nodded his understanding and moved out past the ghostly projection so as to look upon the battle beyond once again. The sight of the advancing Necrons drove a cold spike of ice deep into his breast. To look upon the enemy was to see nothing save for ruination and defeat, and although he fought to dispel this feeling, it was all he could do to keep his faith at the sight of the shifting metal tide and the monstrous beasts at their head. There are, of course, other matters to consider, Magnus said behind him. The Primarch's voice was low, and flavored with a hint of warning. Codion noticed this and found himself even more troubled. Guilliman, he said, hoping that it was his own restored Primarch that was foremost on the red giant's mind. We have Guilliman, yes, and the twin Primarches of the Ulfa Legion to consider. I speak however of my lost brothers, the allies of Horus Lupercal. They prepare to take to the field and meet the advance of the dragon head on. Then they should buy us a measure of time, at least. Codion answered, unable to keep the venom from his voice. He turned to look at Magnus and the Primarch inclined his head slowly. We can only hope. But, back to Guilliman and the others. The one thing you must understand with regards to this war is that, for all you are able to see beyond, there is far more happening than you could imagine. We have other allies here this day, and even now they prepare to add their might to this war. Codion's eyes creased as he heard this. He was clearly intrigued. Tell me more. What have I done? Omegan rose from the floor, his hands held out before him. He regarded his shaking fingers with grief-reddened eyes, as if he were able to see them stained with blood of millions. My emperor, my father. What have I done? That he asked of you. Lefarius replied, placing a hand upon his brother's shoulder. Slowly, gently, Lefarius took his brother's arm and raised him to his full height. Guilliman stood beyond, watching the exchange in silence. Alpharius moved to stand before Omegan and grasped his arm, his grip strong and supportive. Listen to me. Remember all that the corruption of the Tau drove from your mind. Remember the secret oaths we both swore, my brother. We have done all that we promised, and more besides. Here we are now, on Holy Terra, ready to finish what we started so long ago. We have drawn them out, these Citan, and they have taken the bait. Now all there is left to do is close the trap, and crush them and their legions to dust. Re you with us? Omegan looked into the eyes of his twin, a deluge of emotions at war behind his own. Lefarius' gaze was steady and piercing, as if to lend his brother focus, an anchor better to steady and hold Omegan's tempestuous mind. Re you with us, Omegan? I am, he replied. His expression changed, slowly at first, as his sanity fought to take hold. He looked out beyond Alpharius to where Guilliman waited, ever unspoken, and then further still to where the legions of the Tau engulfed the landscape. I am. Let us break the back of this damned war. We have all suffered enough. Let us end this. Lefarius smiled and gripped Omegan's arm all the harder. Let us end this. He echoed. Up above, far into the roiling heavens, came a rumble of thunder and a flickering burst of blinding light. Everyone present, even the Tau, craned their necks up to see what was happening. Blazing meteors began to fall through the clouds, each one trailing thick black smoke, and ever more explosions punctuated the skies. What is that? Omegan asked, letting go of his brother's arm. Plus. Umbras snapped his head up at the sound of thunder far ahead, shaken from his reverie by the sound. The distant explosions flashed through the clouds, sending hazy color playing across his white armor. The Kadayan had been watching the unfolding events below when he leapt up, startled by the commotion overhead. He jogged to the center of the room and knelt beside Umbras and the cooling body of Ventress. What the hell was that? He snapped, searching the clouds for any sign of an answer. What are they throwing at us now? Umbras raised a hand up to shield his eyes as he took in the flashes and explosions overhead, his lip curled thoughtfully. The skies are raining debris. I think that something has been blown apart in orbit, something big. How big? Ship big. The apothecary replied. Don't ask me more than that. It seems that we have trouble coming. The Kadayan fell silent then, unable to tear his gaze away from what was happening in the heavens. Umbras turned his attention back to the still form of his fallen comrade, and thought back to the warning given to him by Magnus. Allies approach this position, even now. Do not clash with them, Ultramarine. They are on our side. He considered this, as ever more debris fell through the atmosphere, and wondered what fate had in store for Uriel Ventress. Plus. Guilliman twisted on his heel to watch as the first burning meteor struck the city far beyond. It was huge, easily the size of a thunderhawk, and where it landed it brought ruin and devastation. Buildings crumbled and fell as they were struck, others simply exploding beneath the force of the impact. High above, in wake of the falling debris, huge columns of light lanced down through the clouds to strike unseen targets. Look! Lefarius shouted, redirecting Guilliman's gaze. Host of the strange alien pyramids were rising up from the depths of the city in response to the bombardment, the pulsing green jewels at their zenith snapping out arcs of lightning up into the clouds. They looked on as another light lance stabbed down through the rising machines and cut several of them in two, sending their remains plummeting down to earth once more. The Necrontyr fleet is under attack, Lefarius said, as the first ships punctured the clouds and began their descent towards the city. They were few in number at first, but as the gathered warriors looked on, those few became many. Within moments, hundreds of ships could be seen, falling like rain towards the ground. All eyes were on the events unfolding overhead. None of the assembled Primarchs noticed the commotion amongst the gathered Tau. Bodies swayed, some fell, as they were barged aside. Both Alpharius and Omegan turned in time to see the speeding shape burst from amid the startled Tau and launch itself at them. Both Primarchs raised their weapons up to defend themselves, reacting with a speed only a superhuman could muster, but even so the attacker was faster than even they had both anticipated. The shape leapt up into the air and kicked out. Rumored boots connected solidly with Omegan's chest and pushed him back a pace, whilst at the same time providing the attacker with enough momentum to propel him up over the head of Alpharius and out towards Guilliman. Barolinus moved with the speed of a daemon, possessed of both an agility and reaction time far beyond any other Astarte. The head of his hammer thrummed as he swept it through the air. Towards Guilliman's head. His face was a mask of deep scars now, his thin, cracked lips drawn back. Over fanged teeth. Guilliman brought his arm up and swatted the haft of the hammer aside, but Berolinis thrust his other arm out, his clawed fingers finding the Primarch's neck. Ultramarine scum. He snarled, his voice warped and serpentine. Glistening tendrils slid from recesses in his forearm and curled around Guilliman's neck, threatening to choke him. The Primarch made to slice into Berolinis' shoulder, but the possessed start brought his hammer around, thrusting the weapon out behind his head to send the blade of the sword skittering away across its charged surface. The thing that had once been Berolinis could never have hoped to match Guilliman in a contest of strength, but he was fast and lithe, and used these qualities to stay one step ahead. He hauled his arm back and the demonic tendrils of the lash at his arm tightened further, fighting to crush the Primarch's windpipe. Guilliman had no choice but to let go of his blade and grab at the organic members, the flesh of his face already coloring. He snatched at them and hauled, pulling Berolinis off his feet. The warrior let out a howl of insane glee as he flew through the air, and let the hammer fall from his grasp. Guilliman grabbed at his as he swung by, but Berolinis twisted around his grip and landed on one leg behind him, using the other to deliver a sharp kick to the back of Guilliman's skull. The Primarch stumbled forward and Berolinis saw his chance. He flicked his wrist and the glistening tentacles withdrew, whilst at the same time he ducked low to snatch Agislus up from the floor. Both Alpharius and Omegan were advancing on him now, their faces displaying utter rage, but Berolinis brought the sword up behind Guilliman and slid it beneath the Primarch's chin. It hovered less than an inch from Guilliman's flesh, and yet the glowing blade did not bite deep. For a moment, the tortured Ultramarine seemed almost frozen, unable to finish the murderous task. This was all the chance Guilliman needed. He snatched at Berolinis' sword arm and hauled him around, swinging him like a club into the floor at his feet. The warrior's armor rang as he was driven into the flags, groaning and squealing like a tortured animal as its tolerances were tested to their very limits. A shoulder guard bounced away, torn from its housing by the force of the blow. Guilliman flicked his wrist and the vambrace bent sharply, shattering the bone beneath and releasing Agislus from the grip of his enemy. Berolinis let out a perverted hiss, the sound a mixture of pleasure and pain. The sword clattered to the ground, only to be kicked clear of the conflict by Alpharius. Traitor! The Primarch of the Ulfa Legion spat. He raised his boot, ready to bring it down on Berolinis' head. Guilliman held up a hand to stay his brother's wrath. "What are you?" he asked, his voice low and quiet, and his face twisted with scorn. Berolinis snarled, and threw his wrist back, unleashing the slithering coils of the unnatural lash. Guilliman snatched at the snaking extremities and held them fast, ignoring the haze of power and glittering discharge given off by the demonic things. "What are you?" he asked again, this time snarling the words through bared teeth. He regarded the warrior's armor, disgust glittering in his eyes as he looked upon the ultramarine sigils worked into the plate. "You were one of my sons, once. How could an ultramarine allow this to happen to him? You will answer me." Berolinis chuckled then, a rasping, wet sound. His sharp tongue flicked over filed teeth, and there was nothing save for hate and malevolence in his dark eyes. "I am the harbinger of your doom, old man. You are nothing but a stupid, arrogant relic, a BD of the Emperor. I dare you to kill me, to shatter my body to bloodied bones. I will swallow your soul." "Pathetic!" Omegan growled, fighting the urge to annihilate the fiend with his fists. He looked to Guilliman, his eyes wide with bloodlust. "Kill it. Kill it and be done." Guilliman shook his head and began to pull his arms apart. The bones in Berolinis' shoulders cracked, dislocating instantly. The brute threw his head back and howled with pleasure. "Why did you hesitate?" Guilliman asked then. "You could have opened my throat, assassin. Why did you not make the killing strike?" The warrior merely hissed in reply, his scarred face twisted with rapturous glee. Guilliman snarled, and let him fall to the floor. He retrieved his sword and swung it around, ready to take the Marine's head. "Do it!" Berolinis hissed, making no attempt to escape the Primarch's wrath. "Kill me! Kill Ki!" The warrior began to gag and choke, his face tightening. His ruined arms twitched. He groaned and began to hammer his shoulder against the floor again and again. There was a snap as the joint of his right shoulder relocated itself. Kill me! No! No! NNNN! Berolinis' voice began to fluctuate as he spoke, shifting in pitch and tone, as if two beings shared the same body. His features literally swam, the scars there fading and returning over and over again. "It is a daemon," Lefarius said, thrusting the tip of his sword out at the tortured being. "Kill it, brother, or I will do it for you." Berolinis convulsed then, a violent and bone-jarring seizure racking his body, and lay still, breathing heavily. For a moment, a measure of sanity looked to return to his face. "Don't kill me. Do not knghh kill me. My Primarch." Tears streamed freely down the warrior's face as the horror of the situation finally caught up with him. His entire body shook as he fought the influence of Lucius, and it was only due to the changes wrought into his body that he was able to keep them at bay at all. "It turns coward." Omegan spat, his face tightening. Restored now by the powers of Magnus, the Primarch was unable to recall the bond he had once shared with the Astarte before him. Now it begs for its worthless life. The finality of his situation settled heavily upon Berolinis' shoulders, weighing him down, crushing his heart and soul. Images of all that had transpired since his awakening here in this nightmare time ran through his mind. He saw the faces of those he had killed, and those he had lost. He saw his fate steered down the dark path he had taken. He saw how his love and devotion, his own misplaced ideals, had driven him to abandon those he had called comrades and into the service of a false idol. He saw all this, and the despair of realization threatened to overwhelm him. He could feel Lucius at the back of his mind, reeling and thrashing, fighting to reassert himself. He would win, in the end. He could not fight the corruption of the immortal entity forever. A familiar face cut through the chaos in his mind, the face of a man he had called a comrade, once. Codion. The chaplain's words echoed through his thoughts, words he could not consciously remember hearing, words spoken to him in whisper a lifetime ago. Guilliman's light, Guilliman's last hope. He understood that now. He understood what he had to do. At the back of his mind, Lucius was screaming, his voice hot and searing. The fiend hammered against his mental defenses like a drowning man, poisonous claws raking and stabbing at the last vestiges of his sanity. Kill him, Ultramarine. Tear his head from his shoulders. Kill him or let the BD kill you, and he will be mine. His soul will be mine. He had little choice now, he could see that. Lucius was a parasite, an eternal abomination, and he could not be stopped. Many of the greatest champions of the Imperium wailed in torment at the edges of his mind and soul in testament to that. If Guilliman struck the killing blow, he would be damned. One way or another, his rash actions had brought ruination and doom to the being he adored above any other. Kill Guilliman, and he would be forever damned, and he would gain eternal infamy as the murderer of his blessed Primarch. Fail to act, allow Lucius to see his wicked scheme bear fruit, and Guilliman would be forever damned. There was no other way. My Primarch, he whispered, barely able to utter the words. As he spoke, hot tears streamed down his face. Forgive me. The tendrils of his lash snapped out and curled around the haft of the hammer laying at Guilliman's feet. The Primarch saw this and reacted in an instant. He threw his body back as the hammer swung up into the air, its charged head drawing a crackling arc of energy out in its wake, but the hammer had never been destined to strike him. Berolinis smiled and closed his eyes as he savored this last, fleeting second of victory. The screams of Lucius the Eternal echoed in his ears, screams of rage and denial, of cold, numbing realization of defeat. The hammer fell down hard and crashed into his skull with a thunderous boom, utterly annihilating it, and Lurum Barolinus was no more. Alpharius spat a curse as he witnessed the death of the warrior, his eyes widening. Why? Omegan whispered, blinking the warrior's cooked blood from his eyes. Why did it do that? Guilliman remained forever passionless, with only the narrowing of his eyes betraying the fact that the death of the ultramarine had registered with him at all. Shame. Guilt. Who can say? Only the Emperor knows the answer. Whoever he once was, he will be judged beyond this life. None of the others spoke. As sudden and potentially horrifying as the surprise attack by the possessed assassin had been, there were other, more unsettling matters to attend to. Barolinus had barely met his end when the first ships began to touch down, a number of them close enough to cause the Tau thronging the vast square to scatter. Many of the craft had proceeded to release rapidly moving objects from their holds whilst in the air. And those objects were beginning to descend separately to the ships, spreading out to fill the skies. Armored warriors landed amid the reeling Tau on wings of fire, caring nothing for the panic and discord their arrival spread. Guilliman and the others turned as one to regard these new arrivals. Their weapons readied but otherwise calm in spite of the sudden confusion. A number of battlesuits, easily as tall and as bulky as each of the assembled Primarchs, landed mere feet from the gathering, their metallic feet clattering against the ground as they came to rest. Each suit was a profusion of countless weapons systems and thick, charged plate, scored by the spoil of countless wars. One individual in particular landed at the head of the arriving forces, his suit marked out from the rest by the rich crimson of its paint and the profusion of plasma cannons bristling at his arms. Twin rail cannons sat upright at his broad shoulders, ready to be brought to bear in an instant. At their center, sitting atop a raised block high above his head, was a multiple rocket launcher. Fizzing energy coruscated around the warrior's armored form, telling of the layered protective fields active around him. The battle-armored warrior took a step forward, coolant steam hissing from discharge ports around his jetpack, and raised an arm up to his helm. The layered shell peeled back one segment at a time, to reveal a lined, aged alien face. More and more of the armored warriors alighted around him, and within moments, the Primarchs were surrounded on all sides. Not one of the Emperor's sons displayed even a measure of surprise or fear at the arrival of the alien warriors, and yet all three remained alert and tense, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "We have come, Gyula," the aging creature said, addressing all three of the Primarchs at once. Guilliman scowled at this, the menace in his eyes palpable. "Do not make the mistake of seeing victory in your greater numbers, Xenos," he uttered, his fists tightening. "Yours is the mistake, Longshank," said another voice from beyond the ring of hulking battlesuits. Number of them parted in order to allow another to enter the exchange. All the Primarchs found that they had to lower their eyes to look upon the new arrival, for he was small in stature, not much larger than a good-sized ratling. The diminutive figure pushed his way through to the fore, releasing the straps of the jump pack he wore as he did so, letting the cooling device fall to the floor behind him with a clang. He looked up into the eyes of each of them in turn, and swept aside the long braids of his red hair with a gleaming, augmetic hand. "We are not here to fight you. We are here to fight alongside you." He gestured first to himself, and then to the commander at his side, an iniquitous grin splitting his lips. "I am Grungy, last of the Demiurge, and this is Commander Oshava. He is Tau," Guilliman answered, nodding at the one named Oshava. Grungy's smile widened all the more. "Oh yes, Longshank, he is. And he has come for vengeance." Part 224. Implacable. He came forth, borne aloft on winds of elemental fury. The shadows snapped and swam around him, as if slaved to his will. All the sentient races of the galaxy knew him as Death, for that is what he was. Death, given corporeal form, so terrifying and potent that the memory of his immeasurable cruelty, of his thirst for the lives of all others, had been borne down through racial memory, ingrained in the very stuff of the soul. He was the Nightbringer, and to encounter him was to stare death in the face, for his very countenance was enough to slay untold numbers. Hearts froze as the sight of the Nightbringer scoured the beating pulse from them. Minds unraveled in his presence. Others executed themselves, unable to comprehend the horror drifting towards them. Yet more turned and fled, their spirits broken, their pride shattered. War machines slid around, only to thunder through those of their own number in their flight. The Nightbringer was merciless in his attentions, and those that did not turn and flee were assailed by the star god's incomprehensible powers. In one hand he held a huge scythe, a dark, twisted weapon hazed by a constant aura of oozing darkness. The scythe spat blinding lightning wherever its head was thrust, energies that burst apart both men and machines with contemptuous ease. Tanks swelled beneath the onslaught, their bulging forms wreathed in crackling fire in the seconds before they exploded, burst apart like ripened fruit. Entire squads danced and twitched as the questing arcs found their bodies and spread from warrior to warrior, the merest touch unwriting armor, flesh, and bone. The Citan's softly glowing body was swathed in moldering robes that whipped and flapped about his metallic form, ever agitated by the howling winds that bore him aloft. Those same winds tore at the advancing legions, plucking men off their feet and sending them spinning away. Those who died by the Nightbringer's hand did not find an end to their suffering, even in death. Their bodies were rendered down into greasy ash and glittering energy, only to be drawn in great swirling clouds into the abomination's scythe, the very stuff of their corporeal forms harvested to feed the beast. There were those that did not turn and flee or fall to their knees in despair at the advance of the Lord of Death. The Eldar stood their ground, their war machines carving a path through the retreating masses still. Weapons blazed out at the fiend, fighting to weaken him. Towering and ancient lords of the Eldar strode proud and unafraid to meet him, wading through seas of terrified bodies, their unliving forms shining with soul energies. The Wraith Lords were amalgamations of alien soul and machine, each one more ancient than most living things here on Terra. With the Wraith Lords came the legions of the Wraith Guard, smaller in stature but no less threatening to the Necrontyr. Like their towering cousins, the Wraith Guard were walking ghosts, armored bodies powered and given life by the souls of the dead, raised from their eternal slumber once more to fight for the forces of life. In truth, none of these mighty and primeval constructs were anywhere near powerful enough to even hope to engage the Nightbringer and stand any chance of success. Even the most ancient of the Wraith Lords, the chosen of Vol, whose magnificent, living wraith blades had been forged by the very hand of their god, stood little true chance against the Bringer of Death. It was not the lot of these spirit machines to face the Nightbringer in combat, though. The legions that swarmed at the feet of their Citan master, they were the true targets of the resurrected Eldar. Dead. Advancing amid the larger avatars, the silent army met the Necrons of the Nightbringer. The Wraith Lords began to accelerate as they neared the enemy, their long legs propelling the machines meters with each stride. They broke into a loping sprint, leaving the almost ponderous Wraith Guard behind, and carved into the Necron lines. Many of the giants fell to the guns of the Necrontyr in those first moments, brought down by sheer weight of fire, but many more made it into combat, supported by those of their kind bearing the vaunted bright lances and star cannons of the Eldar, and even more so by the unstoppable might of the Wraith Guard guns. Yawning warp breaches tore through the Necron ranks as the Wraith Guard swept through the enemy, smashing bodies to pieces with thrumming fists or carving through swathes of metal bodies with their shimmering swords. At the center of it all, the avatars met Kalis Ra, and a rivalry as old as the stars themselves found itself reignited. The Nightbringer thrust his cow-wreathed head forward and roared as the avatars advanced, a primeval, bestial sound that shook the ground and split the air with its fury. The storm about him intensified, tearing Necron and foe alike off their feet and sending them spinning away. High above, the dark clouds swirled, heavy with thunder and energy discharge. The avatars displayed no trace of fear or apprehension as they met the Nightbringer, for Cain knew no fear. Fire leapt like miniaturist solar flares between the towering warriors as they drew closer to one another, as the might of Cain's eternal soul began to knit together. The living fire that powered the Vatters was Cain's own burning rage, heightened and bolstered by the rage of the Eldar around him. This was the Bazakane, the sword wind, and it was a wind that burned hot and heavy with the scent of spilled blood. It was the collective rage of the Eldar given form, given life, and in turn it was the seed of Cain that sat deep in each Eldar's heart that brought that rage to the fore. And so it was that Cain invigorated himself, a cycle of anger and blood that flowed into his divided being, feeding him, fueling him. The first of the avatars to attack were those armed with the vast spears. The weapons screeched with primal bloodlust as they were hurled at the Nightbringer, each one burning a blazing trail through the air. Spears of Cain's own rage-given form, the weapons howled as they converged upon their prey. Kahless Ra turned the weapons aside one after another. He drew lightning down from the roiling clouds to strike some of them away. Others he repelled with walls of midnight void, summoned from the air around him. Of the Necrons that surrounded him, thousands turned their attentions to aiding their master. Thick, almost solid salvos of gauze energy swept up to punish the spears, and though this tactic worked, it ultimately opened the defenses of the machines up to the Eldar before them. Untold numbers of the Necrontyr fell as the Eldar took advantage of this, and line upon line of them fell to the guns of the Wraith host. The Avatars charged then, as those armed with spears recalled them to their hands. The ground shook beneath their feet and the air split as they bellowed as one. The Nightbringer, ever immune to fear, thrust his head forth and dived headlong into the charge. He met the first of his foes with his scythe, the weapon drawing a numbing arc of perfect darkness through the air as it swept through the Vadar's sword arm. Molten metal flooded from the damaged stump as the Avatar hammered its bloody fist into Kahless Ra's chest. The Star God's outline hazed beneath the blow, the resultant impact so powerful that it felled scores of the surrounding warriors and lifted flags from the ground. Ripples of darkness cascaded from the Nightbringer's tortured form as he absorbed the power of the blow and returned with the scythe, his dark blade gliding through the Vadar's neck and sending its crested head spinning away. The defeated Avatar fell like a stone, spilling fire and lava out in its wake, but even as it did so, its remains began to flake and break apart and the vast internal energies within it coiled free to spiral into all those of its kind that surrounded it. The sight of the fallen Avatar served only to stoke the fires of rage within the surrounding Eldar, and they renewed the assault. Where once they may have faltered through fear, now the Eldar host seemed immune to that fear. The Nightbringer howled, the impenetrable darkness at his feet thickening and writhing like a living thing. Tendrils of shadow coiled out from the mass to snatch at all those who dared to draw near. The living void coiled around the legs of a charging Wraith Lord and plucked it from the ground as if it were weightless, only to dash it against the closing form of another of Cain's Vadars. Wraith bone shattered as easily as glass against the burning giant and the Avatar countered with a fearsome strike, one that would have cut any other foe clean in two. Waves of darkness radiated from the Nightbringer's form as he absorbed the power of the blow. The runes etched across the Vadar's wailing doom convulsed, blazing with power, and the Nightbringer brought his scythe around again to strike his opponent, only for the blazing entity to block the deadly weapon. The Avatar ducked and twisted away as another of its kind stepped forward to stab at Kahless Ra with its spear. The weapon struck the Nightbringer's chest and sent him reeling back, yet more dark energy cascading from his form. Behind him, a third opponent waded boldly through the milling Necrontyr and snatched at the Nightbringer's robes, and with a mighty heave pulled him down into the silver mass. Lightning exploded from the Star God to consume all about him. His captor raised its sword high, ready to deal the killing blow, only to become wreathed in the raw energies that fueled the C'tan. The stabbing fingers of power threw the Avatar away, felling hundreds of Necrons at the same instant, and Kahless Ra was free. Before him, the Avatar host stepped back as one, and as the Nightbringer rose up into the air once more, scores of warp breaches opened up around him. The unmatchable guns of the Wraith Guard had found their mark. The air howled as it was torn asunder by the opening breaches. The Nightbringer's body shuddered, convulsing beneath forces enough to trouble even a Star God. His shining necrodermis flexed, fighting to resist the punishment. And he raged against the indignant attack. Far beyond, the larger cannons of the Eldar war machines added their vaunted power to the mix. Huge rends punctured the air around and about the star god, each shot placed with an exacting precision so as to avoid hitting the shifting avatars. One warp rend yawned open right before the Nightbringer, its birth fearsome and explosive enough to drag the C'tan forward. The living darkness about his feet spiraled into the tier, fighting redundantly to escape the clutches of the raw warp exposed beyond. Kahless Ra roared in anger as he fought against the irresistible pull, his metal body flexing and groaning. After a moment's struggle he threw his arms up before him and flickered out of existence, only to reappear meters before the breach. Cain was waiting for him. The glowing sword flashed as it plunged through his torso, the force of the blow creating a thunderclap of Prez Suri's there. He struck back at his attacker and the scythe swept the avatar in two at the waist, sending the bisected parts of its body falling away, but even as the avatar dissolved, the damage had been done. Blazing starlight poured from the hole at the Nightbringer's center as the raw stuff of the C'tan bled out into the air. This was energy in its rawest, most powerful form, and it consumed all it touched. Necrons and Eldar fell in equal measure, utterly annihilated by its burning touch. Another of the avatars found itself caught in the wake of the blinding geyser, and wherever the energy touched it, its molten body flashed into steam. It crumbled like some impossibly ancient statue, collapsing in on itself until all that remained was dust. Kahless Ra was breached. Victory engulfed the Eldar host, a palpable psychic weight, hot and heavy, motivating those that still survived to press home the attack. The avatars converged, sensing the star god's plight, and behind them the legions of the Wraith host redoubled their advance. As the Nightbringer fought to stabilize his tortured form, he gave out another long, baleful howl, a sound that scattered the dark clouds above and quaked the souls of all those present. This was no mere bellow of anger or indignation. This was a call, a plea for aid. Far beyond, out at the very center of the vast expanse, the blazing eyes of the Void Dragon were averted. He slowed, his ever-impassive face turning to regard his brother. Dr. Octyr swept his omnipotent gaze across the legions of Vatters there, as a man would regard the activity of insects at his feet. He regarded the Nightbringer's struggling form, and then turned ponderously to face the oncoming Eldar war machines. The Cobras and Scorpions continued in their onslaught, steadily pouring the power of their main armaments out at the Nightbringer and his hordes. The fire that burned in the dragon's eyes visibly intensified, growing to a blinding, scouring blaze. He raised a vast hand out towards the approaching machines, the center of his silver palm becoming an ever-growing furnace. A column of white fire speared out from his outstretched hand, crossing the huge space in an instant. It slammed into one of the skimmers and threw the machine back, sending it spinning away like a leaf caught on the breeze. Within seconds, the guns of the engines of Vol were redirected to counter the new threat. Lances of light slammed into the dragon's hulking form, and warp breaches screamed into being before and around him, one of them striking him in the chest. His shining necrodermis flexed and buckled as it fought to resist the unforgiving anomaly. The fire in his eyes looked to dim for a moment and the dragon's entire body faded, becoming as a phantom, caught between illusion and reality. A defense mechanism. The dragon was not hurt in any substantial way, but it was clear that he sensed a danger severe enough to warrant the reaction. The assault continued for a few minutes more, but each shot that would have hit him simply passed through the ghostly form redundantly, causing no visible effects. Though all but a select few could have either noticed or even understood what they were seeing. This was the first visible sign that the Void Dragon was not invincible. Soon enough the guns of the Eldar war machines were once again trained upon the Nightbringer, but by this time, the Lord of Death had entered into combat with the avatars of Cain once more, and the battle began anew. Did you see that? Codian's eyes were still fixed firmly on the distant form of the Void Dragon. By his side, Magnus tilted his head in answer. The most ancient weapons of the Eldar were indeed designed to bring punishment to the gods of the Necrontyr, he said, a note of approval in his voice. You saw yourself how these weapons are potent enough to cause even the Void Dragon concern. They are doubly potent due to the fact that they cannot be influenced by him. So you see the truth. of their design and construction. The very substance the Eldar used to construct their machines is anathema to a C'tan. Vol was nothing if not wise. So they can hurt him. Codian answered. He turned to briefly regard the Primarch. Why have they ceased, Magnus? Look, even now the Void Dragon becomes corporeal again. If they continued to harass. Orchestration, Codian. Tactics, timing. All is foreseen, all is accounted for. All the myriad plans of the Eldar and all those who possess the ability to divine, they are delicate and exact. Despite your role as War Master, and your desire to grasp the reins of this war, you must allow the Eldar to fight as they wish. For all this, he gestured out at the distant Eldar host. This is far larger than either of us. They know how this war needs to be fought, Codian. They know far more than we do. Codian exhaled sharply through his nose at this, frustrated at Magnus' answer. Fair enough. So, where does that leave us, Primarch? Magnus turned his gaze back towards the war. For the moment, it leaves us hanging by a thread. Our best chance of victory lies in ensuring that the legions of the enemy are kept corralled here. If they are able to break past us and gain entry to the inner palace, then we may well lose all cohesion, and our efforts to defend will be greatly compromised. I understand that, Codian answered. But that does not answer my question. What can we do to ensure that does not happen? For the moment, we can do little but wait, Magnus said. He looked to Codian, his single eye shining with an enigmatic awareness that few others possessed. I sense him. No sooner had the words left the Primarch's lips than a core of deep shadow bulged into being from nowhere, growing and developing between the two warriors. Codian was surprised by the sense of relief that came with the recognition of the familiar being that came to be before him. Ka. The dark figure inclined his head in greeting, but offered little else as he shifted his gaze between Codian and the Primarch. Though much of Ka's physical presence was rendered indistinct by the ever-shifting shadows that made up his form, it was clear to both of them that the Old One had suffered greatly in his confrontation with the outsider, and doubly so with the loss of the laughing god. Is it true? Codian asked him then, even though he knew the answer deep within him. The one called Sigarik, he is lost to us. He is no more, Codian, but his sacrifice was not in vain. Gia's eyes have been opened to the truth. What now then? The chaplain asked, unable to rein in his eagerness to see this war resolved. What have we gained from that loss? Ka's eyes widened as he heard this, as if he was unable to believe that Codian did not know the answer for himself. Gained? The C'tan have lost one of their own, Codian, and with her, they have lost untold millions of Necrontyr. Ka gestured out at the distant war. Sure enough, although the expanse rendered much of what lay on the horizon obscure, it was clear that the outsiders' legions were in disarray. What Codian was unable to see was the sheer anarchy now spreading like fire through the entirety of the outsiders' legions. The Necrons that had been slaved to her will for millennia were now, for all intents and purposes, free for the first time since they had cast aside the shackles of mortality and become soulless machines. The confusion that this new state brought them was an indescribable thing, too much for their inorganic minds to bear. Untold numbers of them staggered around as if in a daze. The unmatchable oppressiveness of the outsiders will forever dissipated from their minds. Tomb spiders milled about the confusion, busying over the stricken warriors, picking up those that fell and generally trying to repair that which could not be repaired. Unlike the Necrons themselves, these machines did not possess the spark of sentience, the legacy of a life long since surrendered. And so they were unable to understand the trauma now spreading like a plague through the outsiders' ranks. Those Necrons possessed of the insect-like flying platforms fell from the skies, smashing into structures of simply coming down in the midst of their brethren. Monoliths drifted slowly to the ground, the massive emerald jewel at their head guttering and fading, to crush those beneath them. All was chaos, and it was a disorder that could not be prevented. The outsiders' legions are all but lost, Ka said, the sound of his voice breaking the chaplain's reverie. Even now, the other C'tan begin to realize what is happening. Soon Gia herself will make her final sacrifice and she will enter this war. Final sacrifice? Kodian answered. What do you mean, Ka? Ka held up a hand at this, his dark face tight with pain and sorrow at the very mention of the outsider's name. Gia is lost to the other Citan now, and once they come to realize the full extent of that loss, the tide of this war will change. Be ready. Kodian found that he had no time to further question the old one. Far beyond, the skies began to blaze. Part 225. Loss and Gain. Grungy's mismatched eyes glistened as he took in the sight of the gathered Primarchs, a wide grin splitting his lips. In turn, Guilliman and the twin fathers of the Alpha Legion made no attempt to disguise their disdain as they met his gaze. This did nothing to sway the diminutive warrior. I hope we have not missed too much of the slaughter, Grungy said to all three of them, his eagerness to engage the enemy evident in his every mannerism. He gestured behind him to the one named Farza'ite and then to the legions of Tau still landing beyond. We have journeyed far to add our might to this war, and I'll be damned if I'm going to allow it to be concluded without me. Guilliman twisted as he heard this, his fingers groaning against the hilt of his sword, as if his grip would shatter the thing like glass. It was clear that it was only through a supreme effort of will that he had refrained from engaging these new arrivals. I will not pretend to understand what you are, or why these Tau have come here, if it is true that they are seeking vengeance. Good. I cannot abide falseness. Grungy answered with a nod of his head, much to the Primarch's chagrin. He looked to Omegan then and his smile widened all the more. It looks to me like things are progressing excellently. That one has finally come to his senses. We are here to right the wrongs of history. Farza'ite said then, striding forth to tower over Grungy. The eyes of the Primarchs shifted as one to look upon the ancient commander. Farsight's features were lined and weathered, and wreathed in a soft azure glow that emanated upwards from the collar of his armor. Unknown to the Imperials, it was the energies of this powerful field that was keeping the Tau alive, for his natural lifespan should have ended centuries ago. I understand that our presence here must confuse you, Gula, but I have brought my warriors here to fulfill an oath I made centuries ago. My race was enslaved by the abominations who have brought ruination to this galaxy, and I am here to free them once and for all. Guilliman opened his mouth to speak, only for Farza'ite to raise a hand to stay his words. I will not claim to care for the fate of your Imperium, Gula, but fate has given us a mutual enemy. You must understand, it was never the desire of the Tau, the true Tau, to conquer this galaxy. Only the mad or the foolish aspire to such impossible aims. Have a care, Xenos. Omegan snarled, raising a fist to the Tau commander. I will not have the Emperor's righteous quest insulted in my presence. Save your anger for the true enemy. Farza'ite countered, gestured out at the war beyond. I understand enough of your past, thanks to my demiurge companion, to know that you were enslaved and coerced, just as my people were. We are the free Tau, the true Tau, and I have come here to take the reins of all those of my kind who have thus far survived this foul war and lead them against the Citan. Win or lose, live or die, they deserve at least to fight one last time free of the yoke of slavery. Why the hell are we wasting time here? Grungy said then. We have an enemy to slay. None of the Primarchs answered. As one, Alpharius, Omegan and Guilliman raised their eyes to the heavens. What is that? Alpharius asked, clearly accusing the Tau of being responsible for the ever-growing column of light and fire descending towards them. Farsight's face took on a quizzical look. Grungy's smile faded for the first time since their meeting began. I'm damned if I know, he uttered. H. Umbris? I think we may have a problem. The Kadian had been following the exchange far below with interest. As the three Primarchs had turned their gazes upwards, he had followed them. He saw the burning skies and frowned. Umbris looked up at the Kadian and then craned his neck to see what it was that was causing his companion concern. I don't know, but I'd say that, whatever it is, it's falling this way was all he had time to say. In reply, Blinding light and thunder slammed into them with force enough to throw both the warriors off their feet and into the nearest wall. Umbras gasped, feeling the strange power of the blast engulf him. In the second that it took for his armored body to be lifted up and thrown against the wall, 100 different sensations coursed through him. Time seemed to slow all around him as fingers of fire and ice stabbed through his soul. His senses exploded outwards and his eyes fragmented. He saw the war beyond, the horror of the C'tan and the Necrons. He saw the Tau below falling to the ground in droves, terrified by the sudden attack. He saw the Kadian's body shattered into a million pieces, a million blazing stars, only to be drawn back together in an instant. He saw the entire building become rendered into churning molecules all around him, into constellations of stars that spiraled away into the furthest corners of the universe and then came back to resume their original form. He saw the death of a god. He saw sorrow and regret, and blazing anger. He saw the desire to tear apart death itself. He saw and felt and heard a million different things in the time it took his body to sail through the air and crash against the wall, and at the very center of it all, he saw Ventress' cold, dead form rise up into the air and convulse. Ventress. He saw Ventress. As the shock of the immeasurable blast shut his body down and threw him into the oblivion of unconsciousness, the last thing he saw was Ventress. Angered. Alight. Alive. Alive. Uriel Ventress took in a long, gasping breath as his eyes snapped open. It was the breath of a drowning man who had finally broken the churning surface of the ocean. Faltoric. He screamed, howling the name he did not understand out into the world. His heart was ablaze, burning with an anger and hatred he did not recognize and yet was as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. Faltoric. He called the name again, and watched as the power of his voice shattered the walls before him into dust. Confused and afraid, he looked at his hands and saw nothing but blazing light there. He remembered the sensation of falling, and nothing before that, but the residue of other memories remained lodged in his mind. Anger and the desire for revenge burned impossibly hot within his breast, and although he knew nothing of why this was, he knew what he had to do. He called the name a third time and saw an image of his foe then as it burgeoned its way into his mind. He remembered Pavinus, the start of it all, and all that had transpired since then. He remembered Tarsus Ultra, and Midrengard, and Selinus. Memories of his past life came flooding back. He remembered the fiend Hansu, and the dark creature that had worn his own likeness. He remembered his death, his first death, and his secret rebirth at the hands of the mysterious and ancient Cabal, and all the bloodshed and horror that had followed. All these memories and more were his, and yet none of them were truly his, for he was no longer Uriel Ventress. He was more, so much more than the warrior he had once been. Absolute power, ancient and immeasurable, now flowed through his veins. A legacy, no, a joining, a melding of two souls, his and one other whose very name he could not utter due to the power it contained. This was a second rebirth, a second denial of death, and he understood the significance of that now. To deny death was to deny the one who bore its likeness, its face. Faltoric. Kalis Ra. The Nightbringer. His enemy. From the first moment he had looked upon the star god all those centuries before, he had known the two of them would have a reckoning. So much had come to pass since that day beneath the surface of Pavinus, and all of it led here. He balled his fists and felt the power of eons flow through him, his every atom vitalized beyond all logical parameters. He was Uriel Ventress and yet he was not. He was an amalgamation, and it mattered little whether or not he understood the first thing about what he had become. The one who had given herself, her existence, to bring him back to life, to recreate him into something without doubt more powerful than any mortal creature here on Terra, had done so in order to see a destiny fulfilled and an ancient score finally settled. He took in the vastness of all he had become then, and he came to realize one thing. Not since the time of one other had any man possessed such raw power, and that man had been, and still was, Terra's greatest son. For you, my emperor, he uttered, his voice splitting the skies like thunder. "Nd for Gia. He will fall. Plus. Grungy had barely picked himself up from the ground when the warrior leapt from within the broken ruin and landed in the midst of the gathered Primarchs. He landed hard, with one knee and one hand pressed against the ground, and the earth trembled as he did so. The Primarchs stepped back as one, raising their weapon in readiness, and yet none of them made to attack. The Demiurge felt his pulse quicken as he anticipated the coming conflict, for his was a warrior's heart. He recognized the Marine, or at least, recognized a kinship in the features set beneath the unearthly glow. He wore the armor of the Liance, but like the warrior's skin, that armor shone as if transparent and lit from within by some warm, buzzing light. He could feel the hairs of his beard and head standing on end. The very presence of the warrior was a pressure at the center of his skull, as if, in merely existing, the individual fought to force all others from its proximity by the sheer supremacy of his being. I have seen you," he whispered, his voice so low and quiet that he was sure only he could hear it. "I have been shown your birth." This was of course in reference to Grungy's secret existence as an agent of the Cabal, but if the warrior heard or acknowledged this, he did not show it. Guilliman started forward then, still holding himself in readiness to attack. As he neared the glowing individual, his silver-white hair swayed softly, and the purity seals fixed to his armor began to flutter. "Friend or foe? Be sure of your answer." Though it was a question, the Primarch uttered it harshly, as if in warning. The warrior turned his glowing eyes towards Guilliman, and uttered a single word. "Faltoric." His voice quaked the ground and set the air shivering as if fearful and alive. Grungy felt his ribcage rattle, and he could not help but smile. He pointed out towards the blazing horizon. "You speak the language of vengeance eloquently, Manstar. Unleash yourself in that direction and I will hazard a guess that you will find your foe." The glowing warrior turned his head almost languidly in the direction conveyed by Grungy's outstretched finger, and the light that seemed to exude from within him intensified. Within seconds, all those present were blinded by the radiance. The crack of thunder resonated across the scene, as if an artillery shell had exploded in their midst, and then, even swifter than it had appeared, the light and the noise were gone. He was gone. Grungy's grin remained as he followed the burning furrow that had been carved through the rockcrete, from the point of the warrior's last position all the way into the distance. Several miles away, where the trail cut through the heart of a grey stone edifice, the stricken building shivered briefly and then began to topple, collapsing in on itself amid a cloud of dust and stone. "I think you have your answer," he grinned, looking at Guilliman. "Woe betide our bloody enemy. Plus. His eyes shone all the brighter as he saw the events unfolding before him, and a malevolent glee twisted his expression. Far beyond the confines of the chamber, the eyes of his army of assassins saw all, and their eyes were his eyes. There were few amongst the ubiquitous cattle here on Terra who knew anything of his machinations or even his existence. Of those that did, all would have doubtless expected him to employ his assassins in the role they were expressly created for: to kill, to sow discord and murder through the ranks of his enemies. He smiled as he considered this, bathing in his own infinite wisdom and guile. It was true, of course. His assassins could well be used to bring chaos and anarchy to all those fighting the war beyond, but such a course of action would be, ultimately, base, far beneath him. No, now that he was seated at last upon the throne of the Emperor, his ultimate prize, he could not risk leaving it, and so the assassins were his eyes and his ears, relaying every single event, however small, better to allow him to conduct his affairs without flaw. He knew that his brother's dark desires were centered upon the throne also. In their ignorance, the insects of the Liance of Life suspected his brother's desires to be purely egotistical. This could not be further from the truth. He clutched the gilded armrests of the throne, enjoying the sensation of touch conveyed to him through the wonder of his necrodermis. As he considered all that he was destined to do with the power of the throne under his command, he thought of his kin. The Necrontyr, in all their funning, childish reverence, had named him first. They had given names to all his kind, so that they may identify each god, for their minds were admittedly simple, mortal things. His thoughts wandered to the one named Dr. and he could not help but indulge the impulse to smile. Dr. His rage was incandescent, for he desired the throne not for his own personal use, but instead Dr. wished to keep him from utilizing its powers, for his sibling knew only too well what fate held in store for him. Had its creator been allowed sufficient time to complete its construction and set its true power in motion, then all his kind would have suffered the incomprehensible horror of termination. He shuddered at the very thought of ceasing to exist. Indeed, as powerful as his intellect was, the notion was alien and utterly incomprehensible to him. Still, it mattered little. He held the greatest advantage, more so now the latest events had unfolded. Gia was lost now, and the thing that wore her power, a creature so like the former incarnation of the wasted maggot that had sat upon this throne before him, was set on a course of vengeance that would greatly test Faltoric. Bound in his own rage as he was, he would not see his own end coming, and when Faltoric finally saw defeat, the raw power of his lost sibling would be his. A part of him cursed Gia for the incompatibility of her nature, and it was true that where all his kind hated one another, she was despised all the more for what she was, but in truth her fate could not have benefited him more. Her essence could not be consumed, but through her legacy she would help to bring about the destruction of Faltoric, and he would be the one to reap the benefits of that destruction. He held the throne, and with it he held the key to ultimate power. He felt the hunger within him intensify then, and he allowed a sliver of his influence to agitate the throne's functions, stirring the vast machine's internal systems just enough to begin to rouse it, ready for the feast. And what a feast it would be! He felt the throne stir around him, its nascent energies awakening, and willed it to remain subdued. Only when the raw matter of both Faltoric and Dr. was loosed would he allow the complex machine to come to full activation and harvest that release. That event would see him become more powerful than he had ever been, and would see his destiny realized. Now that the throne was rousing, its power shifting and twisting like some vast oceanic predator gliding beneath the surface of the water, he found his thoughts drawn back once again to another matter. It was an intriguing enigma, a consideration that had perplexed him for an age. Like an image of some half-glimpsed shadow at the corner of his vision, a gut feeling that something was amiss, it had plagued him for centuries. He could not explain its origins, and it was this above all else that continued to trouble him. There was a factor, a variable unaccounted for, a single facet of his myriad plans that had yet to be taken into account, and though he knew of the existence of this anomaly, he could not place it. All he knew, or at least suspected, was that something had happened to him in the past that had potentially compromised him. Millions of years' worth of information swirled and coursed through his unmatchable psyche, and though he held the ability to assess and filter every thought and every memory, the answer still eluded him. It was only as he had taken the throne as his that this consideration had once again come to the fore of his mind, as if the act of physical contact with the machine had somehow reignited his thoughts on the subject of the anomaly. Many were those who still intended to usurp his prize and cast him from the throne, but they were all ignorant fools. None of them knew how truly and totally he had worked to ensure his position of power would remain. None save for him even suspected that his necrodermis, his living shroud of metal skin, had now begun to meld with the throne itself, as God and machine began to become one. Yes, this was an act that would ultimately bind him to the machine, at least for now, but it was also a guarantee. As his necrodermis continued to knit itself to the arcane machinery, so too his own power and influence continued to grow. Thus, victory was utterly assured. Still, the notion of the unaccounted variable refused to leave him be, and despite the superiority of his current position, he was unable to feel completely satisfied. Codion, he whispered, his thoughts ever drifting back to the annoying insect that bore the name. What have you done to trouble me so? Once again, at the very core of his being, that single sliver of silvered darkness shifted. Part 226. Immense. The Void Dragon. Codion found that he was unable to tear his gaze away from the titanic abomination, and for every moment that passed, he understood more and more of just how total the power of the Star God was. There was nothing on Terra to compare to him, neither in size nor presence. Wherever he turned his gaze, men and machine alike fell. Such was his size that his form was constantly under attack. Missiles rained from all directions to shatter against his metal skin, yet still he bore on, weathering the attack with all the confidence of a Terminator striding through a swarm of flies. Lightning cascaded from his immense fingertips to blow apart the war machines of the Imperium and the Xenos alike. The living storm that blew around him unmade the attacking armor by the ton, disassembling tanks and armored carriers into storms of glittering metal dust. Scarabs poured from beneath him in their billions, creating a living carpet of silent, scuttling death that consumed all before them. Entire squads disappeared beneath the surging mass, the life energies of their consumed forms floating up into the bulk of the Void Dragon's mighty form. Tomb spiders and destroyers wheeled around him, traversing the driving winds in order to create a screen of defense and attack, and where hundreds of them met their end with the passing of each minute, hundreds more took their place. Codion. Magnus' voice stole his attention. He looked to the Primarch, to be met with a scowl of concern. Something has changed. Do you feel it? Codion found the question odd, and he displayed this fact with a frown. Whatever it is you sense, Magnus, I do not share your awareness. The Red Giant shook his head and pointed out towards the distant palace. Trust your senses, Prophet. Did you not feel the shift, a stirring in the pit of your soul? He has activated the throne. Magnus speaks the truth, Ka said quietly. Codion understood almost immediately what Magnus meant then. He could feel a change, a quickening in the air. There had been an emptiness within him since the physical death of the Emperor, and though he had not truly noticed its presence, now he understood it. What does this mean? He asked. It was Ka who answered him. He is ready now, Codion. He has taken the power of the throne as his own and he is ready to use it. First against his kin. And then against us. Magnus added, darkness in his voice. Ka nodded. Of course, we will not allow that to happen. Neither of the three individuals had yet discussed the secret fate of the deceiver, and yet Codion could see that both Ka and Magnus knew the truth, just as he did. Whether or not the fallen old one and the Primarch truly desired the same conclusions to this war as he did, Codion did not know, and found that he dared not even consider Magnus' true intentions. Of course, that was a consideration for another time. First, they had a war to deal with. Magnus seemed to sense his thoughts and looked out into the swirling melee of combat far beyond. We are fast approaching the most crucial stage of this war. The Necrontyr are numberless, Codion. So much so that we can never truly hope to destroy them all. We have to bring the C'tan down if we are to stand any chance of victory. He looked to Codion then. Of course, none of us have the power to see that task realized. All we can hope to do is keep the C'tan and their legions stalled here. As we speak, my brothers move to attack the Void Dragon. Codion felt his heart shudder at the mention of the fallen Primarches, and his lip twisted in disdain. Despite his efforts to tolerate the dark kin of Magnus. The Red Giant continued, seemingly oblivious to this reaction. There are many forces that work even now to corral the Necrontyr. The Tau are roused into battle. Once more, an approach from the south with your Primarch and the Alpha Legion twins at their head. Magnus had briefly explained this situation to him shortly before, and Codion had taken a measure of comfort in knowing that the true Guilliman was abroad once more. News that the warrior named Farsight had been summoned to this war by his old comrade Grungy had been well received, and though he still found it hard to believe that the very race that had sought to conquer the galaxy was now fighting on their side, he knew he could trust the Demiurge. The orcs approach from the east also. Ka continued. They have already engaged the dwindling numbers of the Outsiders' legions, and several of the spearhead elements have begun to engage those Necrontyr slaved to the Void Dragon. Codion nodded his understanding. What of the Nightbringer? Curiously, at the mention of the second C'tan, Magnus smiled. Wrath comes for him, Codion, and it must be seen to be believed. Your old comrade Ventress is restored and looking for retribution. Glimmer of anticipation shone in Codian's eyes then. Both Magnus and Ka looked to the chaplain, as if sensing his thoughts. Our best chance of reducing the threat of the enemy would be to overwhelm and destroy one of the C'tan in a concentrated attack. Tell me, is such a course of action possible? If we strike now, could we possibly destroy the Nightbringer? After a long pause, both Ka and Magnus inclined their heads slowly. It is indeed time. Ka said then, a quiet finality in his voice. We will face this together, Codian, you and I. Cold, suffocating darkness peeled away as Codian was birthed into reality once more, his senses once again assailed by his rebirth. Light and noise flooded in, fighting to disorientate him, but by now he was more than used to the phenomenon. He found himself at the very heart of the raging war between the Eldar and the nightmare that was Kalis Ra. He spun on his heel in order to take in the towering avatars all around him, and felt the ground tremble beneath the tread of their feet. The heat emanating from the gathered Eldar demons blistered the skin of his face, and he felt his enhanced biological systems coating his skin with oily sweat in order to compensate for this. The noise of the fight was deafening. Vast, living spears screamed through the air to ring against the Nightbringer's form, scoring rends and grooves against his metal skin before spinning back towards the hands of their masters. Everywhere he looked, deep, burning grooves were scored into the surface of the ground where the avatars had passed. He leapt one of them as he changed his position, wary of another of the approaching giants. As well as being hot, the air was charged, his tortured skin tingling with the sensation. Dust and debris whipped around him, as everything loose was drawn up into the air and flung about by the very presence of the Nightbringer. Where lesser beings may well have been plucked up into the air and cast aside, the avatars of Cain stood firm, their vast metal forms proof against the storm. Legions of smaller humanoid machines milled around the feet of the walking gods, their guns cracking open the fabric of reality with each thunderous shot. The Nightbringer's unliving minions were legion here, a wall of shifting metal that sent questing beams of green light out into the implacable Eldar. Everywhere he looked, death reigned supreme. The Eldar machines fell in droves, torn apart by the unforgiving enemy fire, but for every Wraithguard that fell, 10 or more Necrons met their end. Ka came to be by his side, his shadow form unfurling like billowing smoke. Even as he formed, questing tendrils of barbed darkness exploded from his mass, extending almost instantly out towards the Necron lines. The tendrils became snapping serpentine maws that coiled and speared through all those before them. Whatever they touched, they destroyed. Scores of Necrons fell to the touch of the Old One's dark powers, never to rise again. QH. The single spoken word split the air and quaked the ground with its fury. Codian felt his vision cloud, and his heart pound in his ears at the very power of the Nightbringer's voice. Here in the midst of such powerful entities he felt suddenly insubstantial, immaterial even. Far above him the Nightbringer's scythe flashed and Codian threw himself to one side as he saw the head of an avatar falling to the ground. The severed extremity rang as it landed, missing him by only a few feet, and the body followed a moment later. The impact shook him from his feet and sent him rolling across the scorched ground, the touch of the molten stone hissing against his armor. As he tumbled, he caught but a fleeting glance of the Vadar's fallen form and saw that it was already beginning to disintegrate. He felt a quickening, a surge of power that fired his veins and crackled at the very center of his mind. Flares of anger and passion cascaded through the center of his being, fueling him, urging him into action. He leapt up onto his feet and felt the heat emanating from the weapon hanging by his side. He tore the dawn blade from its harness and swung it up, ready for combat. The living weapon pulsed with life, animated and excited by the battle beyond. Its surface shone, and the golden skull snarled with contempt for the dark being before it. Ka entered into combat with the Nightbringer then, his dark, liquid form swimming through the gathered avatars as he headed for his foe. As he neared, twisting extremities of black, raw power uncoiled from his form to stab at the Nightbringer. Kalis Ra's metal body became ablaze with light as he spied the challenge. The metal surface of his necrodermis turned an almost translucent white as the energies beneath intensified. He opened his mouth to scream, and the sound that issued forth was a storm of white noise, of pure and unmatchable rage given form. The shadows surrounding Ka were buffeted by the resultant sonic waves, the hazy matter of his form shedding like dead skin beneath the assault. The Old One thrust both his hands forward and swelled, tendrils and snapping maws exploding from his growing body. All that Ka truly was literally unraveled, growing, and spreading out towards the waiting star god. Every extremity that speared out towards the Nightbringer split again and again, each new growth forming mouths and spines. Several of the twisting limbs suffered at the hand of the Nightbringer's scythe as the star god answered the attack. The dark weapon drew arcs of impenetrable blackness through the air with each stroke, sending twisted limb weapons spinning away. Huge mouths snapped at him, only to be severed and cast aside. Vicious spikes lunged for his chest and head, missing only by inches each time. Ka surged forward through the air then, his entire body becoming liquid as it blurred. More of the questing limbs coursed their way towards their target, and this time Ka found his mark. Screaming faces and swelling, spine-laden clubs hammered into the Nightbringer, hurling him back through the air. Even as he fought to recover, hundreds of the twisting limbs curled around him, quickly smothering the star god. Kodian felt nothing short of awe as he watched Ka's true and terrible nature unfold. He could feel every hair on his body standing rigid as the air roiled, charged by the Old One's vast power. At the center of the shadowy mass, the Nightbringer roared in anger and thrashed at his dark chains. Blinding light pulsed and flashed at the heart of the darkness, as if Ka's cage contained a condensed, raging storm. Forks of lightning stabbed out from the spherical void, and Kodian could see huge bulges forming and retreating where the Nightbringer fought to force his way free. Ka spoke then, and his voice was deafening and strident. The words made no sense to the chaplain, but he could not fail to sense the power they contained. A vast void opened up behind the struggling star god, yawning into existence in the air itself. Kodian fell to one knee and covered his face as he caught but a fleeting glance of the madness and horror beyond, of blinding colors that made no sense, of swirling insanity given corporeal form. He felt himself sliding over the rough ground as the warp gate fought to drag him in. Moments later, he flinched as something touched both his shoulders. Fingers closed around his shoulder guards, and he looked up to see a brace of the Eldar constructs standing over him, holding him fast. Their smooth, featureless faces did not find his, but instead were locked upon the mighty battle beyond. One of the Wraith Guard lifted its cannon up and fired, the activation of the weapon sending a fresh wave of disorientation and nausea coursing through the chaplain. Behind the Nightbringer, the warp gate visibly intensified, widening further, its pull growing stronger. Still, the dual grip of his protectors increased in turn, and Kodian felt the pressure at his shoulders intensify. Despite the forces at play, neither of the Wraith Guard so much as flinched, seemingly impervious to the pull of the anomaly. What Kodian saw next was a vision that he knew instantly would stay in his mind as long as he lived. He came like a vertical lance strike, blazing with light and flame. Ventress, or the entity that had taken his comrade's form, charged headlong through the Necron mass, scattering silvered bodies in his wake. Hundreds of the machines were thrown high into the air, most of them exploding into glittering fragments at his touch. He plowed his way through the enemy and ground to a halt beneath the Nightbringer, his blazing eyes finding his ancient foe. At that very same instant, Ka's hold on the star god was finally broken, and Kalis Ra burst free of his cage amid a storm of thunder and lightning. The clouds themselves folded back high above him, creating an ever-expanding ring of clear atmosphere. Ka himself flew back, tested to his limits and hurting. Many of the weapon limbs dissipated like smoke, and as the Old One fought to arrest his flight, the living shadows thrashed and curled like oil in water. Ventress spoke then, his voice deep and resonant, as he challenged the Nightbringer in an unintelligible tongue. Kodian felt the power of those words in the air, and his eyes hazed over each Word was given form then as scenes and images flashed before him, overlaid ghostly images. Swimming across the air. He was the Nightbringer cast down, torn apart, and destroyed. He saw the Star God's intended fate at the hand of this new and terrible dual entity. Ventress leapt up into the air and smashed his fist into the Nightbringer's chest with such force that everyone around them fell to the ground. Magnus, who had been busy laying waste to the surrounding Necrontyr, swept his hands out before him and formed a shimmering bubble of force as the shockwaves buffeted him. Ka enveloped himself in darkness, becoming a sphere of utter void. The Wraithguard protecting Codian dug their heels into the ground and held on, their wraithbone bodies creaking and flexing. Codian felt the wind slam into him with force enough to steal his breath away, and it was all he could do to hold on to the Dawnblade. Ventress landed and flung a hand out towards the reeling Star God. The air itself rippled and warped between the two entities, and when the blast of invisible warp power struck Kalis Ra, his glowing body convulsed and deformed, the necrodermis that contained him spreading like paint across the air. The Nightbringer roared and thrashed as he fought to draw his tortured form back together. The avatars took this distraction as a signal to renew their attack, and they did just that, advancing as one, swords and spears swirling in readiness. As the Star God pulled his tortured shell back together, he shifted position again and again, each time avoiding the weapons of his divided and eternal enemy. Potential death quickly surrounded him as the avatars closed in on all sides, wading through seas of Necrons in order to reach their prized target. The avatars seemed to work in perfect unison, each sword swing or spear lunge bypassing the host of others around it, all working to penetrate the Nightbringer's defenses. Kalis Ra swatted one of the shrieking spears aside and swept his scythe up, severing one avatar in two from waist to skull. He twisted in the air and sent fingers of blazing energy out from his eyes to punch another clean off its feet. The blade of a vast, rune-encrusted sword carved through him then, and could well have cut the Star God in two had he not turned his body insubstantial with a thought. He shimmered and phased out of existence long enough for the blade to pass through him, denying his foe the kill. Codian could do nothing save for look on as the Nightbringer became substantial again, only long enough to return strike at his attacker. The curved head of the scythe carved through the Vatter's molten body, striking it between the shoulder blades. The very same moment another of Cain's daemon forms cast its spear at the Star God, and this time the wailing weapon struck home, burying itself up to the hilt in the Nightbringer's chest. Kalis Ra roared in pain and anger as the spear pierced his necrodermis, and though the resultant flare of raw energy literally disintegrated the weapon, the damage had been done. The stuff that spilled from the Nightbringer was pure, elemental force, blinding and scorching. Uncounted flares of light and heat burst in the air like miniaturist solar flares. The avatar whose spear had struck the mortal blow saw too late the danger before it, and as it turned to run, the unleashed force spilled over it, flashing its glowing metal body to atoms. Wraith Lords and Wraithguard were consumed by it, their powerful synthetic forms offering no protection against the power that burned at the heart of a Citan. As Codian fought to weather the effects of the damage done to the Nightbringer, he felt a surge of hope course through him. He dared to imagine the Citan's demise, as unlikely a concept as it was. Even so, blinded to the unfolding events as he was, he knew that Kalis Ra was far from done. Codian. The powerful voice reverberated through his mind, its force is such that it shook him to his core. He felt the warmth of unearthly powers envelop him as the air around him hazed, growing thick and cloying. Protective energies blossomed around him as Magnus moved to stand in his presence, his powers enough to ensure that Codian came to no harm. Magnus said nothing but instead gestured out towards the Citan. Thanks to the Primarch's influence, he was now able to see the Nightbringer clearly. He could see the great rend that had punctured the Citan's torso, and even now the living metal fought to dispel the effects of the spear and knit itself back together. He is hurting, Magnus said, speaking directly to his mind. But far from done. We must work together, if we are to find victory here. Codian knew that Magnus spoke the truth. As if to mirror the Primarch's warning, the Dawnblade shivered in his grasp. He looked to the weapon and then turned his gaze towards Magnus. The blade. As powerful as it is, can it hurt a Citan? There is much you still have to learn of Nares, Kodian. The weapon's abilities extend far beyond its appearance. In time, you will learn the most powerful secrets of the Dawnblade. I will take that as affirmation. Kodian answered, rising to his full height. He held the Dawnblade in both hands as he charged, throwing his body from left to right as he avoided the press of burning avatars. To merely advance was an act fraught with peril. He ducked low as he passed beneath another avatar, the heat of its proximity bristling against the naked flesh of his face. The ground shook as another of the giants knelt by his side and flung its spear out at the Nightbringer, the scream of the released weapon shrill and disorientating. Another of the star god's hulking victims fell before him, its bisected form spilling white-hot magma out onto the ground. He leapt high over the bubbling substance, feeling the power of the Dawnblade enhancing his jump, and landed beyond. Lightning exploded from the Citan to rake all those around him, and Kodian made the decision in a second. He centered his thoughts and willed the darkness to envelop him, just as the power of the star god flashed over his last position. He came to be a foot or so away from the Nightbringer and, without so much as pausing to think, thrust the Dawnblade forward. He did not see the weapon strike the Citan. The instant he powered his arms forward to deliver the blow, it was as if the sun itself had fallen from the heavens to strike him. His vision was scoured away by a light so intense and blinding that he thought, in that instant, his eyes had been scoured from his skull. Waves of indescribable power coursed through him, filling him, engulfing him utterly. The Dawnblade was a solar flare in his hands, elemental power like that wielded by gods. Voices, a billion strong, sang in his ears, screaming for retribution. He felt the universe expand around him, and in that moment it was as if he were lost at its center, cast adrift in an endless void of souls, a storm of sentience without compare. He was the conduit, the lightning tower, the inlet for something more vast and incomprehensible as anything that could be described. At that moment, he saw with utter clarity the most hidden truth of the Dawnblade. At that moment, he saw the beginning of the end for Kalis Ra. Part 227. From the heavens. Time slowed for Kodian and he felt himself falling back, falling as if into an eternal abyss. The primeval stuff of the Nightbringer fought to annihilate him as it found release, for there was nothing to match its potency or power here in the material realm. The field of his rosary ooze failed spectacularly, its energies intensifying 100-fold before consuming themselves in a blinding flash of light and noise. The protective embrace of the Dawnblade closed in on him, the walls of psychic force pressing tight. He felt the scream of the weapon's soul reverberate him as it struggled to be his aegis against the destructive proximity of the Citan. Kalis Ra was open now, exposed, breached. The power of endless stars, once caged behind walls of ancient and wondrous living metal, was now loosed. Uncontained, it spilled from the silvered form of the Nightbringer's necrodermis as the metal skin peeled back beneath the blinding explosion. It thrashed and twisted about the rend, fighting to repair the damage done by the Dawnblade, but such measures were now too little, too late. A howl of frustration and anger cut the air, tearing bodies off their feet with its force. Kodian landed hard on his back, feeling the force of the blow absorbed by the power of Anaris. A second later and a new cloak of protection fell over him, the crimson energies warm and invigorating. He pushed himself up onto his feet and turned to see Magnus, the Primarch's face fraught with effort. A foolish act. Foolish, but effective. The towering Primarch whispered into his mind. Kodian shifted his gaze and saw then what Magnus meant. The Nightbringer was hurting bad. It was clear that, no matter his intentions, he was unable to prevent his essence flooding free of the silvered flesh that had kept it caged for millennia. The Eldar were still assailing the stricken Citan from all directions, literally pouring powerful energy blasts and warp breaches into the star god. All save for these breaches seemed to be having little positive effect, but the ever-increasing rends between realities were tearing blazing chunks from the Nightbringer's escaping form. Kodian saw him then as he rose up from beneath the star god, blazing within his own powerful aura. Ventress leapt high into the air and thrust his hands into the Nightbringer's skin, finding the edges of the rend and holding on tight. He unleashed a shuddering bellow of effort and began to pull, prizing the necrodermis further apart. Living darkness entwined itself around Ventress as the Nightbringer fought to free himself from the grasp of this new and terrible being. That same darkness peeled away beneath the blazing light, disintegrating into wisps of dying shadow. The clash was one of elemental power, so much so that words alone, however articulate, could never describe it. All the forces of nature and much more besides roiled beneath the opposing entities. The air screamed and split asunder. The clouds above blew apart as the skies churned with light and noise. Around the Nightbringer and his nemesis, hundreds of the Eldar constructs shattered like glass. Some crumbled, while others exploded into millions of glittering fragments. Forks of ethereal lightning scythed through those present, snaking from one body to another and atomizing all it touched. Kodian threw a hand before his face as the unearthly blasts found him, but the layered shield of protection about him saved him from harm. We must depart now. The caution in Magnus' voice was clear, and Kodian felt the Primarch's powerful abilities begin to pull at him. Before he had chance even to react, everything around him began to quiver and fade. The last thing Kodian saw before the scene faded to white was nothing short of utter destruction. The Wraithguard and Wraith Lords were falling all around him, shattering into glittering clouds of dust. Men and Eldar fell in countless numbers to the escaping matter of the Nightbringer's freed form, and at the center of it all was Ventress, his fingers still closed around the jagged edges of the open necrodermis. At the center of it all the face of his old comrade, Uriel Ventress, shone bright. His expression was one of peace, despite the situation, of serenity so complete as to be almost alien to mortal men. Then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. He came to be around a kilometer from the furious battle, soaking back into reality amid a wash of pulsing crimson light. Whatever sorcery Magnus had used to transport them both faded away as soon as they found their new position, and the tingling that had suffused Kodian subsided swiftly. Magnus had taken them to another part of the vast expanse that had once served as the Imperial Palace Gardens. Thankfully, the desperate war had yet to reach this area, and though there were signs that skirmishes and confrontations had taken place here, only scattered dead bodies and smoldering war machines remained. From here, despite the distance, the exchange was still clearly visible. Those of the Eldar that survived still were little more than dark specks, lost amid the ever-burgeoning swell of energy. The avatars of Khaine towered over all others, each one a burning beacon of orange flame set amongst the blue-white haze of the Nightbringer's escaping form. The Vatters were still fighting, and though their numbers were diminishing with the passing of each second, Kodian looked on as the giants continued to close in on the desperate star god, their living weapons striking Kalis Ra wherever they could find an opening. "Is it done?" was all Kodian had time to ask. It happened then. Although he was too far from the scene to see anything clearly, he knew that Ventress had managed to tear the Nightbringer's ancient body apart. There was a flash of intense light, a swift and blinding flare of energy that scoured everything else away. A moment later the shockwave hit him. Howling winds tore him from his feet and cast him onto his back, buffeted by waves of concussive force. He rose in time to see the effects of the blast, and what he saw stole his breath. A vast cloud of darkness rose up from the site of the explosion, a hazy drifting mass of shadow lit internally by millions of tiny stars. Nothing save for utter devastation lay beneath it. Every last one of the avatars had fallen to the explosion, and lay lifeless and cold on the ground. Untold numbers of wraith constructs carpeted the ground, or rather the shattered remains of them. Eldar war machines lay everywhere at awkward angles, gutted and smoldering. Even the mighty titans of the Eldar had not been spared the wrath of the Nightbringer's demise. Several of the long-legged constructs lay in ruins, spread-eagled on their backs or propped up against surrounding edifices. All was cold, lifeless, and done. From what he could see, nothing had survived. Nothing, save for Kalis Ra. We have failed, he said, turning to Magnus. The words choked him, and as he spoke them he felt his soul ache. Magnus shook his head. No, Codion. We have not. The chaplain looked back to the drifting mass as he heard this and directed the Primarch's gaze towards it. The star god survives still, Magnus. We may have destroyed his shell, but we have not destroyed him. Look. Even now he escapes. While ever the Nightbringer continues to exist, we have won nothing. Codion had not even finished his sentence when the first spear of light lanced through the clouds and split the dark mass of the Nightbringer's form asunder. He felt the beam of energy sing in his soul at the very moment it struck, its voice utterly primal in nature. The sound was such that it scoured all other noises from his ears. It was a single, resonating note. The voice of countless souls singing of wrath, victory, and release. He knew at that moment that he had never before experienced a phenomenon so pure. It was elemental life, and it was without compare. More beams stabbed through the clouds than to further assail the writhing mass of the Nightbringer. The dark matter became a maelstrom, spreading and swirling as it fought to escape the assault, and yet, little by little, it began to die. Churning shadow coiled around each beam, rising as it found itself caught in the blinding and deadly embrace. As hard as Kalis Ra tried, there was to be no escape. Such was the scale and power of the pulsing beams that any observer could have been forgiven for expecting that the assault would split the crust of the earth asunder and obliterate the planet itself. But as the seconds passed, it became clear that this would not be the case. The power of the assault was not physical, but rather spiritual. Each blazing column was powered by the raw matter of the warp, and impregnated by the souls of untold numbers, a combination utterly lethal to the star god. The Nightbringer thrashed and roiled as he fought to escape, but there would be no escape. Slowly, inexorably, he was torn apart. His death took long, agonizing moments, and when it was finally over, when the last of the void-like shadows dissipated, stripped, and consumed by the shimmering light, the assault faded away amid a lingering, fading chorus of phantom song. Codion could barely tear his gaze away from the grim scene, but when he finally managed to do so, he looked to Magnus, his eyes wide with wonder and inquisition. Sacred throne, Primarch. Tell me my eyes do not deceive me. Tell me he is really gone. He is gone. Magnus answered, using his physical voice this time. He raised a hand up before him and spread his fingers. The air there quivered and formed an image, a scene. Codion saw several strange and alien constructs drifting through the airless void high above, the corona of the world, clearly visible beneath them. They are known as the talismans of Vol, Chaplain. The most powerful weapons the Eldar possess. They are ancient, forged by the hand of a god specifically for use in this war. The C'tan have feared them since the time of their creation, but even they cannot have known the true power behind the talismans. The soul is a powerful weapon, Codion, more powerful than you could know. It would take an age to document their histories, but suffice to say that the C'tan have toiled for millions of years in order to see these constructs destroyed, always without success. When the outsider banished her prison, the talismans were able to travel from their safe haven beyond the gates of Varl and come to fulfill their legacy. Thousand more questions rolled through Codion's mind as he heard this. He opened his mouth to speak when he saw Magnus flinch, the Primarch's expression darkening. The giant threw one arm forward and power exploded from his fingertips. For a moment Codion thought the attack to be directed at him and he raised his arms in defense, only to see the snaking arcs of energy slide past him without incident. He spun on his heel to look out beyond and saw that Magnus had formed a wall of energy behind him, and not a moment too soon. The skeletal figure stepped out of the emerald breach beyond, mere inches away from the glowing shield of sorcery. It was Necrontyr, that much was apparent, but unlike most of the others Codion had encountered, this one was clad in decorative but moldering blue robes, and carried an ornate staff topped with a blazing head. The Necron Lord came to a standstill before the wall and flicked its head back. Light burst from its eye sockets, spilling out to surround its angled head. The light solidified instantly, forming a different face, and Codian felt his soul harden as he recognized the features of the deceiver. So, it is as I thought. The face spat, scorn heavy in its ghostly voice. I am denied the power of my kin by the infernal soul song of the Eldar. I am impressed, I must confess. You fear the power of the talismans you have fought so long to destroy without success. Magnus spat, derision heavy in his voice. The deceiver looked to the Primarch, amusement sparkling in his eyes. Ever defiant. I warn you, little thing, do not allow yourself the mistaken luxury of assuming such a supercilious stance. I will allow you and your kind this small victory, but I am here to deliver this warning. The power of my last surviving brother will be mine, no matter the cost. If any attempt is made to steal it, I will unleash my wrath on every living thing here on Terra. Our alliance is fragile at best, and is in place only to see my own ends satisfied. You must know that. We could expect no less. Codian answered. The deceiver smiled a predatory smile. Still you imagine that this armistice between us could yet yield success on your part. I applaud your defiance. Together we have but one opponent left, for my brother's legions will start to crumble. Now that he is no longer at their head. The one you call the Void Dragon will not be so easily defeated. He has seen the treachery of the talismans now, and he will not allow the same fate to befall him. Like me, he understands that the talismans cannot harm him while ever he is contained within his necrodermis. Then we will spare no effort in removing him from it. Codian answered, his voice heavy with defiance. 2 star gods have already been stopped. The ultimate victory your kind imagined here is as far from your grasp as ever. He saw a flicker of annoyance pass over the deceiver's face at his words. Do not test me, little vermin. Do you not think that events proceed just as I planned? Underestimate me at your peril. We do not underestimate you. Magnus cut in, striding forward so as to stand by Codian's side. But you would do well to heed your own warning, Star God. You see us as insignificant cattle, less than insects. You will meet your end before this war is through. The deceiver laughed at this, mirth shining in his glowing eyes. We will see, he replied. The face faded away and the Necrontyr messenger lowered its head once more. The machine regarded the 2 warriors for no more than a moment before raising an arm to summon the same powers that had transported it to this place. Codian and Magnus watched as the Necron Lord vanished, and for a moment, only silence passed between them. What does he have planned, Magnus? The Akasha has shown me much, but it has not shown me the schemes of the deceiver. How can we work to counter whatever he has in store for us if we do not know what to expect? I see nothing so intricate as subtle machination in store for us, Codian. When the Void Dragon falls, the deceiver will be the last of his kind. The existence of the dragon is the only thing that is keeping any of us safe from the attentions of the deceiver. That, and the arrival of the talismans. Magnus turned his gaze skyward as he said this, as if possessed of the ability to peer into the firmament at the distant and ancient constructs. Of course. Codian replied. But we cannot afford to worry about what he has in store for us. For now, our own interests and those of the deceiver are intertwined. Our greatest challenge is to be the fight to defeat the Void Dragon. Then we dare not delay, Magnus said. He swept his hand out before him, summoning a storm of blazing electricity that engulfed them both within moments. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Anger. Anger burned within his heart, an unquenchable rage that could neither be understood by mere mortals nor tempered by anything short of absolute revenge. It churned within his gargantuan breast, a molten furnace of fury, a caged star of rage. The hatred he had felt for his kin was without compare, but the indignity of the Nightbringers' destruction was a crime that would be punished. He had been denied the power of Kalis Ra by the insects at his feet, a power that was his by right, a matchless energy that would have hastened his victory here. That power was lost to him now, shredded and dispelled by the sole force of the constructs far above. That he knew he could not ascend and shatter the talismans in an act of revenge served only to stoke the anger within him further, for they were utterly inimical to him by their very nature, steeped as they were in all that was base and foul to a C'tan. The Void Dragon gazed up at the distant talismans for long moments, his dark heart aching to bring them crashing down into the surface of this world, but he knew he could not. They could not harm him while ever he was encased in the wondrous protection of his necrodermis, and so for now, the situation was a stalemate. He took in the endless sea of life filth around him then, turning his attention back to the war beneath him. Storms of fire continued to rise all around him still, pattering against his vast form like rain. It was an annoyance that would be dealt with, in time, but for now he had greater concerns to deal with. The ranks of the Necrontyr were in disarray, a situation that was growing worse with the passing of each moment. The legions of the outsider were now nothing save for a scattering of mindless, flailing shells, robbed of all reason and direction. A similar fate was starting to occur within the ranks of the Necrontyr of the Nightbringer. With their master destroyed, the legions of the Nightbringer were beginning to fall apart. Many had already turned aside and cast themselves back to their tomb worlds, their simple minds unable to comprehend any other course of action. Hundreds of thousands more were now simply immobile, unable to function beyond the influence of their lost god. It was a situation that had to be rectified, and soon. Lost as they were, without the protection and influence of their gods, it would not be difficult. He thrust his head back and unleashed a sound unlike anything any living creature on Terra had heard. It was a bellow of primeval force, a thunderous machine code call, raw and elemental. The howl swept through the vast plains faster than any natural sound, quaking edifices, and lifting flags and earth alike as it passed. Weapons were torn from hands at its passing. War machines were sent off course, and many of the swifter, lighter Eldar machines were swept into walls or sent tumbling through the air, the runes and stones wrought into their surfaces overloading amid showers of sparks. Hands were raised to ears and cries of pain echoed through the vast fields. The ground shook beneath the weight of knees as untold numbers fell, stricken by the power of the sound. As potent as it was, the call was not a weapon, but rather a command. Necron bodies froze where they stood. Hundreds of thousands of eyes were turned towards the towering form of the Void Dragon. Necron lords turned aside from the shimmering green portals before them, banishing them as they did so, to heed the Void Dragon's call. In that instant, ancient loyalties as old as the stars were cast aside. Now they were his. Part 228. The Hate Tide. They came to be at the center of it all. Codian barely had time to gather his wits when the sound hit him. He fell to one knee, his teeth bared, as waves of sonic force assailed him. Magnus leapt to one side as the tumbling chassis of an Eldar jet bike cartwheeled past him, passing over Codian's head. With but feet to spare. "We have a problem," the Primarch bellowed, righting the chaplain with a psychic nudge. Codian steadied himself as he took in the scene before him. Magnus' observation had been one hell of an understatement. The Necrontyr surged forth as one, a vast, unending tide of metal and hate. The enemy host exuded a fresh sense of unity and purpose. He could tell that simply by observing the way their advance had changed. They were as one, unified by whatever unholy influence the Void Dragon now held over them. To the naked eye, there were no indications as to which god any of the machines had once belonged to, but now it was clear that every single one of them was under the command of the Void Dragon. There was no more disarray, no more confusion or infighting. "He has taken the reins of this assault," Magnus shouted over the furor then, no doubt sensing Codian's thoughts. "Chaplain, we had hoped that this would not happen, at least not this soon, but it has. Our efforts to stall the enemy's advance were not as effective as we had desired. He commands them all now." For long moments, Codian found that he could not force a reply. The Necrons were tearing their way through all those who stood before them. Entire lines of troops and war machines disappeared beneath the silvered mass, as Necrons and Scarabs engulfed them. Gauze fire flashed everywhere he looked, so dense that the air itself took on a sickly, ambient emerald hue. At the center of it all, the Void Dragon advanced. His eyes burned with emerald fire and, as Codion looked on in horror, that same gauze-fueled fire poured from the abomination's mouth. It spilled out across the battlefield and into the defenders. Hundreds turned on their heels to flee the deadly conflagration, but none were fast enough. The flames did not burn as normal fire would. Instead they consumed all they touched, tearing armor and flesh apart. Man and Xenos alike screamed as they were flayed alive, the liquid fire dissolving them down to the bone and then washing away even that. Within the first few seconds, tens of hundreds of life flares rose up from the grisly scene, twisting around one another as they floated towards the Void Dragon's glowing firm. It was murder on a grand scale. Those few titans that survived still lumbered their way forward, their guns blazing in an attempt to halt the flow of death. The Void Dragon turned his attention towards the towering machines and cast twin beams of vast gauze energy out at the nearest of them, a beleaguered Reaver Titan already injured by scores of smoldering craters. The beams punched straight through the Titan's head, simply blasting aside the few remaining void shields as if they were nothing. The Titan's dissolving head splayed outwards, huge chunks of armor tearing away to be sucked into the field surrounding the blast. The machine staggered, its limbs racked with spasms. Its vast form groaned, the deep sound cutting through the melee, and then it fell like a stone, toppling backwards. The Warhound that had been sheltering behind the Reaver, hoping to use the size of the larger machine to facilitate a surprise attack, threw itself around and bounded away. It had taken no more than a single step when the Reaver came crashing down. The larger Titan's falling body caught the Warhound with a glancing blow against its right shoulder armor with force enough to bring it crashing violently down onto its right-hand side. The Warhound's limbs flailed for a second until another brace of beams cut it in two, the impacts hitting vital systems including the Titan's reactor. The Warhound's death was nothing short of spectacular. It exploded in a flash of light and noise. A blinding burst of white light followed a heartbeat later by the rising roar of its death cry. Everything in the path of the explosion was obliterated instantly and without exception. Everything save for the Void Dragon himself. The silvered giant ground ever on, passing through the mushroom of searing energy with no visible consequences. The atomic fire rolled across the dragon's necrodermis, its touch sending pulses of glittering light swimming across the ancient metal. The death of the Warhound had swiftly summoned a cloud of choking dust and pulverized earth up into the air, so thick that it choked out the sun. The Void Dragon's burning eyes cut through that murk, twin beams of green light that swung slowly as he advanced. He let out another primeval roar of machine code, the sound punching a vast hole through the dust. Codion looked on and saw the Void Dragon's face emerge once again. He drunk in that terrible visage and found himself forced to fight his most base instincts just to stay and face the abomination. Each step the Void Dragon took sent tremors rolling through the surface of the planet, quaking the mountains upon which the Imperial Palace stood. Still the defiance of the defenders continued. Those that were able to fire upon the C'tan did so, adding the might of their weapons to the almost constant blanket of explosions and blasts that surrounded the Void Dragon's body. All of it stood for little more than nothing. There were no visible indications that the Star God was even troubled by the attentions of the legions around him, and even the most powerful weapons of the Eldar, the vaunted distortion cannons, seemed to be having little effect. Wherever the warp rends struck the monstrosity, the skin of the necrodermis bucked and shifted, but held. Whether this was through design, or through the fact that the dragon's shell was so vast in size, was not made apparent. Whatever the answer, it was obvious that the Void Dragon was stronger than any weapon the collective possessed. Codion spun on his heel to look back towards the vast gateway that was the entrance to the heart of the Imperial Palace. The huge dome they were in was actually one of many scattered about the inner regions of the city-sized palace, but, unlike most of the others, this one was located relatively close to the heart of the sprawling metropolis, the throne room of the Emperor. His knowledge of the layout of this vast edifice was rudimentary at best, but he knew this much. One glance at Magnus' expression told him that the Primarch knew it too. "We are going to be forced to fall back," he said. Magnus inclined his head. "This much appears inevitable. The Void Dragon intends to penetrate the inner fastness of the palace. Here." At that Magnus swept his hands before him and Codian found himself assailed by images of the areas beyond. The gate beyond is the Golgotha Barbican. This leads to the Golgotha Balium, a defensible area of the inner complex. If we are able to direct enough of our forces into this area, we may be able to stall the dragon and his forces. "Stall, but not halt," Codian replied darkly. Magnus' expression confirmed the chaplain's suspicions. "From this moment on, our war is one of attrition, Codian. The Balium ultimately leads to the Eternity Crypt. The enemy will doubtless seek to gain entry to the crypt via the Porti Deus Ferarius. From there, only the Eternity Gate stands between the Void Dragon and the Sanctum Imperialis." Codian glanced back towards the Golgotha Barbican once more, as if willing his mortal eyes to peer beyond the fortified walls of the fastness and into the throne chamber of the Emperor himself. He still found it hard to believe that the Emperor no longer resided there. 1,000 considerations rolled through his mind, as he fought to assess every possibility of the events yet to come. Would it simply be easier to allow the Void Dragon to enter the chamber, unmolested, to face and destroy the Deceiver, thus putting an end to whatever schemes lay in store for them? True, it was clear that he was the weaker of the two remaining star gods, but this fact made him no less dangerous. "Many will die before this is over," he said, the words cold and bitter on his tongue. "There can be no other way," Magnus replied. "Come, we can delay no longer. The enemy approaches ever faster." Codian nodded and set off towards the Golgotha Barbican, accelerating quickly into a full sprint. Magnus followed behind, his footfalls quaking the ground. Codian had advanced no more than a few strides when he felt a strange sensation envelop him, the deep and gut-churning tingle of warp magic. He glanced back towards Magnus, anger in his eyes. Seemingly unrepentant, the Primarch explained. "I have granted you a boon, Codian, to suit your role as War Master. Whatever your command, speak it and the ears it is intended for shall hear. Rebuke me as your wish, but the situation calls for such measures." Codian knew he had little time available with which to argue this undesirable situation, and so he turned away once again. "The enemy approaches," he said aloud, concentrating on the towering gate beyond, unsure of whom to imagine receiving the message in this mind. "Prepare to defend the Golgotha Barbican with your lives, in the Emperor's name." He could feel the influence of the enchantment working within him, snatching the words even as they formed in his throat and casting them out, projecting them into the proximity of whoever lay in wait beyond. He spent his next few moments struggling to decide whom to communicate with next. Faces and names spun through his thoughts as he calculated his next move. There were many powerful players and forces still left to oppose the dragon, but he had to decide how to position them for maximum efficiency. "Ka. Old One, do you still live?" he asked, concentrating on the likeness of the ancient being in his mind. For long moments, there was no answer. He had almost given up hope when the air before him peeled open and a mass tide of darkness spilled out. He recognized the black sphere immediately for what it was. Ka had survived the death of the Nightbringer, but as the ancient being unfolded, Codian saw that he had not survived unscathed. Ka's outline was hazy and lacking in definition, as if his shadowed form was somehow struggling to maintain its integrity. "Your comrade did not survive the conflict," he said matter-of-factly, his voice somehow thin, almost distant. His large eyes flicked between Codian and Magnus, as if he were able to detect the enchantment placed upon the chaplain. Both Uriel Ventris and Gia gave themselves completely to the destruction of Faltoric. They are both now one with the matrix of life. "We need to hurt the Void Dragon," Codian said, unwilling to even consider the loss of his old friend. at that moment. We know we cannot defeat him outright without the help of the deceiver, but we can at least thin down the numbers of his legions. The Necrontyr advances one under his banner now. I understand. Ka answered, drifting alongside the sprinting chaplain. We can waste no more time. We must move the forces available to us into position and strike as hard as we can. We have but one true chance to hurt him. Then tell me all you can. Kodian replied. "ND, let us put an end to this. The shell traveled far too fast to follow with the naked eye. It screamed through the air, leaving behind a trail of slowly growing azure circles. The tomb spider literally ceased to exist as it was blown into thousands of glittering fragments, the sheer power of the shell's velocity ensuring that no configuration of armor could resist its power. The fragments spiraled after the projectile, dragged along by the vacuum it created in its wake. Grungy punched the air triumphantly as he witnessed the demise of the Necron construct. The Tau battlesuit roared overhead a moment later and he found himself following its progress, the smile upon his lips softening a little. Who would have thought it? He said aloud, more to himself than to any of the surrounding Tau. A few of the warriors paused to regard him, as if awaiting the continuation of his dialogue. He met their stares and shrugged. Thurgus Grungy, ally of the Tau. Heh. Come, my gray-skinned associates. Look what awaits us. He swiftly crested the scattered rubble before him and came to rest upon the angled column of a devastated marble folly. Before him, the vastness of the Necrontyr army stretched out as far as the naked eye could see. The sight was indescribable. The enemy were without number, a teeming, shifting mass of ancient metal. The noise generated by the horde rang in his ears, the constant, metallic whispering scrape of untold bodies jostling against one another as they vied for space. The enemy. Destiny. He looked back as the battlesuit stomped up the slope and came to rest by his side, the pneumatic fiber bundles of its limbs hissing and whining softly. You heard him too, did you not? Farza'ite lowered his gaze in order to meet Grungy's gaze and answered with a nod, the soft azure light of the sustaining field shimmering against his wizened skin. I did. The plan is sound enough, Demiurge. I concur. Very well. Grungy looked back to the silver horizon once, as the might of the Free Tau continued to gather in force behind him. Then we do as Kodian says, and we fight this last, glorious fight. For life, and the lives of those that have been taken from us. We fight. Slowly, inexorably, the orders were given. Expanses were crossed with but a thought. Minds were reached and ignited, linked by the powers too enigmatic for the mortal mind to comprehend. There were those who begrudged the intrusion, of course. There were those who railed against the distasteful infringement, who reacted with heated anger at the methods employed. Despite this, there were no arguments or repudiations. The desperation of the circumstances was enough to ensure that Kodian's plans were followed. The Void Dragon advanced relentlessly, his impregnable form turning aside every projectile directed towards him. The Necrontyr milled around his feet like a storm surge, unable to deny their masters will. Explosions tore through their ranks, sending silvered bodies and body parts high into the air. Questing beams of energy scythed through the hordes, cutting hundreds of them to pieces, but still, they bore on. The weight of the attack was such that soon the defenders found themselves forced back into the sprawl of the pilgrim tombs that littered the area around the Golgotha Barbican. Shouts and cries rose up from the soldiers as they dragged their support weapons back towards cover, chased unremittingly by enemy fire. Gauze beams cut through many of those unfortunate to be caught out. Entire squads were wiped out in moments as the Necrons reached the defense lines. The twisted horrors that were the flayed ones bounded through the ancient stone edifices, their abominable claws shredding all those they met. Hundreds of small skirmishes broke out as the Imperial Guard squads met the attackers. Quickly cut off and surrounded, the brave soldiers put up the last fight of their lives as they fought to bring down as many of the enemy as they could. Cannons and mortars were cast aside and abandoned in favor of pistols and combat weapons. Like many of the huge domes that surrounded the inner palace, this one had been home to one of the vast and sprawling pilgrim camps that had existed ever since the fall of the emperor over 10 millennia ago. The pilgrims here had been inducted into the defense forces when the Tau had arrived, but now those pilgrims fought against the Necrons as the enemy penetrated the camp. They fought with refuse and simple tools where no weapons were available to hand, striking with picks and shovels as the enemy flooded their domain. The prayers of the pilgrims cut through the air as they died defending their faith. Robes were set alight and bodies torn apart as they fell to the Necron guns, but they did not falter, even in the face of death. Asteroutes and soldiers of the guard fought many running battles amongst the tents and temporary habs of the camp. The space marines of the Emperor charged through the canvas marquees, their bolters hammering out round after round of death. Guide ropes were pulled from the ground as they snagged against power armor. Ancient and tattered banners were shredded by the exchange of fire, and tables were overturned, scattering their priceless relics upon the ground. Codian took charge of the retreating forces, directing them as best he could in their withdrawal, but still many died amongst the tents of the pilgrim camps. Tanks crushed many of the unfortunate men and women in their haste to redeploy. Many of the tanks and troop carriers were caught in the crossfire and destroyed, their explosive death simulating scores of pilgrims even as they fought to fall back. Destroyers swept over the heads of the defenders, sowing death amongst the fleeing masses. The silent tomb spiders prowled amongst the burning tents, swarms of scarabs scuttling in their wake. The tomb spiders preyed upon the injured and the dying, dispatching them with cold, unfeeling efficiency, whilst the scarabs simply engulfed those too slow or unable to flee fast enough to save their lives. As the hours passed, the Necrontyr maintained the upper hand. Slowly but surely they ground their way towards the Golgotha Barbican, overwhelming any and all opposition. The Necrontyr war machines took their toll of the defenders, blasting huge holes in the shifting mass of man and machine. Monoliths raked the defense lines with arcing green energy strikes, the glowing lightning blowing apart everything it touched. At the center of it all, the Void Dragon towered triumphant, impregnable to the guns of the Alliance and unstoppable in his advance. Such was his power and dominance that much of what was transpiring beneath him escaped his notice. Most individual mortals were beneath his notice, and that included the vaunted Primarchs, the Emperor's own sons. And so it was that the Void Dragon was unaware of the movements of the Primarchs, even as they turned as one to sprint back towards the Golgotha Barbican, apparently uncaring of the fate that awaited the lesser sons and daughters of the Emperor that had fought alongside them. Many other factions and collectives followed the Primarchs. The fallen blood angels of Sanguinius disengaged moments after the flight of the Primarchs, disregarding even the legendary blood rage that burned within their veins in order to follow the orders of their lord, Mephiston. So too did the Phoenix Lords of the Eldar, their fight against the renegade Magog and his legions far from completed, follow the lead of the Emperor's sons. The cry came from Bahir Roth, a shrill call that echoed over the heads of the others and turned the eyes of the brothers and sisters of the Phoenix towards the distant gate. Plans were afoot, tactics, however desperate, that could bring the Void Dragon to heel, once and for all. Ignorant to it all, the mighty Star God advanced, sweeping all resistance from his path. All-powerful, all-conquering, and utterly ignorant to the fate that awaited him at the Eternity Gate. Part 229. The Last Gathering. Dark, foreboding and abhorrent. Codian felt his soul squirm as he looked upon them, for the sight of such ancient and reviled beings was a poison that struck him right at the heart of his soul. Even from here, viewing them as he was through the unknowable sorcery of Magnus at a distance, the fallen Primarchs were a sickening sight. It did not matter to him that he and they shared a common cause, for he knew that the damned sons of the Emperor fought in this war for their own survival and nothing more. Magnus stood apart from the others due to circumstance. He knew that now his fall had been engineered by powers both ancient and dark, and he had been forced into exile as a heretic despite his best intentions, although Codian knew that Magnus himself, or at least his pride, had played no small part in that exile. The Tau have engaged the rear of the Necron forces. Magnus said then, interrupting his thoughts. Guilliman and the Ulfa brothers have chosen to stay with the Tau in this assault. I believe this to be a wise enough choice. Codian displayed his agreement as the image before him faded away, banished by Magnus Will. The towering Primarch took in the surrounding hordes as he straightened, one hand resting on the hilt of his massive glaive. The orcs of Warlord Thrika approach the enemy's eastern flank as we speak. As soon as they engage, we must be ready to move. Through the Golgotha Barbican. Codian answered. Yes. Now that the Void Dragon has control of all the Necrontyr, the enemy's advance is more focused and coordinated than ever. We need to allow him to enter the Eternity Crypt unmolested. The orcs and the Tau will keep the enemy forces occupied sufficiently enough to draw much of the attention away from us. Although the crypt itself is vast enough in size, it will serve to funnel the Necrontyr and is a far more defensible space. So we attack at the foot of the Eternity Gate. Codian continued. It is there we will make our final stand. Indeed. The Void Dragon's size will limit his effectiveness. It is here that we will drive forward and meet him en masse. This is our best chance at victory. What if it does not work? For a moment, Manus did not answer. The pause was enough to tell Codian that there was no viable alternative to finding victory at the Eternity Gate. It will. Magnus answered. It has to. Codian accepted this, for he knew that the Primarch could give no other answer. It was true enough that none of them dared to imagine any other outcome save for victory, for the alternative was too dire to even contemplate. This last effort to bring down the Void Dragon would doubtless be the greatest and most terrible conflict he had ever taken part in, possibly the greatest conflict the galaxy had ever seen, at least since the days of the war between the C'tan and the Old Ones. He felt it then, a shift in the air around him mirrored by a soft, aching pull at the center of his being. The displaced air whispered gently across the exposed back of his neck, causing him to turn around to face the new arrivals. The sight of such gathered power did not fail to take his breath away, no matter how used he had thought himself to witnessing it. The Primarches were as magnificent as ever, arrayed before him as a mountain range of flesh and armor. 7 of the Emperor's first sons, 7 of the most powerful beings the stars had ever known. Who could fail not to be moved by such a sight? The orcs have almost reached the edges of the Necrontyr lines. Magnus told them, his single eye glowing with warp sight. A host of hate-filled eyes met his announcement. Codian saw this and felt the tension in the air increase. It was clear that old resentments still ran deep, although the fact that the others had not attacked Magnus on sight spoke volumes of their begrudged acceptance of his presence. And yet we will fail to keep the enemy from invading the inner depths of the crypt. It was the lion who spoke, his dark form advancing a step, his hand forever resting on the hilt of his blade. This plan of yours, Magnus, to allow the enemy to breach this deeply. None of us find comfort in it. To wait for them is a torture my warrior's heart struggles to bear. Russ snarled, his fists tightening. He bared his long canine teeth at Magnus, and it was clear to see that his hatred of the father of the 1,000 sons ran deeper than any other. We are Primarches. We do not await the enemy. We are the head of the spear that is the Emperor's vengeance. We take that spear and drive it deep into the enemy's heart. We do not wait. At that, Magnus raised a hand towards the depths beyond the immense gateway, to where nothing much could be seen save for shadows and the distant shimmering of a million tiny lights. Then charge to your death, Brother Russ, and take your glory however you see fit. I want nothing short of total victory here. I want to see the star gods fall, and the siege of Terra ended. If you are unable to rein in your base instincts long enough to see that destiny realized, so be it. However much it galls me to admit it, Magnus' plan is sound. Dorn said, stepping between the two brothers. The Eternity Crypt is a defensible space, far more so than the open fields beyond. The enemy's intent is clear. They wish to breach the crypt and enter the Sanctum Imperialis. This course of action will serve to funnel them in. Magnus inclined his head in gratitude of his brother's level reasoning. Of all the Primarches, Rogel Dorn was the most experienced in defense and siege warfare. Although it was clear that Dorn shared as little love for his brother as any of the others, at least he understood the validity of the plan. I can have the fists and what remains of the Templars ready to defend the Eternity Gate in less than 1 hour. Dorn continued. I will require additional support from the Lion's Guard, namely artillery and heavy weapons. If, as you say, the intent is to allow the Void Dragon to penetrate this area, then it will be a pointless waste of resources to set up powerful defenses here in this region, and we cannot afford to waste resources we do not have. Then I leave the arrangements in your capable hands. Magnus answered. Dorn heard this and looked to Codion, his eyes narrowing. It took the chaplain several seconds to realize that the Primarch was actually looking to him for approval of this. Given the intensity of the situation, it had slipped Codion's mind that he was actually the one on charge of the alliance at this point. He forced his composure to the fore as he prepared to answer, unwilling to display any sign of weakness or indecision in the presence of the Primarches. Greed. By your leave, Lord Dorn, please see to it that the enemy come to regret driving their corruption this deep into the hallowed halls of the Emperor. He speaks. Corax said then, a note of derision in his voice. LLIs turned to Codion and the chaplain became all too aware of the underlying sense of disparagement, however subtle, directed towards him. He would not allow this meeting to descend into a trial of his suitableness to lead the alliance. That I do, honored Primarches, and you will hear my words. He answered, mentally steeling himself. Lord Dorn shows us the way forward with his wisdom and his willingness to put aside ancient rivalries in order to see this war won. Have a care, Ultramarine. Russ warned him then, cutting his words short. You cannot know of the depths to which old wounds run. That much is true. Codion answered, rounding on the wolf. I would not care to know them. I have no interest in ancient animosities, Lord Russ. My interests remain lodged firmly in the present. I will not see this last effort degraded by bickering and infighting. Primarches or no, I will not have the Emperor's memory sullied in such a way. Russ opened his mouth to rebuke him, only to have Codion's raised hand stay his words. The matter is closed. The fires of your anger burn bright, and it is a righteous rage. Set the enemy alight with it, my lord, and see it put to best use. Russ seethed at the perceived arrogance of the chaplain, and it made was clear by this reaction that he was unused to being spoken to in such a way. Who are you to issue orders to me, whelp? The commander of this Liance, Lehman. The Khan stepped forward as he said this. He swept his cloak aside to reveal the tulwar hanging at his belt. This was a gesture intended to show Russ of his accord with the chaplain, rather than any outright display of hostility. The father of the White Scars glanced at Codion briefly before once more turning his attention to his brother. Have you not heard a word he has said? This is the end time, Russ. Any division could spell the end. For us. Plus I am in agreement, plus Manus said, his augmetic voice resonating deeply. Plus millennia have passed as we have awaited this time. The star gods. The betrayal of Horus. We know the truth of it all now. Although some of us are less able to come to terms with that truth than others. If you must feel anger, then feel it, Russ. If you must hate, then hate. Your emotions are not important. You know what must be done plus. We all know what must be done. Fukin continued. He swung his mighty hammer up onto one shoulder and cast his gaze out into the expanse beyond, to where the vast form of the Void Dragon could clearly be seen. There are those of us who were not present here when the legions of Horus descended upon this world. We know now the real truth behind that dark time, but still the regret lingers. I need not ask those of my brothers who were absent during the heresy if they wish that they were here to defend the Emperor's seat, for I know that we all bear that lament. Yeah, that we do. Russ admitted, exhaling sharply through his nose. Fukin nodded. Then heed the chaplain's words. It must be this way, my brothers. Codion states he cares nothing for our old resentments, and I applaud him that. The enemy are heading this way, no matter what. Our arguments. They will breach this gate and they will enter the Sanctum Imperialis. Only through absolute compliance and absolute coordination do we even stand a chance of seeing victory here. We stand together. He turned and pointed the head of the hammer towards the darkness of the immense chamber. Beyond. We stand there. Then we are agreed. Magnus said, eyeing the others for any further signs of dissent. Most of the Primarchs tilted their heads in agreement. None, not even Russ, argued further. Very well. Codian said. Then we must prepare. Codian shouldered his way through the milling bodies, his dark, armored bulk towering head and shoulders above the lesser denizens of Terra. Squads of guardsmen jogged by, their battered guns held upright, moving to respond to 100 different orders. Here in the open threshold of the Golgotha Barbican, the press of bodies was intense and nauseating. The heat was almost intolerable to one unaugmented, but as an Astarte, Codian was not affected by such conditions. The thunder of munitions fought to drown out all other noise, and was intensifying even now as the enemy drew ever closer. Layered void shields hummed all around him as they worked to turn aside the worst of the Necrontyr firepower, so concentrated in fact that he could feel his fused ribcage buzzing within his chest. Ozone burned within his nostrils and the static discharge of the fields pricked against his exposed skin. The gates were open, for it made little sense to seal them now. The plan relied on the Void Dragon gaining entry, and even if it did not, the gates would never have held the Star God at bay. The Void Shields were in place in order to keep the defenders alive as long as possible, for here in the shadow of the gate were untold numbers of them. Codian took in the sight with a heavy heart, for he knew that most of the nameless faces here around him would not survive the Necron onslaught. These were primarily the faces of not soldiers, but men and women, non-combatants drafted into this war through sheer necessity. Pilgrims, menials and citizens who wore rags and everyday clothes in place of armor and fatigues. Although a good number of them were armed with whatever the Alliance had been able to muster, many of them were not. Some carried ornamental pistols, weapons constructed more for show than actual use, whilst most were armed with whatever they could find. That meant tools or even scrap lengths of pipe and wood. He found it a pitiful sight, yet at the same time he felt a pride at the air of defiance about him. Fear was a concept he little understood, and yet he knew that the masses around him were terrified by the approaching machines. Despite that fear, they would not break. They would not run. There were families here. Mothers carried babies on their backs like equipment packs, their hands laden with weapons. The old and infirm helped one another along, arguing about position and roles amongst themselves. He knew with regret that this militia would not last long, and that most of these people would die to the guns or beneath the boots of the enemy. These were the loyal citizens of the Imperium, the peoples he had sworn binding and eternal oaths to protect, and yet he knew that he could not protect them now. That choice had been taken away from him by the enemy. Their sacrifice was a necessity, essential to the continued survival of what remained of the Imperium. Plus the enemy have entered maximum range, plus he heard someone call over the Vox. That same message burst forth from the hundreds of speakers scattered across the gateway, startling the masses into more intense action. Ready the defenses. Codian called, breaking into a jog. Artillery, prepare to acquire targets. Soon as range is acquired, for at will. He barged his way through the teeming bodies, fighting to reach the sprawl of emplacements and newly laden dragon's teeth that formed the defense lines. As he managed to break through the crowds and enter the lines, the first of the Alliance guns and mortars opened up. It was here that the remaining war machine of the Alliance would make their last stand. The Golgotha Barbican and the space beyond were both more than large enough to accommodate anything up to the size of a Titan, but it was here that the machines of war would await the enemy. Bombards split their air with their roar as their mighty cannons hurled man-sized shells up into the air. Earthshaker cannons thundered across the length of the expanse before the gate, adding their own power to the assault. The enemy were still some distance away as they came under fire. The first shells fell into the Necrontyr mass and reaped a heavy toll instantly. Silvered bodies blossomed up into the air like glittering dust, blown apart by the unforgiving explosions. All across the defense lines, the mortar emplacements followed suit, and soon the front lines of the enemy were ablaze. Codian leapt up onto the chassis of a waiting hellhound and glanced back into the shadow of the gate. Despite the crowds, he could see him clearly, towering easily over all those around him, silent and calm in the face of the surrounding chaos. Magnus. Codian raised an arm to signal that it was time. Magnus simply nodded and turned, the crowds parting easily before him. That was the signal. Magnus would go to the others and tell them to make themselves ready for the enemy. With that he looked back to the enemy tide and whispered a quiet catechism of fortitude. Determined to be ready for them. Everything he thought had been set in stone, his every belief, had changed since he had been swept up by the hand of fate and thrown into this nightmare future. He saw now the multitude lies of the Imperium's history, lies that would at one point have torn his soul to ribbons. Now he understood why these lies had been maintained, and why the greatest secrets of the Imperium, of existence itself, had been so guarded against general knowledge. Everything you thought you knew is a lie. It was a quote he had heard whispered more than once. And at one time he would have rebuked that claim. Not now. Now there were ancient and terrible forces at large, forces intent on destroying everything he knew. And yet the knowledge of their existence had been hidden from all save for a few. The Necrontyr and their eternal masters presented the greatest threat the Imperium had ever faced, and yet knowledge of their existence had been a closely guarded secret. All those forces that had once opposed the righteous rule of the Imperium now fought alongside its agents in order to stop the Necrontyr. Had he even imagined this time, he would have denied it with all his heart and soul. Still, now was not the time for reflection, but for action. Now was the time to realize all the plans he and others had made in order to save what remained of his once glorious Imperium. Now was the time to finally bring the rampage of the Void Dragon to an end. The enemy opened fire then, reaching their own maximum range, and within moments the defense lines began to suffer. Questing gauze beams swept through the emplacements and tanks at the fore of the defense's end. Their effect was instantaneous. Armor parted with ease, offering no resistance to the powerful beams. Basilisk tanks exploded spectacularly, swelling with internal fire and then bursting apart to shower the surrounding defenses with blazing shrapnel. Necron destroyers speared forth from the greater mass and began to sow death throughout the defenders, swooping in low to rake the fortifications. Autocannons and missile emplacements soon answered the threat, tracking and firing swiftly to punch the speeding machines from the skies. The larger war machines of the Necrontyr soon added their own cruel firepower to the attack, and within moments the defense lines were ablaze. Codian leapt down from the tank as stray fire crackled overhead, his eyes wide and unwilling to turn from the enemy. It was time now, he knew that for sure. Time to close the pincers and squeeze the enemy tight. Ka. Can you hear me? He whispered, knowing that it was unnecessary to raise his voice to speak over the growing cacophony. I can, came the reply after a moment's mental silence. It is time to give the order to advance. It is time. Codian echoed. Bring the orcs in at the enemy's right flank. Urge the Tau forth into the enemy's rear. He faltered then, his soul rebelling against the considerations in his mind. He worked his jaw, fighting to force the words from his throat. Contact the BD Horus. Let him know that it is time to unleash the darkness upon the left flank of the enemy, and may the Emperor show mercy to us all. Part 230. From LL Directions. The enemy. He could smell them, even from here. Oil and ozone, laden with the heavy scent of age. A moldering, cold scent. He curled his lip in disgust at them. Machines. Cold, dead things, incapable of hate or passion. They were an unworthy enemy, and he would show them neither respect nor mercy for that. Warlord Thrika cast his gaze out across the rolling sea of metal and ran his eyes over the vast and mighty form of the Void Dragon. He did not know its name, nor even what the creature was, and yet Some deep and ancient part of his being recognized the beast. The millennial history contained within the very cells of his body spoke to him of the far-gone past, of all this abomination represented. He understood none of what he knew, and yet that did not matter to him. He understood that this was the enemy, and that his race would be torn apart and made extinct by this foe, should the orcs fail here this day. Much had happened to Thrika since he had found himself freed from the Tau ship. Something had changed within him, something deep and fundamental. He could feel himself unfolding, growing stronger and smarter with the passing of each hour. He had always known that the gods had marked him for greatness, but only now did he begin to understand more and more of what that meant. Until his awakening, he had been satisfied enough by conflict and war, for this had been his purpose. But now he saw that such an existence had been nothing more than a distraction. The orc race had survived for millennia only through automation, making war with everything and anything just to endure. Like a blade, they had fought to keep themselves keen and sharp, waiting for a war that none of them even knew would come. This war. This was his time and the time of his people. The Kruk, the ancient weapon. The army of life. Like all the others of his kind, he had been created to fight this war, to fight this enemy. He understood that now, and with that understanding had come the knowledge. Once locked away deep inside his body, inside the bodies of all orcs, that knowledge was now released. It was the knowledge of war in all its forms, of weapons and machines, of how to fight and how to kill. The orcs had existed for millions of years because of this fundamental knowledge. The selfless sacrifice of the Brain Boys had seen to that. Now it was time to take the final fight to this accursed enemy, and they would know the true nature of the Kruk once again. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, testing the working of his power armor, and then hammered his fist into the thick button worked into the frame of his plate. Twin antennae hissed as they extended outwards either side of his head, bleeding crackling arcs of growing power as they did so. Brothers of the Kruk, he roared, his voice magnified by the machine 100-fold, enough so that the ground quaked beneath his feet. Gird yourselves for war. Call up the fire and feed the flames of anger within you. Call forth the Yaik. The resultant noise drowned out the cacophony of the battle beyond. It was the sound of thousands of voices raised in unison, a collective roar impregnated with the raw power that resided within each and every orc. Summoned forth by the unified call, bow waves of blazing force radiated outwards from the orc lines, setting ablaze each and every warrior with psychic fire. These were not flames that burned, but energized. They infused every orc with power, strength, and resolve. Charge! Thrika commanded, breaking into a lumbering run. Behind him, the orc war machine obeyed. Towering mega dreads bounded forth, whining with burgeoning power as their systems came online. Flying machines of every size and configuration streaked by overhead, each laden with countless guns and bombs. As the foot soldiers advanced they did so in ordered lines, a far cry from the disorder of the orc way of war. Each squad was led by a commander, a towering beast with dark olive skin, who bellowed orders to the warriors behind him. The orc flyers speared ahead of the rest of the army and swept in low over the Necrons to unleash their cannons and bombs. Bright, fiery explosions followed in their wake as huge holes were blown through the Necron army. Thrika burst forth from the surrounding cover, his advance made swift and loping thanks to the augmenting systems of his armor. Speeding orc personnel carriers roared in behind him, each one laden with squads of warriors all baying for the destruction of the enemy. Cannons and energy projectile throwers opened up, manned by the crews of the wagons, to rake the machines before them with fire. Up ahead of him the enemy forces began to come about as the Necrons came to realize the presence of the orcs. Hundreds of skull-faced heads turned as the orcs charged into view. Thrika saw this and smiled. Fergork and Mork! He roared, spreading his thick arms wide and activating both power claws. He took one final bounding leap and willed the thrusters set into his back to activate. The resultant burst of power propelled him up into the air. At the same moment the larger of the orc flyers swooped in from overhead to disgorge their mega-armored troops. Baying orc stormtroopers landed amongst the Necrons as Thrika came down into the enemy, crushing several of them beneath his weight as he did so. He tumbled end over end and came up onto his feet, his thick armor puffing gouts of steam up into the air. Death to the enemy! He bellowed again and again, sweeping from left to right. Every strike felled a Necron, for they were not proof against the charged power of his claws. As he fought, he kicked and stamped, dispatching those of his foe his weapons did not destroy outright. Several mechs landed with the other warriors, marked out from the others easily by the outlandish equipment they wore strapped about their bodies. Each one was armed with what appeared to be some form of handheld pylon, powered by the thick generators they wore at their backs. Each mech activated his weapon as he landed, and as soon as the device was active the surrounding Necrons began to feel its bite. Blazing azure energies erupted from the pylons to strike the metal warriors, arcing from one machine to the next in quick succession. Whatever metal the crackling energy touched simply came apart. Powerful electromagnetic energies tore the Necrons to pieces, leaving behind little save for glowing, charged scrap. Other mechs quickly began to move amongst the downed Necrons. Wherever they found a skull or torso they stooped low to attach a single, blinking device. These small but powerful melta charges clamped onto the smoldering refuse magnetically, and when the scattered pieces began to shimmer and fade away, the devices were carried with them. "Bring them forward!" Thrika cried then, the device at his back carrying his voice far beyond his immediate position. Moments later they appeared, sprinting from the edifices behind him. The orcs called forth by Thrika drove literally hundreds of squigs before them, strange orcoid beasts consisting of little more than legs and huge, gaping maws. Each squig had been drastically altered, fitted with a bulky and cumbersome rig consisting of armor, plating and protrusions of clustered antennae. As they neared the conflict these machines were activated, each one bathing its steed in emerald light as it powered up. The squigs stampeded their way into the melee, growling and snapping at anything unorky. Almost immediately the thickening enemy fire began to find the creatures and the machines began to do what they had been designed to do. Gauze beams curved in the air, pulled in by the glow of the squig rigs. Where the beams struck the emitters they expended themselves harmlessly, their energies dissipated by the irresistible glow. Thrika took in the scene around him and shook his arms in triumph, witnessing technology at work that had been lost for millions of years. Now the Krikk were restored once again, made whole and ready to continue the war they had been created to fight. Created to fight. Created to destroy the enemies of the Emperor and the Imperium. Guilliman unleashed a thunderous cry as he dug his heels into the ground and then pushed himself up into the air, leaving dust and shattered rubble in his wake. The leap carried the father of the Ultramarines a good 40 feet through the air and into the rear of the Necron force. He landed hard amongst the enemy, scattering scores of them like leaves caught in the breeze. Agisluz glowed bright in his hand as he swept the blade out before him to part the machine tide, its energized bite cleaving easily through ancient metal. The noise was tumultuous as the Necrons gathered only to be destroyed. It was a thunderous clattering, the sound of metal ringing against metal as machine bodies were swept aside and sliced apart to litter the ground with steaming scrap. Guilliman's face betrayed no emotion as he tore into his foe, but the passion he felt blazed in his eyes. He advanced into the press one step at a time, striking again and again each time he did so and felling scores each time. Alpharius and Omegan entered the fight less than a second after Guilliman, but their entrance was no less impressive. The twin Primarchs sprinted into the enemy, the sheer velocity of their high speed advance driving them deep into the Necron hordes like twin spears into flesh. Necrons were thrown up into the air as the brothers hurtled into them, using their powerful armored bodies as battering rams to smash through the enemy. Together, the three Primarchs began to carve a swathe through the Necron mass, steadily fighting their way towards the Void Dragon. The Tau moved swiftly to fill that gap, led by Grungy and Farza'ite. Fire warriors poured into the space made by the Primarchs, hot on the heels of the Demiurge and their commander. The warriors dispatched those Necrons still functioning despite the damage they had sustained, and slowly but surely began to widen the gap through coordinated and sustained pulse fire. The Tau were now well and truly dug in. +++. They quailed before him. The Necrontyr were horrifying for what they were. They were ancient and sinister things, specters of metal and undying hatred, given only to seeking the utter destruction of all life. For all the Necrontyr were, they could not stand against the darkness that advanced upon them. He strode through the ancient host, his radiant spectral form denying purchase to the questing blades and saturated gauze fire of his foe. Restored in spirit by the sacrifice of those who had borne his eternal shame for thousands of years, Horus Lupercal took to the field of battle one last time, a picture-perfect image of the being that had met his end at the hand of the Emperor almost 11 millennia ago. Though far from wholly corporeal, Horus still cut a magnificent and daunting figure, for he was a true giant. The eye worked into the center of his thick cuirass blazed with a blinding light as he led the multitude forces of darkness against the Necrontyr's left flank. His vast power claw shredded all it touched, and his phantom mace shattered the enemy to dust with each and every strike. Horus was neither daemon, spirit, nor man. He was an amalgamation of all three and more, an entity of pure, unquenchable spirit given substance and animation by the willing sacrifice of untold numbers. He was an avatar, a champion of powers both ancient and unfathomable, a vessel willed into existence by those powers in order to see their desires realized. Behind Horus the fallen Primarchs rallied, just as they had done so many years before. Each one brought his own brand of murder and death to the melee, whether that be mindless, berserker, abandon or consummate martial grace. Angren annihilated his enemies with pure rage, advancing as a maelstrom of flailing limbs and shuddering wrath. The Chosen of Khurne smote the war machines of the Necrontyr as if they were toys. A single sweep of his vast wings saw him carried up onto the peak of one of the hovering obelisks. The fiend shrugged aside the scathing energies that assailed him as he wrapped his arms around the blazing emerald crystal and tore it free of its housing to hurl it through the air and into another of the machines. The crystal shattered amid a fearsome explosion and the resultant escaping energies tore the obelisk apart, sending flaming shrapnel coursing through the Necron horde. Angren shook his fists triumphantly from atop his lofty position and then launched himself into the air once more as the floating edifice beneath him crashed headlong into the ground, its power stolen, and its ancient systems ruined. Mighty Lorgar, though no match in size with the towering colossus that was Angren, was no less imposing in his own attack. He strode confidently into the midst of the enemy, his blazing Crozius sowing ruin and destruction all about him. His sonorous voice carried easily over the clamor of the battle, as he renounced the star gods and their legions, cursing and damning them with words that were charged with ancient power. Daemons swarmed around the Primarch of the Word-bearers, drawn by the irresistible pull of his blasphemous oratory, enslaved to his bidding by those forbidden words. The denizens of the warp found strong purchase here within the radius of Lorgar, for his millennial service to the ruinous powers had transformed him into a living icon dedicated to the warp in all its forms. Strange and wretched entities continued to pour into real space around him as he marched on, his prayers splitting the veil and further strengthening the link between the realms. The stuff of the warp poured in, transforming the very ground and air. The rockcrete became as flesh, its surface undulating as it tore open to reveal nests of foul daemons. The air burned like fire, hot with embers and ash and resonant with hazy power. The Necrontyr responded to this threat with a vigor rarely witnessed by those who had faced them, and lived to tell of it, almost as if the machines were somehow agitated by their proximity to the changing reality. The hulking immortals charged into the daemon host, their blasters glowing with shimmering gauze energy. The metal giants smashed into the gibbering host, scything demonic bodies apart with salvos of concentrated fire and tearing into otherworldly flesh with their charged fingers, but the daemon hordes were insane with inhuman abandon now, driven by an indescribable need to reflect the frustrations of their warp-dwelling masters and demonstrate utter vengeance. Bloodletters charged forth from rolling clouds of hot black smoke to smash into the immortals, their brass axes ringing as they parted ancient metal. Bulbous, buzzing drones rose up from suppurating pools of pus to sow diseased projectiles through the Necron lines. Whatever those noxious bullets hit became corroded and diseased. Necrontyr bodies crumbled in seconds, becoming too soft to support their own weight. Destroyers crashed into the ground, their metal carapaces splitting apart to spill stinking black ichors out onto the shivering ground. At the midst of it all, surrounding their long-dead brother and war master, the Dark Primarchs reveled in the destruction. Perturabo's wrath burned bright as he charged into the enemy, swinging his vast hammer two-handed from left to right. Nothing his weapon met was able to withstand its touch, and Necrons fell in every direction around him, shattered by his might. The Night Haunter's own attack was not as brazen as Perturabo's, but the destruction he reaped was an easy match. Clouds of energized darkness rolled through the enemy lines, and at their center, Curze took his toll of the Necrons. His claws sliced them to ruins, each strike parting 4 or 5 of the enemy. Those Necrons caught in the war-placed shadows were all but powerless to defend themselves as the Night Haunter carved his way ever closer to the objective. For the first time since he had set his sights on the Golgotha Barbican, the Void Dragon slowed. The ambience of the war about him had changed. Perhaps to simply notice the events unfolding around him was an act too base for the Star God's lofty consciousness to comprehend or recognize, but the shift in the disposition of his legions was not. Who but the Star God himself could say if the Necrontyr were capable of fear, or if the unliving automatons were able to experience any comparable emotion, but the change could not be denied. The legions were shifting, contracting. The defense had become an attack, originating from several angles. The prey were pushing, slowly but steadily, towards a single point. Towards him. He sensed the power of those at the head of these attacks then, as he shifted his boundless awareness towards the disturbances. To consider individuals amongst the rabble of life at his feet was an annoyance, an act usually far beneath his consideration, but these individuals were working to disrupt his plans, and in doing so they were delaying the inevitable. He would not tolerate this. He focused his attentions upon his left flank. There was a darkness there, a foul warp spawned miasma growing stronger by the moment. There existed a genuine threat, not to him but to the legions that served him, in every direction, but it was here that his gaze was drawn. His boundless essence shifted within its necrodermis shell in distaste at the corruption beyond, the stuff of the warp ever undesirable to one such as he. With a thought he unleashed a maelstrom of emerald fire into the rolling darkness. The flames surged through the black miasma, scouring everything they touched. Hundreds of Necrontyr were annihilated by the firestorm, but he cared nothing for their demise. Daemons and other dark creatures were immolated in equal number, the flames sending them screaming back into the warp. Questing fingers of electrical discharge flashed from his eyes to scour the demonic host and take an even greater toll of the enemy, and yet the darkness seemed to defy him as it disgorged yet more of their ilk out onto the ancient flags. He felt it then, barely powerful enough to snatch his attention but powerful nonetheless. The tingle of an impact against his necrodermis. He felt the metal shell shift and reform around the trivial damage done. Another impact rang against the living armor at his back, followed closely by a third. In the time it took him to turn his vast presence to face this new attack, a score of collisions were hammering against his armored shell. The Void Dragon knew the Krikk of old, for they were the most prolific force of might created by the Slahi in the ancient wars for dominance. The Krikk were now well on their way to being restored. And much of the ancient Krikk arsenal was now in use once again, it seemed. The distant cannons gave out a shrill whine, their spinning heads rotating amid clouds of charged electrical energy. Force field tunnels were opening up before him at an ever-increasing rate as the Orc gunners acquired their targets, and the clouds of ravenous demonic miasma they summoned forth were beginning to test the tolerances of his necrodermis to its limits. The impact was as powerful as it was unexpected. The Void Dragon's head lurched to one side, the shining metal of his face compacting amid a cloud of glittering metal dust. It was enough to stagger him and force him back a pace. It took only a moment for the living skin of his necrodermis to repair the damage, but for a fleeting second, it looked as if the star god's tortured face wore the imprint of a colossal fist. Another deafening impact peeled through the skies as the void dragon was struck a second time. This blow almost doubled him up as a foot-shaped crater hammered into his midriff. Far beyond, the shining copper towers of the weird fortress rumbled into view, its spires lit with coruscating green warp fire. Unseen within the depths of the huge mobile keep, the most powerful psychers of the orc army howled their prayers to Gork and Mork in unison, summoning forth the ancient might of their gods. He remembered the Kruk this way. He remembered the psychic might of the weird legions and the vaunted power of the warp shock cannons, the immense, lumbering behemoths that were the Kirkiaths and the devastating Tuskar Magneto tanks that wrought such ruin upon his legions of old. For the first time since his rebirth, the Void Dragon found himself mindful of the opponents he faced, and the pace of his advance began to falter. He needed to take the sanctum of the Emperor, and soon. Check the description for the links to the author.